I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying, P.
Welcome. Oh, by the way, yeah, always start with the first book. Who is Derrick Jaxn? You don't know? Come on now. It's going to be a lot of fun today. Everybody's going to the woodshed. Back in the saddle after a week in Miami. And then this happens on my flight back home. Oh boy. Sometimes stories are just too much to resist. Yes, thank you very much. Welcome to the show.
Bro, she never stopped loving you. She just stopped feeling safe enough to show you that love that she had for you. Like, you thought because she loved you, it was about you specifically, and it wasn't. That woman loved like that before she ever met you, and would still love like that if you were never born. But because she felt safe with you, you got to experience it. But you thought because you were the same person and it was about you, that you could make any decision that you wanted to make and her love wouldn't change. But once your decisions took away her peace of mind in the relationship and her confidence that she was protected when she wasn't around and her respect for you as a man, that's what took away the love that you were receiving from her. So your decisions is what you should be blaming for her now treating you like a complete stranger, not the sincerity of her heart. That was always real. It just doesn't belong to you anymore.
The piano tracks in the back of
Please stop saying that. It's not true. Men are not intimidated by strong women. Like, men are turned off by women that misuse their strength to fight against them instead of building with them. But it's weak men who can't handle strong women. And when I say strong, I'm not talking about the all my life I had to fight type of women. Women that are proud to be able to weather struggle storms and tolerate mistreatment. And, you know, they don't ask for help even though they deserve help and should be asking for help. I'm not talking about that type of strength. We ain't promoting that over here. I'm talking about the type of strength where a woman is expressive about her boundaries. She's certain in her identity. She's firm in her values. Like, that type of strong. You know what I'm saying? Like, she keeps her standards high, proudly so. Don't care who call her what. Weak men can't handle that type of woman because a weak man can only love a woman that he can control. And when a woman is good with or without you, there's no controlling her.
Clarity is attractive to a woman who knows what she wants. And not every woman does. Like, some women are still trying to figure it out. Some women are infatuated with whatever seems best to their homegirls, but there are women who know exactly what they want. They know what their standards are. They know what their deal breakers are, their needs. They're sure about their identity of who they are and whose they are. And to those women, it's clarity that's going to make you attractive to her, because those types of women know what it's like to be with a man who looks good on paper, but is confusing in real life. Like, he's unsure about his feelings and always sending mixed signals, which makes her unsure about her feelings, and it ain't worth it. So understand something. When you're dealing with that type of woman, a grown woman, it's cool to go on the expensive dates and buy stuff. Okay, cool. But it's intentionality. It's clarity. It's consistency. It's alignment with your words and actions. That's going to set you apart. That's what it means to apply pressure to a grown woman who knows what she wants.
Oh, how about a palate cleanser now?
Whoever came up with this shit that your 40s are your new 20s, dead ass wrong. When I was in my 20s, I was engaged, having babies, getting married. I had a house. I had goals. I had a plan for my life. I'm 41. I've been divorced, single for years, can't keep a guy more than 2-3 weeks max. I have more money than sense, drink like a fish, and half the time, I don't even know what fucking day of the week it is.
That's an Aaron Clary girl right there.
Ladies hate in the bedroom.
Yes, can confirm. This is what ladies hate in the bedroom. Oh, buenos dias. Buenos tardes, mi amigos. ¿Cómo estás? How are we doing today? Back from Miami, back in the saddle. I'll tell you, I love it when I'm in Miami because I am almost guaranteed that there's going to be something like salacious. Something's going to happen. Like when all the Abba and Preach stuff went down for the very first controversy of Fresh and Fit, I was there. I was in Miami. I tried to warn them. I told them, hey, let's go do something about this. Let's nip this in the bud. Nope. Don't want to listen to Rollo. I was there, and I'll tell you what's interesting is every time I'm gone for a week, something happens. And so sure enough, I'm flying back from Miami, and my transit flight was from Baltimore. So it was from Baltimore to Las Vegas. That is a long ass flight. That was like 5 hours and like 30 minutes or something like that. No, it's not out yet. Sorry. I'll explain why. They haven't told. It might be. I don't know. Go look. Nobody's telling me anything about it right now. So I'm on the flight. Yeah, well, I would love to fly private, but man, let me tell you, you guys think I made of money. I don't know why people think like I'm some like sort of like independent millionaire, because I certainly don't have that kind of cash. I fly. Oh, hi, Moose. Welcome. Yeah, I owned your boy on Fresh and Fit the other day, so we'll just get that. Should we leave Moose in? If you want Moose to stay, put a 1 in the chat. If you want him to leave, put a 2 in the chat. We'll get rid of him. However, I have a new policy for haters, so we'll just I'll leave it up to you guys. But so I'm flying back, and I get all okay. Thank you. The chat has spoken, Moose. You're out. And I know what Sambot is moderating. So Sammy, if you'd be kind enough to do the honors. Anyways, yeah. See, it's kind of like one of those things like it's like I'll get the rest of the class to just kind of decide your fate for you. It's much easier that way. So I'm flying back from Baltimore to Miami to Baltimore to Vegas, and I'm coming back, and I am I get the Wi-Fi on Southwest, which, by the way, the Wi-Fi on certain airplanes like sucks. Like for the most part, it sucks. But Southwest, for whatever reason, it's only $8 for the whole day, and it's actually not too bad. So, I was watching this, and people started sending me these stories about Derrick Jaxn, and he was getting divorced, and they sent me this actually. I'll just pop this up on the screen because it's probably easier. I will explain. Actually, I'm not going to explain to you who Derrick Jaxn is. I'm going to let another guy do that for me. But before I do, let's share this screen. And we're already underway. See, you guys complain, oh, he never gets to the point. Okay, I'm getting to the point. Here's the point. The point is this. This is Derrick Jaxn and his soon-to-be ex-wife. I guess they have now filed for divorce. The papers are filed. Over the past several months, my family and I have gone through many changes. Some of you have speculated, while others of you have reached out to offer support, which I did, by the way, as we privately established our this new normal for ourselves and our beautiful children. Earlier this year, after much prayer. Yeah, okay, so I played the God card. Got it. Counseling. Played the psychology counseling card, and deep consideration. Okay, we how deep was it? We decided to go our separate ways. It's like that Journey song, and filed for divorce. Who filed for divorce? I don't know yet. We're going to find out about this. I'm still uncertain who did the filing. However, we the intention here is we. Okay. Making the decision to file was one of the hardest decisions of my life, so perhaps it was him. But I found peace knowing that I found peace. Where do we hear that before? Jada Pinkett Smith? I found peace. It was like a healing. I filed these papers. Like I talked to my divorce attorney, and it was like a it's all about healing and love, man. But I've found peace knowing that our mission of raising healthy children, starting with healthy and whole parents is still being accomplished. Okay. All right. Well, we got that. From falling in love as just teenagers to becoming spouses. And so they were teenagers. By the way, I was going to say, I do know something of the history of these two. So this is one of them high school romances. Okay. From falling in love as just teenagers. We'll get to that today too. That's going to feature. To becoming spouses and now co-parents. I'm grateful for the years we've spent together and wouldn't trade them for anything. Well, you are trading them for something. We'll get into what you're trading it for here, Mr. Jackson. I was blessed to have such an amazing person in my life and will forever be thankful for all she's meant to our family. Now she's it's almost like firing an employee, right? Let's see. And by the way, this has been edited. It was edited a day ago, just so we're clear. We ask that you pray, God card, please. We ask that if you pray, to please pray for us as we navigate this grieving process. If not, please respect our privacy. In other words, shut the hell up. Got it. Thanks, Derrick. That's off his Instagram. Now, who is Derrick Jaxn? I'm very familiar with Derrick Jaxn, and I got to preface all of this just briefly here before I get started. It's always kind of difficult for me to be critical of guys who are like in the quote unquote, I don't want to say because he's not really in the manosphere, but like as far as like being in the black manosphere, I would argue that a lot of guys who are sort of like in the black manosphere, or for better or worse, whatever, I don't think there should be a black manosphere. I think there should just be a manosphere. That's it. However, anytime I am critical or anytime I do like a memorial like I did for Alan Roger Curry, or I did actually do a memorial service kind of thing for Kevin Samuels back in May. I'm constantly on, fresh and fit. I don't even think about it's funny. I don't think about age or race when I'm doing shows. Like when I go out to Jedediah Bila. Jedediah is 43 years old. She's white. Adam Sosnick is 41 and white. When I went on that daytime talk show host, that talk show host is very, very white. Okay. However, when I go and I do a show with, say, like Andrew Kibe from Kenya, we're just two men talking. I don't care. I don't even know how old he is, quite honestly. And then, when I go and I talk on Fresh and Fit, Myron is 30. How old are you now, Myron? 32, 31, somewhere around there. He's early 30s. I believe he's 32. I think he just had a birthday. And is, a black man, although you guys just simply, there's so many people want to say he's not black enough or not, whatever. And then Fresh is as dark a man as I am white. So I don't think that is very, jump up. I think that's pretty clear to see. There's a very stark contrast between myself and Fresh, and I think I pointed this out on when I was out there and I was talking with Mike Sartain, and I thought it was actually kind of funny that here I am, 54 years old, a white guy. My upbringing is from Southern California. Every once in a while, my Huntington Beach accent comes out, and I'm sitting in a convertible Lamborghini with a little white Shiba Inu, Hero, shout out to Hero, with a 29-year-old, very dark man from Barbados. And we're driving around the streets of Miami to go buy clothes or buy off-white glasses. I mean, if you want surreal, you got surreal right there. I don't really even think about that. But every so often I have to be very careful of this because it's like there's this interpretive side of things where I am having to think about where I can go and what I can do. And so my take on certain things, I have to remember that people are going to see it through various filters. And I've said this before, that I can go certain places that Myron can't go, and Myron goes places that I can't go. He'll get the call from, say, No Jumper. He'll get the call from Flagrant 2, like Andrew Schultz, right? He'll get the call from Tim Pool. But I don't get those calls, man. I get the calls from Elijah Schaefer. I get the calls from The Blaze. I get the calls from other others. I get the calls from that certain daytime talk show host. That's where I get it. So I am all about, are you guys absent? Because here, I'll just knock you out. Bye. There you go.
Bye, Felicia.
There you go. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay, wait. Stop. Thank you very much, Sergey. Very much. Yes, Elijah, Titty Touch and Schaefer. Sorry. I still think Elijah, I think you got a raw deal, but I get calls from places that, from places that Myron's not going to get the call. And as much as I try to push guys into this, I try to share the love. For instance, I brought Mike Sartain on Valuetainment. I made that connection. We put him on there, and I think Mike excels in that. Torsha, for example, I brought her onto Valuetainment. If you go and you look at was it Justin Waller? Justin Waller, I think the first time he was at Valuetainment was when we were there. May, I think. And so I think that we ought to make the Red Pill a open source. And if I work with you, it means that I can get behind what you're saying. And so if I go and I work with, say, the guys from like Kevin Savo and Rocky Savo and Mark Savo, big ups to those guys. They're doing, by the way, they got a great new podcast in the show. It just keeps getting better. They just had, I believe they had Donovan Sharp was on. I don't know how long they went, but they was on last night. Go check that out. It's the Red Pill Lions podcast. Yes, we are still doing the NFT too. Sorry. What'd you say? And Sorelita, who I love very much. If Derrick wasn't arrogant and out there shaming men, most people wouldn't mind their own business on divorce. But he was insisted so much on putting himself better than other men. Yes, there's the thematic differences there. But before we get to that, I have to read not Facebook. What am I doing? It's Twitter. 1 second here, guys. Sorry, I'm a one-man show, as you guys can tell. I have no one to help me. Here we go. Okay. So when I put out I initially put out a tweet for all of my shows just to sort of let everybody know that here's what's going to be the topic for today, and this is what I'm going to do. I don't think I need to put Twitter on here for you, but I had a young black woman who goes by the name of Selly. And Selly, I need to address. I'm glad you chimed in here because I really want to address what you have to say here. Now, here's what Selly had to say once I put out the announcement on Twitter that I was going to be covering Derrick Jaxn. Okay, she says, I need to let you know before you start this stream that it was him that divorced her. Okay, and he has also cheated on her with multiple times. I completely acknowledge that. And she tried to be a good wife despite this. Mm-hmm. Do not turn this into a pro red pill story because this is actually a case of the opposite. Well, Selly, let me be the first to tell you that this is very much a pro red pill story. Perhaps not in the context in which you think it is. And I thought this was interesting. She continues. Also, she slowly went insane due to him cheating, embarrassing her, and she talked about her homicidal and suicidal thoughts. This goes against the red pill myth that women are just fine with men's infidelity. We aren't. I don't think that is actually a red pill myth, and that's what I wanted to discuss here. We'll come back to that. Okay, and then she says, probably the worst aspect about the red pill is their take on cheating. I've seen women psychologically ruined by cheating. Some of them never recovered. Okay. Then we had a few other people chime in. It says the whole point of cheating is more guys will never do it. You're missing the forest for the trees here. She got a little bit of pushback. I could keep going here, but I want to address, I understand this. Okay. And whenever I sort of move into the understanding of other people when it comes to the red pill, I always have to remember that they're probably getting information not from a reliable source. And the reason why I wanted to jump on this today is because I covered that when I went on with Adam Sosnick. I covered that when I went on with Myron and Fresh. I covered this actually for a little bit when I went on with Jedediah, which, by the way, Jed, I think that was probably one of the best interviews I've ever done. And I've done a lot. I've done a lot of good interviews with Pat Campbell. I thought that was one of the best. If you haven't seen that, go check that out. It's on Jedediah Bila's Bila, B-I-L-A. Jedediah Bila. Go look it up. I'll put it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it in the description so you guys can get it. You can get an idea. However, now then, I would love to go on No Jumper. I'll go, please. Thank you, Saralita, very much. I'm going to try to keep up with a lot of these. Valhalla, I saw some of your posts here earlier. I'll see if I can dig back into some of these. No, actually, I think a lot of people think that, right? Like, why would I be jealous of them? I was there from the beginning and I'm here now. And we have a mutual respect for one another. I respect what they do. I mean, if you watch those shows, you'll get an idea. So I think that a lot of people think like there's like some sort of like, oh yeah, they're professionally jealous. He's jealous of Jordan Peterson's success. He's jealous. That's the first thing out of anybody's mouth. Well, he wouldn't be talking shit about those guys if hate only comes from below, right? He wouldn't be talking shit about those guys if, he wasn't professionally jealous or they're stealing his thunder. We'll get to that though. I'm going to keep coming back to this. I'm going to star your comment there, Valhalla, because I think that's pretty good. What you got here? Oh my goodness. Rollo, I love you. I love you. Rollo, I love you for making this episode. I was thinking to myself on whether you were going to make a segment on the ultimate positivity fraudsters for women, Derrick Jaxn, and you did. The ultimate example of a brand built on lies and profited from it. If you don't know who Derrick Jaxn is, we're going to dip our toes into this a little bit more. But like I said, I have to preface this a little bit just so you know that I am aware of sort of like the racial interpretations of this. I'm also aware of the fact that there's like sort of the fanboy side of this. So when I get into being critical of anybody, I'll get that from Valhalla. Like I get the fact that people are going to think, oh, well, he makes a whole lot more money than you, and he's been on these shows, and he's got more popularity, he's got more likes and follows and comments. And I could give two shits about that. I care about the message, and I've been caring about the message for over 20 years, and I made that as clear as I possibly could to Adam Sosnick. Because, thank you. Oh, God, thank you, Sam, for showing up. Please kick out Mo every time he makes a new account because he's got OCD and he loves me that much. You got to understand, that's how psycho my haters are. And you're not really haters. You're not haters. You're rooters. You root for me by hating on me. Thank you. Oh, here we go. I don't even think this is the right one. Donovan, this is not Donovan. That is not Donovan. Donovan, I know has admin access. However, what I wanted to point out here is I have to let you know from the get-go that I am aware of that. So I understand. When I have ever had anything even positive to say about, say, someone like Kevin Samuels, or if I go and I just say, hey, look, Kevin Samuels has used terms like alpha widow. He's used terms like war brides. He's what is it? He's say my name several times. And I think what's interesting is there's a lot of people who get kind of hung up in their confident ignorance because they think that where that message, like it could be something I say that gets reinterpreted or gets paraphrased. Myron will do this quite a bit. Like when I've seen him on Mike Rashid, when I've seen him on No Jumper, pretty much all the show. But here's the thing. Myron acknowledges my work and my influence in that show. He acknowledges my book almost damn near every show. And it's not like I'm looking for that in, per se, but when I see him like paraphrase something out of my book and people pick up on it on, say, like Mike Rashid or on No Jumper or wherever else, then they think, oh man, that's some real wise wisdom, right? But if it comes from me, then it sounds like some old white guy rambling on about something. He's just some dude that wrote 5 books. Right? Well, they just don't know. The delivery sounds better coming from Myron than it does coming from me, or it sounds better coming from Kevin than it does from me. Like I said, there's places that I can go that they can't, and there's places that they can go that I certainly can't. So when I see something like what was it here? Let me see if I can grab her again. This is Selly, right? She says, I need you to know that he started, before you start the stream, that it was him that divorced her. I know that. I got that, Selly. He says he has also cheated on her multiple times, and she tried to be a good wife despite this. Don't turn this into a pro-red pill show. See, that's the misinterpretation. The very fact that Derrick Jaxn is divorcing his wife is a pro-red pill point. That's the problem. That's the whole thing. It's like, you don't understand. Like the point is that there's misinterpretation of the quote unquote red pill, or what the philosophy is, or what the ideology is. And you know how crazy that shit makes me, right? The belief is this, is that men should cheat and women should be fine with it. That's not the red pill. That is a prescription. The red pill is a description. It is an analysis of what's going on. And the analysis here isn't so much that who filed for what, who filed the, well, it's women who file 80% of divorces. We talked about that just this last week, just like 3 days ago. Yeah, they primarily. Now, why would Derrick Jaxn file for divorce? Okay, well, here they are. They're already, high school sweethearts. They go through what most trad cons would say, oh, this is the way you should do it. You should court her when she's a teenager and then ask her father's permission to marry her, and then get married, and you go to church camp and you fall in love, and then therefore you do everything the right way. The thing is Derrick Jaxn is a very... the good example, let's say, of too much, too young, too fast, and very good example of a man who comes into his own later in life and then discovers his full potential and lives up to his full potential. However, in the way that he is delivering it, and people say, well, he's a snake oil salesman, and he's, yeah, you're right. I got you. I have said this 100 times about guys like Derrick, and like Derrick himself and other dudes. Just last episode, I was talking about what's that guy from Seven Figure Income? I can't remember. Faith-based millionaire. Like, if we can mix like Jesus and God into like our success porn grift, so much the better. And when I see this, and by the way, it's never been easier to do that than in 2022, than in the 21st century. And so when I look at that and I say, well, they'll come at fresh and fit. They'll go at, like, I look at that little girl from PragerU, Amala something or other, and they know that the manosphere is the new hotness. And I brought this up on Adam Sosnick's show, and Adam is also a good example of this, by the way. I don't mean the success porn side of things, but like, it's a guy who has taken his format and has pivoted into the manosphere and is now at 109,000 subs as a result of that. When I started working with Adam back in February, I don't even think he had 20,000 subs on his channel, his economics channel. And now here we are in December, and he's got 109,000 subs, at least last I checked. And Jedediah Bila, who, by the way, said, Rollo, you're right, several times during that interview. And I'll tell you, it was nice to hear that. Because when I went back and I looked at the old tape, and I checked it out, and I wanted to sort of call her on, so because people were like, nail her, Rollo, you should nail Jedediah. They wanted blood, man. They really wanted blood, because they were looking at the same videos that I was. And it's like, oh, he's finally going to go back in and have a live review. He's going to be right across the table from her. And I'll tell you, it was a different attitude, and it was a different atmosphere, and we have a different relationship, because it was very like, when I first went in to talk to her, she was very standoffish, I guess is the nice way to put that. But we were, we had a meeting of the minds, and I was trying to make my points. And I think and by the way, that interview was about mid-July, maybe, I think July 25th, I think was what it was. So that wasn't all that long ago. That was like 5 months ago. And now go ahead and look at Jedediah Bila's show. It's completely changed over from being about politics and social issues. And she still comes back. It's a little bit about those things now, but it's much more about the manosphere side of things. It's much more about, once Tate became really big, then sort of, people kind of recognized the popularity and the notoriety, and everybody's jumping on board. So when I see like a guy like Dennis Prager singing the praises of Andrew Tate, yeah, that's everybody's jumping on the gravy train right there. So when I look at Jedediah stuff, now we have a much different relationship right now. It is, yeah, okay. Yeah, probably, most likely, but not anymore. Oh, no. We're singing a much different tune today, my friend.
Say my name.
Much different tune today. And she'll be the first one to admit that. Adam was the first one to admit that. And when I was on his show, the first thing out of his mouth, and now I think he really, I hated this premise, but I understand why he was doing it, because he wanted to sort of give me my flowers when I came on there. And he wanted to say, hey, you know, the show wouldn't be what it is today if it weren't for you. Jedi Bila pretty much said, you know, the same sentiment. And, you know, she was saying, you know, I used to think in this way, but now you know, you were right. Rollo was right. And she acknowledged that. And that's thing takes insight to do that. I understand it's very rare, you know, very rare quality in a woman, especially one who has gone through, you know, what she has, which is, you know, she's a pundit on Fox and she came up from, you know, Columbia University. And, you know, and I call her on that stuff. That's why we have, like, I push back. Nobody pushes back. I don't think people really grow until they have somebody that can push them back. Now, I wouldn't say she's like an adversary or an enemy, but I will push back on her. So, and as a result, what happens? She grows into something better than she was before. She could have still been like she was in July and just like, you know, coming up with, you know, whatever social issues or the Matrix this or, you know, Sam Bankman-Fried, you know, whatever. She could keep coming with whatever the, you know, the new current affairs, right? Current events. She could have kept doing that, but there was a pushback and there was something else that was going on. There was something else that was helping her grow. And I don't mean that in the, you know, the sense of the channel itself, which it did, but also sort of as a person. Jay Cowan, what do we got here from you, my friend? The message has gotten out. Everyone is using it. Mm-hmm. Yes. Your book saved my son from self-deletion. Thank you very much. Oh, hey, you know what would really help me out, Jay? Thank you for that, by the way. And I'm glad your son is still with us today. Make sure you go and anytime something like that happens, I got to make sure that I put that up there. So chumps like Alex from Playing with Fire know what I'm talking about when I say that the red pill saves lives. And if you are an obstacle to people or an obfuscation, there's your vocabulary word, children. If you are in any way distorting that, or you're in any way inaccurate about that, or you in any way are critical of what I have to say, I'm happy to answer those questions, but understand that I'm not saying you're killing people, but what I am saying is that you're hindering people from what might be life-saving material for them. That's what I'm getting at. But we don't want to talk about that. We just want to say, Ron's a fraud. Fuck him. Thank you very much. I live for this stuff. Let me also, you know, I'm glad you brought that in, Jay, very much so. I'll tell you why, because, and this is sort of relevant to what I was about to say here just a second ago, is when Adam hits me up and he says, Rollo, I just want to let you know, your work has sort of directed the course or been very, you know, instrumental in the success of this channel. And he's like, one of the questions that he asked me was, do you feel like you get the recognition that you deserve? Now, I hate that question. You know why I hate that question? Because the minute I answer it either way, in the affirmative or the negative, anytime I answer that, it seems like I'm fishing. It seems like I'm professionally jealous, right? If I go, well, you know, all these guys rip my stuff off. It's all derivative of, like Tate. He rips off Rollo. And people will say that, right? They'll say he's just like paraphrasing what I say. Sometimes it's like just straight out of the book. I said the same thing about like some pickup artists like 33 Secrets, who I don't even know if he's still around anymore. But I mean, it's one thing to just simply go lift wholesale my material out of the books. I mean, come on, at the very least. But if you're going to paraphrase, like I said, the red pill is open source. All I'm looking for is accuracy. And I'm not looking for flowers. I'm not looking for recognition. And I'm not looking for like, oh, well, you know, the debt we owe to Rollo. Because that to me seems very self-serving. And it seems like I've got a big ego and I'm a prima donna. Like, I don't want to, I'm not a diva. I'll never be a diva. And when I'm faced with something like that, or that kind of question, I don't say it rubs me the wrong way, but I have to be careful how I answer that, because what's more satisfying to me is seeing this. This is more satisfying to me. Where'd it go? There it is. Sorry, Jay. Put you up one more time. That right there is the recognition. When when I saw, and you guys probably saw this as well. Oh, hey, Iron Disciple guys. Hey, dudes. Wait. There it is. You get that every time. I talked to the Iron Disciple guys for 3 hours on the telephone or on the phone when I was in Miami. Thanks. That was a good talk too. But I'm not so much interested in accolades. I'm not so much interested in, Rollo pats on the back, right? That's not what I'm looking for. You know what is more satisfying to me? You know what is more ego gratifying to me? It's when a girl like Natalia knows the red pill well enough to call out frauds like Red Pill Ricky on that. I was thinking about that and I go, you know what? Why do I feel a little weird about being asked if I get the recognition that I deserve? I'm like, well, deserve's got nothing to do with it. But when I see Natalia, and I told her, I said, clearly something's rubbed off on you. It's clearly you are absorbing some of this material, even if it's just like third hand, right? Or when Jedediah Bila says, you know what, I've changed my mind about that. My relationship with her husband, Jeremy, is different now because of the conversations and the discussions and the things you've made me think about. That's better than any, let's cite Rollo in our book. That I would much rather see how you use what I deliver, whatever I equip you with, whatever education that I give you in this class, which is life, whatever I can give you, that's more valuable to me than having somebody cite me in a book. That's more valuable to me than somebody saying, oh, and by the way, that was Rollo Tomasi's quote. I would rather you use my material or use this education or use whatever. I would rather you use it accurately in a situation like Natalia did on that show, right? Or I would rather you change your mind about things and live a better life and build something out. Like I am more concerned. I would rather see what you build because as I keep saying, the red pill is a praxeology, not an ideology, not a philosophy, not a religion, not a cult, not a system of belief. It is education. It is what are you going to do with the tools that the red pill gives you? Natalia used it to call out Red Pill Ricky. Jedediah uses it to say, hey, you know what? I changed my mind about a few things. You were right. I'm like, oh, you were? Tell me more. I'll joke around a little bit with it. But if you want to flatter me, show me what you built. Show me like how this material or how my books have like saved your kid's life or saved your own life. Show me that. Because that's much more, it makes me believe that what I'm doing is actually having an effect than people going, well, this was Rollo's quote. Let's go war brides. Right? I'd rather you wouldn't do that. And then those guys would know how to use this to better their lives. To me, that's more flattering. It's more of a body of work kind of thing. Oh, hey, what's up there, baby? Oh, my good girl. Oh, one of my longtime sister wives now. Hold on. Wait. I gotta talk sexy to these people. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is now Sarah's theme song. Just in my opinion, corrections need to be made. About what? About what, baby? How can I correct you? You need the staff of correction. Yes. All right. How do you break up mentally with the girl? I like that question. Hang on with that. Hang on to that one. That's too good. I'm going to put that in. I'm going to star that one. You don't always have to give me a super chat. It doesn't have to be, but I am much appreciative of all of the super chats that I get. Thank you very much. So anyways, the idea is this, and I think that when I was looking at what Selly was saying about me doing this thing for Derrick Jaxn, that's what I want to like. The reason why her impression is that me talking about Derrick Jaxn divorcing his wife seems like it's an anti-red pill story as opposed to a pro-red pill story. You have to remember that Derrick Jaxn would bristle at anything that Kevin Samuels would say. He would bristle at Myron's take on things, or certainly Andrew Tate's take on things. When you look here, for example, let's just do a for example here. If you listen to Andrew Tate, or you listen to Myron, or you listen to even, to a lesser degree, maybe Kevin Samuels, And they say, you know, high value men should cheat. I constantly get this one. This is one that gets run over and over. Hafiz is constantly saying, I can't believe they would say that, you know, like because he's married, like, what is he, a year in now, I think. And there's this idea that there's a difference between high value men can cheat and high value men should cheat. Okay. If you read my work, it's can, it's opportunity. It is the descriptive side of things. Should, whenever anyone uses the word should, it becomes a prescription. So you ought to do X, Y, and Z. You ought to do this. Then it goes from being an analytical dissertation analysis to being a prescriptive analysis. Like what's the best practices? Here's where we ought to go. And as you know, I tried my level best not to give you prescriptions. I want to give you descriptions. However, in the expressing of those ideas, there's a lot of room, especially when other people are using this material and they're saying, well, this is what the red pill believes and this is what the blue pill is and blah, blah, blah. When it's pulled out of the realm of analysis and an observation and pushed into the realm of here's best practices, here's what we ought to do, that's where the misapplication begins. So, for instance, when Tate, Kevin Samuels, when Myron, and there's other, they're not the only ones, say that a high value man should cheat. A man is only as faithful as his options. And if you're a high value man and you're not cheating, or you don't have the opportunities to cheat, then you're blue pill. There has to be something wrong with you. So effectively, I'm blue pill, right? Because I've been faithful to my wife for 26 years. Honest to God, as you know, here you go. Gotta have this one. Vaya con Dios, man. Before God and everyone else, I've been faithful to my wife for 26 years. And so people will say, well, Rollo, you're blue pill. It's because you don't have, trust me, working in the alcohol industry for as long as I have, working in gambling for as long as I have, doing what I do now, trust me, the opportunity is there. The reason and the impetus to do so is not there, because I have a relationship with my wife where I'm very much taken care of sexually. Thank you very much. If you'd like to know what goes on in the bedroom, I can do that as a show if you'd like to, but I don't think you want to hear that. However, according to, guys who want to have a main girl and then have side pieces, which, by the way, is exactly what Derrick Jaxn was doing. You are 100% correct about that, Sally. It's exactly what was going on because he could. And again, I have brought up the fact that a guy like, say, Tiger Woods, the reason why he lost his shit, or lost his sort of, I don't say integrity. Maybe you guys would say integrity. Well, the reason why he lost his integrity for nailing escorts but trust me, I was in Florida when that happened, and I knew the places he was going because they were like a liquor accounts of mine. I'm like, yeah, I can see how you would cheat in that place, right? But when all that went down with, the 9-iron at the Escalade and everything else, I'm watching this. I'm looking at this through a red pill lens. And now this is like, how was it? 10 years ago? That was a long time, maybe even more than that. It was a long time ago. And I'm watching this. I'm like, and then, you see Chris Rock make jokes about it, saying, Tiger Woods just discovered he was Tiger Woods. He married this, very beautiful white bikini model, had some, a Swedish bikini model, I should say, had children and everything. And they thought, he was an upstanding gentleman. Right. And then it's like the Bill Cosby thing. Everybody thought he was Dr. Huxtable. How can you not? Why are you roofing these girls in the 70s? And when I look at that, you're looking at guys who built brands based on a certain persona or a personality qualities or a belief set or a value set. And that's pretty much what these guys do. So when you look at a guy like Derrick Jaxn here, whether he decided to divorce her or not, it's still a quote unquote pro red pill, show, at least to me anyways, because it illustrates examples of red pill observations, principles, whatever, concepts, let's just say. It's very illustrative of that. Oh, I mean, the number one is that they married early. That was just, they met as teenagers. I just read you the description here. They met as teenagers, high school sweethearts. Right? Same thing with Gary Vee. I could say the same thing about Gary Vee, by the way, and have on Adam Sosnick's show. When Gary Vee was divorcing his wife of a very long time, and he was getting with his hot little, I don't know, intern or whatever her name was, like she was actually not even in her 20s. I think she was in her 30s, 36 or something. There is no way on planet Earth that Gary Vee gets with a woman that choice if he's not Gary fucking Vee. And so they get to the point where it's like, okay, well, now I have all these options. Now I have all of this money. Now I have all of this notoriety and this fame and everything else. And now I can entertain the idea of having three ways. Now I can entertain the idea of being a powerful man with resources, territory, and bitches. The only part of that equation that doesn't exist for these guys is bitches. Now, there is no way a Gary Vee is going to get a top shelf piece of ass like the girl that he's with right now. Or the girl, I don't know if they're still together or not, but that's the divorce. And it plays into a lot of women's existential fears, which we're going to talk about here in just a second. In case you don't know who Derrick Jaxn is, I've got a clip here. I won't go through the whole damn thing, but I just want to give you a little bit of background as to what's going on here. Now, I know that O'Shea Duke Jackson hates my guts, but I gotta give this guy his flowers when I see somebody doing right. It's just as important to catch somebody doing right as it is to catch them doing wrong. And O'Shea did a really good job of this. So I'm going to just riff on his video for a little bit about it, because it gives you a better idea what's going on with Derrick Jaxn. But you have to remember that Derrick Jaxn's a positivity hustler and has been very instrumental in, here's what I'm going to do with my wife. And a real man does these things. As I showed you some of these buzz clips here in the beginning here. It's very much like Terry Crews. If you're familiar with Terry Crews is very much a cuttlefish. He's a male feminist, whether he knows it or not. And if you've seen Terry Crews' wife, you probably understand why. Very pro-female imperative, very pro-gynocentrism, very pro-feminism, very pro-strong, independent woman. Now, pair that up with strong, independent black women. And now you've got a racial aspect that goes along with this, and that I'm not allowed. It's not cuttlefish. Stop it. It's cuttle. C-U-T-T-L-E, fish. I know, cuttlefish. Somebody is going to make a plushie or something of a cuttlefish, and they're going to say it's a cuttlefish and send it to me at some of these days. Once we are able to sort of to make customized merch, like I should do that. I should make a cuttlefish like plushie toy or something like that. I mean, for your dog. That'll do it. And you could throw the male feminist to your dog and tear it up. I need to make the cuttlefish dog toy. That's what I need to make. That would sell. That's merch I would get into. Because I don't have any endorsers except for one, which is now time for you to see. Devil Mountain Coffee. Go check them out. Oh, by the way, where's the banner? Give me the banner. Oh, where's the banner? There's the banner. Hold on. Okay, Devil Mountain Coffee at the bottom there. Devil Mountain Coffee, 20% off if you use the code RMS, and that's on your whole purchase there. Devil Mountain Coffee. It's the only one I drink on here because it has. Oh, by the way, I figured this out while I was at Fresh and Fit. By the way, Christina got me a whole thing of K-Cups for when I am drinking coffee, and she got Myron is now drinking Devil Mountain as well. And the reason why is because it has 1,200 milligrams of caffeine. It's the highest amount of caffeine that you can put in a coffee, but it's also very good, dark, rich coffee as well. And it's not just one of these regular old, white label brands that they slap a logo on. I mean, I happen to like them, but Vegas brand, very much. They're not paying me for this, but I do get free coffee and I get free merch. So there you go. Go check that out. DevilMountainCoffee.com. And it is 20% off if you use the code RMS. Hey, just be glad I'm not doing Blue Chew. be glad I have to be very particular about who I get endorsements from. And who you guys have no idea the amount of money I leave on the table because I don't want to take Mary Kay Cosmetics as a plug. Or VPN services or whatever, or whatever the latest I don't know game app is. Like I forget, was it castle defense game or some shit like that. I leave a lot of money on the table by not putting plugs in here because I have to be very particular about who I pair up with. But I don't take any money from these guys. Not yet, but I do like their stuff. So Blue Chew, yeah, Blue Chew. By the way, I think is that like Viagra, like low grade Viagra? And no, I'm not going to be selling pheromone soap anytime soon either. So I have to be real careful of that, man. I got to remember what my brand's all about. There are very few. Like I get this, like there's probably a half a dozen different offers in my emails right now to do pull a 30-second plugs that I could make a lot of money off of, but I will not subject you to those things. No. Instead, right around the third hour, you'll get XX video chats spam. We'll give them a plug, but we don't give anybody else a plug. So Big League Chew, is that what it is? I don't know. All right. I want you guys to see this so we can get we can get underway here. But this is, by the way, this is O'Shea Duke Jackson. I know he hates my guts. I really do. I don't understand why. Maybe it's a Anthony Johnson thing. But, and by the way, congratulations to the president of the Manosphere and his engagement to, I don't know, that other psycho that he's with right now. So, you know what? But I have to say, bravo. I'm glad you're getting engaged, brother. I cannot wait. Somebody needs to send me the link to the wedding registry so I can send a wedding gift their way. I have never been more happy. Good. Bravo, my friend. All right, let's get into it.
Was literally destroyed in 2021 by Tasha K. Now, who is Derrick Jaxn? Derrick Jaxn is a successful dating coach, advisor. I believe he is currently holding forth in the Atlanta area. And he went to Tuskegee, Alabama, and he has a very, I would say, decent looking wife, but she seems to be very, very nice from what I can gather. And for her, to be fair, she's done what most black women would do, which is, and her name is Danae. Danae went to Tuskegee. She found an eligible mate in college. She married him. She stuck with him. They had kids. This is what we teach black women, right? That's what we teach them. We can't really be upset because we get mad when these women end up dealing with, these guys who are pookies and ray-rays and stuff like that. But, when these women go to college, they find their mate in college and they get married. This is what we're saying that women should do. So to be fair to her, that is what she did. Unfortunately, Derrick Jaxn, what I believe happened with him when he was in college, he didn't come into his own yet. So when he first met her, I think he was just, some gump or whatever. But then obviously you probably saw some things about him developed as far as some of his busy savviness. He was able to come to Atlanta. He came to social media. He got, very much more comfortable. And he's a young man. And so what happens typically for any young man that is that successful, women tend to be more available to you, especially if you're 6'5" and you have a lot of money. And again, being that he's at the pinnacle and prime of his life in a city like Atlanta, he did what I think most men would do.
All right. So we're going to get to what most men would do. Are you guys seeing the difference here in body habitus? Let's just say. Are you looking at the difference between, like, I would say if you were going to put this couple in, let's say, sexual market value ratio terms, where would you put, let's see, the chat, where would you put Derrick versus his wife? I can't remember. Danae, what is her name? His wife. Do you think that there is a ratio balance, but are they equally yoked? 100 to 1. Yeah, thanks. What's the ratio here? Like who outvalues who in the sexual marketplace? You could say the same thing about, like, say, Ayesha Curry and Steph Curry as well, right? Clearly, Steph Curry is a Hall of Fame, NBA player, and if you look at Ayesha, yeah. At what point do you kind of go, well, he's gonna do what he's gonna do? He outvalues her, yes. Now, did he outvalue her when they got married? That's the next question. And I would say absolutely. Yeah, she hit the jackpot. She won the jackpot. And then what happens is, I mean, look at the guy. You could tell he was yoked, 6'5". Is that what he is? Is he actually 6'5"? I don't know how tall the guy actually is, but she hit the jackpot, and most likely due to the fact that he was brought up in a family, or brought up in a way where he was doing what he thought was the right thing to do. Find a girl in high school, marry your high school sweetheart. Doesn't matter. You fall in love. It's I see a lot of this happen in sort of maybe in Baptist culture, Baptist. I presume I'm being presumptive. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see this happen in evangelical and in a Christian sense, let's just say, as to what is the right way and the wrong way to go about things, right? Well, what's degenerate and what's not? I got your post there. Don't worry. I'm going to come back to you there. Dark Knight, I started your chat. Don't worry. I'm not going to lose you because it's relevant to what we're talking about here. But you're looking at a very much a red pill, pro red pill analysis here, Selly. So Selly, if you're watching, and I hope you still are, I'm going to explain this to you. So you have a couple that gets together early in life. And the woman in this case, I would say, and this is just me being objective about this, is she's probably about 2 points below him, even when they get together. I have an essay, and I'll call it maybe Sam Bada, can you go look it up for me? It's the SMV ratios in SMV and ratios, I think is what it is. I don't think I've ever put it in any, maybe I have. It's in the second book. Anyways, a chapter in the second book, I believe, which is like SMV ratios, and what's the differential between, say, like, let's just say you're a 5 and she's a 5, or you're a 5 and she's a 7. We talk about this all the time when it comes to hypergamy, but we don't really look at it when the guy outranks the girl. When we look at hypergamy, and by the way, hypergamy is really only goes one way. Only females, only women are hypergamous, and there ain't no hypogamous bullshit here. Okay, we can come back to that at some point. However, when we look at hypergamy, we look at women who are looking for a guy who is, at least perceptually anyways, a step above them on sexual market value. So we always say this, and you'll hear this from black pill doomers, and you'll hear this from, MGTOW guys that say that the juice ain't worth the squeeze, and why would I do that? She's just going to go cheat on me when she finds a guy that looks like Derrick Jaxn, right? When if she's a 6 and I'm a 6, then I better have some value added to me to put me above all the other 6s, but also to take her eyes off of the 7s that she thinks she deserves, right? So what happens is you got a guy who's a 6 and she's a 6, and you meet each other, say, at 25 years old. You're both 25. She's a 6. You're a 6. She objectively thinks she's a 7 or an 8 thanks to social media. However, you guys are effectively, realistically, both 6s on the sexual market value scale. Now, if that's the case, women will get with another 6. However, that guy has to have something of value, has to have something external, has to make a lot of money, has to love her in a way, has to lay down good. He's got to have a 10-inch personality, if you know what I mean. He's got to have something else going for him to distract her, let's just say, from investing in a guy who's a 7 or an 8 for that matter. And so we know that hypergamy works in sort of this hierarchy of 100% of women want to get with the top 20% of guys. I would put Derrick Jaxn in the top, certainly in the top 20, at least in the top 20% of guys when they got married. Now, I would put her down at probably around a 4 at that time. I don't know. You can, people say, well, don't take that personally, ladies. I'm saying like in the sexual market value terms. And I would certainly put him at a 6 or a 7. Like if she's a 4, 6. Now, this is when they get started. Now, he's much more than that now. But at that time, if there's a differential between, like, say, there's 2 points of difference where he's way more valuable and they get what they want. The woman is a 5 and she gets with a 7. That woman has to find ways to lock down that guy. To gaslight him, or there has to be some psychological mechanisms that keep that guy who is a 7 from ever figuring out how valuable he is on the market himself. And so you'll constantly get this, you ain't shit. There's this constant like browbeating, or there's this constant devaluation of a guy who is, if that woman is a 5 and she's with a 7, or she's a 5 and she's, God forbid, she's with an 8. That's when women get really possessive and jealous, like insanely jealous. And so what happens then is you see sort of these psychological mechanisms, and playing the God card is one of them. You're supposed to love me and only me, blah, blah, blah. You should, beauty's only skin deep, right? Beautiful at any size, beautiful at any weight, beautiful at any age. There's a lot of psychological they're social contrivances is what they're, conventions is what they're called. And they're there not just for women, but they're there for men too. So that men never start thinking that they're bigger and better than they actually are. Because if they do, then they would realize that they're an 8 that is yoked with a 5 or a 4. And that differential, by the way, gentlemen, expands as that woman gets older. As her sexual market value decays, his goes up. So here's the lesson that we can learn from Derrick Jaxn. Here's the first lesson that we can learn from Derrick Jaxn. We can learn this. So when the woman is, say, 23 years old and she's at her peak SMV value, and that man is on his come up, right? He's right around 23 himself. If he's building out his potential, and I would arguably Derrick Jaxn was building out his potential, he's on his ascendancy, and right after 23, she's on her descendancy. Now, if her sexual market value peak was, say, 20, and I don't know when they got married, so don't come at me, but if her sexual market value peak is at 23 and she's a 5 or a 6 at 23, what does that make her once she hits 30? What does that make her when she hits 33? Is she half as valuable again? I don't know, because it depends on what that woman's dedication to her her own potential is. Does she still make herself sexy? Does she get like bitchy and self-entitled and hubristic? It all kind of depends on the individual woman. But what doesn't change is that a woman's sexual market value decays as she ages, simply because that's how men are and that's how women are. And so when a guy goes from 23 and now he's 36 or 37 years old and he's at his ascendancy, and now again, I don't come at me and tell me, oh well, he's actually 50, right? When he gets to that peak potential and he's made the most of that potential while she is much lower, it will helps women to ensure their investment in that guy if he still believes that God will punish him with hellfire if he ever cheats on her. It helps that woman in her investment with that guy in long-term security with a guy, a winning bet that she made back when she was in her 20s and she was at her peak, that guy believes in blue pill idealism, well, for the rest of his life, really. But what happens is when a guy gets to that time, gets to about 37, 38 years old, that's when women love to say that men have fragile egos, or they complain about guys who are the men that they want. They're apex examples of the kinds of guys that they want to get with. But they complain that those guys are only interested in the 23-year-olds, the 25-year-olds, because now if a man develops his sexual market value and he develops his personal potential up to the point where he's 36, 37 years old, and now he has the same, hopefully the same, if not more, sexual selectivity that a woman had when she was 23 years old, and he's still single, that's when his married friends' wives don't want him to hang out with him anymore, because they don't want them to get any bright ideas. Because now that guy is in a position of sexual selectivity that most men never, ever reach in their entire lives. In fact, I would argue that a lot of times men's peak potential is limited by the beliefs that women instill in those guys, because they don't want them to excel to the point where they see them as like, well, now I'm an 8 and you're a 6, and now I can go and fuck hotter bitches. That's why. It's what's called opportunity cost, like loss of investment, like ROI, right? It's losing the investment of that woman's sexual capital in that guy. So she made a bet on that guy. Now that guy is a raging success. Now that guy, it looks like Derrick Jaxn at 36 years old, has money is rewarded for it, is rewarded by women, and clearly, like and you're right, you're correct. I think Valhalla was talking about this. He's the black Matt Hussey is what he is. He jumped in on that grift, and to his credit, he's been very good at it. I think it's completely damaging to women. That we're gonna find out why here in a second. I think it's entirely damaging to women, but I also think that it's also damaging to guys, because guys buy into the same gaslighting and the same belief set that women are hoping those guys will maintain when they get to that peak potential. So you got the Gary Vee situation where Gary Vee meets his wife when he's 23 and he's like gung ho and, oh, I love her to death. And, the church says this and blah, blah, blah. And then now he's divorcing her to the tune. I don't know how many millions he's like spending on that divorce. But, when you get to that point, maybe he's okay with that because now he has access to like women that he never probably in his lifetime would have access to had he not developed his personal potential. And this is like very distressing to women. That's why Selly is saying this isn't pro red pill. This is negative. No. This is a absolutely shining example of where to go. It's a perfect example of the SMV curve. Derrick Jaxn has just basically with this divorce and by the fact of him actually initiating the divorce proves these bell curves once again. Thank you, Derrick, for your shining example for all of this.
Is not have the discipline to stay faithful, despite his videos telling other men to stay faithful. And so what happened was Tasha K found several women that were tied to Mr. Derrick Jaxn, and Derrick Jaxn's career was, in my opinion, destroyed. And I want to play the apology that he put to his wife and a few clips there, and then we'll come back.
The truth is, and I'm saying it here now, is that Derrick Jaxn was involved with other women outside the marriage. All of it falls under the umbrella of inappropriate, cheating, affair, stepping out.
Whenever you start referring to yourself in third person,
thank you.
That's how you know that you're in trouble. Here's a definite stall tactic from anybody that's in trouble. They list the same thing. He's like affair, cheating, misdoing.
The girls are shaking. Okay, so Derrick John here is a relationship counselor, philanthropist. Like, he tells everybody what to do with their relationships, right? All the times I've seen Derrick Jaxn, he's doing reporting and talking about relationships out of his car. Honey, for those who know Derrick Jaxn, Derrick John, whatever you call him, yeah, I never even seen his wife. This is new, honey. He's showing his wife now. Cute, okay, whatever. He's supposed to be a relationship counselor, so I expect to see his wife, right? So why did his alleged side bitch come out today named Jessica on Tasha K talking to her about what the bedroom looked like, about all the trips and stuff he was sending her on? Honey, black man don't cheat my foot. She even had a video of him asking her what color panties she got on. What color, what size, what texture panties. Why did you send that video? Honey, Charlamagne loves him, always repping this black man don't cheat brand. Derrick Jaxn, if you could come on out of that driver's seat, come on down and handle this.
So you heard what was said there. Now, again, Danae Jackson had moved out of the home. I believe she's originally from Colorado. He almost lost the marriage. She came back, and it seems that the young lady is so hurt and brainwashed by Derrick Jaxn that she's been the punching bag the last year and a half for sticking with an unfaithful husband that embarrassed her and even talked bad about her to other women. So she's also done what a lot of brothers would say do: stick by your man despite problems. She did that. I gotta give her credit, right? But she got tired of that, right? And this video was released on Twitter, and this is what she is saying to people who are talking down on Derrick Jaxn, still talking down on their relationship. Here's what she had to say.
Person speaking against the names Danae Jackson and Derrick Jaxn in mockery, accusations, slanders, and lies. May the mercies of God be withdrawn from you. May your husbands and wives become widows. Let your children become fatherless. Let your seed become vagabonds on the earth. Let the words of your mouth and your words of your hands be returned back to you. Let it go down your throat and choke you slowly until your days become few on the earth. The word of God says, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. You've been warned. And if you want to know where that...
All right. So she said, this sort of holy roller kind of spell. This is not new. This is something that a lot of people, especially the blacks, in churches, when their pastors are found to do wrong things, stealing money, sleeping with women, it's not uncommon to hear things like this. And she said this: sad music. May your husbands and wives become widows. Let your children become fatherless. Let your seeds become vagabonds on this earth. Let the words of your mouth and the words of your hands, let it be returned to you. Let it go down to your throat and choke you until your days become few on the earth. This seems like a scripture. I don't know which one it is, but the way that the synthesis of the scripture, it seems like...
Where's my iron disciples
it probably might be.
Can you get me that scripture?
Actually, it is a scripture. It's Psalms 109:13. So then, what's going on with her? Well, here's what happens.
Yeah,
you have a woman that...
I'll tell you what's going on with her. Her husband is like wildly more successful than her. She's on the... Here's what's happening with her. Would you like me to explain? I'll explain to you. He's at the peak of his potential, and she's probably down around where where it says peak span year. She's probably down right around... I don't know. How old is she? I can't even tell how old she is right now. But she's riding along with his, she is definitely part of his brand. He's made her part of his brand by saying, I'm a faithful, good Christian man, and this is what you guys ought to do. Derrick Jaxn deals in shoulds, my friend. He deals in advice. And you can't do nothing. You can't go on YouTube. You can't do it. You can't do anything without anyone thinking that you're giving them advice. But she is definitely part of that entire brand structure that he has. And she, I think it's on some level of consciousness, realizes that he is way more valuable. She is batting way out of her league. And she is fortunate to be with the guy in the first place, but I don't think she can process that. At the same time that Derrick Jaxn, who looks like the way he does, can get with like much hotter, tighter, younger chicks. So, well, let's continue, because O'Shea, by the way, this video is from O'Shea Duke Jackson. Again, I know he hates my guts, but I love his stuff here. He did good work here. So it's just the best video that I've been able to find.
Feels, in my honest opinion, that there is no way she will ever find another guy like Derrick Jaxn.
Yeah.
She's in too deep. She loves him, I feel, a lot more than he loves her. I think she's a nice lady, but he has driven her crazy, all right? I feel like she did the right thing in trying to find a mate in college, trying to be a Christian woman, but also understanding that you're dealing with a man in the prime of his life when the opportunities out there, you're not strong enough as a woman to make him be faithful. And that's not just her.
What separates you from the competition? What makes you special?
What competition?
That's what a lot of women don't understand. When you have a man that is an athlete, what women would consider to be very financially successful, or very handsome, you're going to run into this problem a lot. And I think women got to be careful of who they ask for, right? And like I said, it can happen with, normal guys. But, when you're Derrick Jaxn, you have the ability to communicate like he does. You have the fan base like he does. You're going to come across a lot of women that, number one, don't care that you're married. And number two, they're going to be throwing themselves at you. And he's not that smart as a man, to be honest. So you're going to get that. And when women say they want successful men, do they know what they're talking about? Like, how successful do you want him to be? Do you want him to be 6'7" successful? Do you want him to be a millionaire? Because, what do you expect is going to happen? Do you think that man's going to come home to you every night and never cheat? He's going to just pass up every opportunity to be with you? It's highly unlikely that that's going to happen, especially with a young man. And a lot of women got to understand that no matter how beautiful you feel that you are, or how talented of a woman that you feel that you are, it's very possible that the guy that you're with don't look at you in that same vein, even if he says he does.
All right, there you go. I'll kill it right there, because he gets into pontificating at the end of that, which, by the way, is absolutely and rightly so. However, wanted to make sure that you guys had the background and all this. And I think probably most of the people who are going to watch this are going to actually click on this, this YouTube video title. Probably have a good idea. My main concern with all of this is the message that came before and the message that's going to come after this. So I've already looked at some of the Instagram like clips and the reels that he's been doing in a post, divorce announcement era for Derrick Jaxn. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is not so much there's a lot of lessons here, as I was saying before. The one of those is not this is a pro or an anti red pill message. No, it's very much a pro red pill message, but only from the position that it's an observation of what happens. It is the result. This is a downstream effect of principles and foundations, let's just say, that the red pill's been talking about for, in my case, like 20 some odd years. So when I wrote, for example, the SMV ratios side of things, I was talking about, there's these guys who what I call the ennobled betas. Okay. So you've got these guys. It's a classification of like a beta identification game. There's nothing's changed. Here, I'll read this part to you. It says, it's classic beta identification game. Okay. Nothing I haven't engaged in already in the past decade. And yes, it's also a classic feminist boilerplate that feminism has bred into modern contemporary males over the last 50 years now. Okay. So what this means is that when you have that imbalance between men and women, you will see that there are sociological mechanisms that women will use to keep those guys from ever getting to the point where they understand what their potential value is. This, I think, is one of the primary paradoxes, I think, for modern women today, like the latter half of the millennials and all of Gen Z right now, is that the things that make a guy like the peak potential, the things that lead that guy to being a Derrick Jaxn, making a lot of money, being popular, having options, putting him at the peak of it, at the top of his game. He's hitting his stride right now, maybe mid 30s or whatever. The things that make him the most attractive, the things that are going to make him the winner that crosses the finish line, that women will like wait at, they don't care about the struggles, they'll wait for him at the finish line. Those things are also simultaneously the same things that women dread. Because that guy, if he ever figures out that he is more valuable than that woman, or he can't reconcile that he is more value than that woman in terms of sexual market value. I'm not saying personal worth or you're a bad person or you're a good person. I'm just saying in the sexual marketplace, in the global sexual marketplace, when that woman figures out that, oh man, he's going to make partner in the law firm. He's going to be Derrick Jaxn. He's going to look how popular he is. God knows what his follower count is. I don't even know what his thing is on Instagram right now, but he's a Gary V. He's a Rollo Tomasi. He's a Andrew Tate, right? He's a guy who has a lot of followership and goes after it, right? What happens to that woman, or what happens to women in general when they're already invested in that guy? The things that make him reach his peak potential are also the things that women find the most threatening when they are at the lowest point of their potential. Because when women are like 23 years old and they're on top of the world, and they're getting flued out, right? The world is their oyster. Then they don't tend to think about these things, but they do when they hit 29, 30, 31 years old. And there's institutions and there's social conventions that are in place, like black men don't cheat, like be faithful to your wives. And you will see, like I brought the guy, and I forget the guy's name, but I used this clip a week ago from seven-figure, was a faith-based millionaire, right? Seven-figure hustler. I don't know what the guy is. He's linked up with Patrick Bet-David, but he's talking about how, well, if I'm out with a guy and he's married and he's flirting with somebody, flirting with the waitress, man, I don't want to do business with that guy because he's just not faithful. And it's like that kind of like virtue signaling, and that kind of it says less about the guy who's actually doing the flirting and more about the guy that's like doing the pontificating about it, the guy who makes an issue of it. Because to me, anyways, it says that guy's not plugged in enough to realize what the dynamic is that's going on right there. As I was saying before, I'm less worried about that guy than I am about the guy who brings his wife into the fold, brings his wife into the show and has her determine the course of his peak potential. And that's, you will see quite often, is that women will get into that guy's business, get into the structure of that guy's peak potential, so that they can so they can direct the course of it. It's almost like a mate guarding tactic to a degree. It's like, well, I'm going to get involved in his business. I'm going to get involved in his TV show. I'm going to get involved in his book. I'm going to get involved in his world, so that I can direct the course. So I can keep these bitches away from my man, because I know that I'm a 6 and he's an 8. And that's where it goes. Because when you have the difference between like a 6 and an 8 or a 1, I would argue that a guy who is 1 point to maybe 2 points above his woman in sexual market value, and I mean perceptually, okay, perceptually. I didn't say objectively, I said perceptually. She believes she's a 7 and he's a 9. Right? It's just the perception at this point. When that happens, and that's the perception of the woman, those are the most healthy relationships you will ever have, especially if it's like maybe one step above, rather than the guy who is direct. Like it's a lateral move for a woman. Like if the woman's a 6 and he's a 6, and he's got to constantly maintain this, churn of like making this bitch happy all the time and living up to her expectations. And then what happens is when you have that woman who becomes very, very super possessive of him. I'm going to read I just think I would just put this up here. I didn't plan on doing this, but I think I will. Where'd that go? Because this is like, it's too perfect. This is my work, by the way. This is off of the Rational Male here. Let's see, push this up there. Much better. Okay. So this is off of one of my old posts that ended up as a chapter in the Rational Male. And so this is the true neutral. Like I say, the problem. So here's the thing: is I paired this off with a ratio. Now, if you see here, it says 1 to 1. It'll say 2 to 1. Blah blah blah. These are the ratios that I was looking at, and this is, when did I write this? This was back in 2014, 2013. I wrote this on June 20th, 2013. There we go. And again, as you see, there's the infamous graph. Now, the reason I did this is I was pairing this with a lot of people were coming down on me for the graph. They still do to this day, but I think now this old graph right here, that one, I think this is much more accepted today than it has ever been. And it took, by the way, I ate a lot of shit for this because people say, "Oh, that's not scientific." It is now. It most definitely is now. It's come to pass. So let's go here. Okay, so this is the 1 to 1 ratio. This means like if he's a 6 and she's a 6. Okay, so this is like the lateral move here. So this is the position of true neutral. I illustrated with my friend's situation above. I'll skip that part. I'm starting here because this is the ratio, which is everyone's mythological ideal. Okay, when women talk about having an equal partnership, this is what they mean. I'm equal, he's equal. We both make equal decisions. No one's more or less important in a relationship, which flies in the face of basically human, evolved human. Evolutionary firmware. Okay, there's always a dominant and there's always a submissive, and when you have that egalitarian ideal, show me your equal partnership relationship, and I will show you the woman who runs that show. Okay, for the guy. Okay, and the reason for that is because when they get to be the Derrick Jaxn, that's when the sort of psychosis kicks in, as you saw with his wife. Okay. So everyone will tell you that this is the equalist, the mythological ideal. Every equalist will tell you that they're striving for. Okay, be they male or female, the adherents of the equal balance fail to consider is that real sustainable equilibrium in SMV, sexual market value, is an impossibility. What every modern woman and gelded male in a long-term relationship will tell you is that they believe they are common examples of sexual market value equilibrium. The truth is that their ego investments in that equalist idealism won't allow for the real introspect necessary to accurately evaluate what their true individual sexual market value really is. Okay? Both in relation to themselves and the greater whole of society in their demographic. A 1 to 1 sexual market value doesn't exist, and it never will exist, because as I said before, even when that woman is a 6 and the guy is a 6, the guy still has to have value added. because of what he's trying to live up to the expectations of that woman, whether that be through values or beliefs or religion or whatever else. There's all this constant tail chasing for guys to make that to make that wife's or girlfriend's or whatever her life easier. That's why it doesn't exist. So I'm sure there will be naysayers who feel they play it fair with their wives or their girlfriends, but the fact remains that sexual market value is always in flux and doesn't allow for a true sustainable equilibrium. Hypergamy is an easy example. Fail one too many shit tests and your equitable 1-to-1 ratio slips to 2-to-1 in a woman's favor. A man getting to the gym more frequently or getting a promotion in status may be enough to upset that 1-to-1 balance. So if the guy increases, maybe it's a 1-to-2 balance, right? There are simply too many variables in a contemporary relationship to take the notion of sexual market value equilibrium seriously. Furthermore, we must consider that the effect that social media plays in women's self-evaluations of their SMV. I talked about this with Jedediah Bila, as a matter of fact, just this weekend or just this last week. And this is only one, albeit significant, social distortion that can upset the idealistic, equitable balance. Even the most stable and sexual SMV balanced pairings, the simple fact that both sexes' SMV peaks occur at different phases of life makes the notion of a contented balance laughable. However, it is important for a man to bear in mind that his SMV will eventually exceed that of any woman if he continues to improve himself and grows personally, physically, and financially into his sexual market value peak years. There will eventually come a time when a woman's SMV will decay to the point that her necessitousness will exceed her value. In other words, due to her fast burn decay, her fast burn decaying sexual market value, and recognized or not, she will eventually need a man more than he needs her, and he enters his peak SMV phase, and as she declines to the wall of her own, like the wall, the mythological wall. Right? Okay. It's during this critical phase that a woman must rely on her man's socially expected love, charity, obligation, and parental investment to maintain his secure attachment to her in the face of an obvious SMV imbalance. As I've covered before, women fundamentally lack the capacity to appreciate the sacrifices men make to facilitate women's reality. And once those facial wrinkles and cellulite can no longer be disguised by makeup or collagen, women will persist in the expectation of monogamous obligation in preference to the genuine desire, love, devotion, etc. a man may legitimately feel about her, regardless of her wrinkles, like wife goggles. Okay, push that off of there now. Okay, wrote that back in 2013. So when people people probably will start quoting this stuff afterwards. Know where it came from. Thank you very much. Use it to your advantage, gentlemen and ladies. So that's the long and short. And now there's, by the way, I cover like 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and the possessiveness and all the stuff that comes along with that. However, when you look at Derrick Jaxn, well, let's see if I got those pictures. Where'd they go? When you look at the two of them here, there we go. This is when they got married, right? This is like way back in the day. Is that an equal pairing? Are they equally yoked religious people? Is that equitable? Is that 1-to-1? Is this 1-to-1? Because I don't think this is 1-to-1. Now women will say, well, she's got kids and I'm not talking about value added. I'm just saying, just from visual, just from your initial read on all of this, is that 1-to-1? And I would argue that it isn't. However, even if it was 1-to-1, he's certainly much more than that now. Now, the problem that I have, the biggest problem that I have with all of this, is that he's promoting a lifestyle and promoting a philosophy, in this case, a real philosophy in this case, of being monogamous, and women are queens and respect all women and don't lick the ice cream and you're a son of a bitch if you do. Very much the same narrative that you will hear from Hafiz. Very much the same narrative you'll hear from guys who are very on top of the sort of the religious tradcon. It's almost this blend. It's this want for a blend of the red pill and like traditional values. Like, oh, well, men need to man up. They want the responsibility. They want the, thanks, Big Mo. Big Mo is in the house. I got to go. Okay, where's Big Mo? Big Mo, I got to give you a better sound drop. Thank you. Thank you, Big. And by the way, big ups to Big Mo because Big Mo saved my life. Well, saved my guitar's life. I have an acoustic guitar that I was looking for a case, and he came through like a champ, man. Thank you for that. I'll make that public right now. I did not have a guitar case to take that. My nice acoustic guitar that I have. I usually keep in Miami. I wanted to bring it back home, and I didn't have a case, and he came through like at the 0 hour. Thank you very much for that. I got super chats. Don't worry, I will get back to your super chats today. But before I do, I wanted to point out here. I'll have to talk about the myth of the midlife crisis for men, because it used to be that we could, like, women would say, oh, men, they just want to relive their glory days. And a lot of them do. They want to go back in time. They want to have that. I talked about this with Jedediah on Wednesday about the nostalgia effect and how guys want to go back. And like I was saying, she was showing like the Hooters girls from like back in like, I think the late 90s or the late 80s or early 90s. And I'm looking at the big hair and I'm going, oh man, how come we can't go back to that? You can never go home. But the idea that you were something else before, I think that's very pervasive for women, because they always want to get back to 21. Like they call the store Forever 21, not Forever 41. And there's always this want to go back in time. And there's always this want for a romanticized ideal from back in the day. And when we live in the past like that, I think that there is this notion amongst women that they think that like men actually live like that, right? So thank you very much for that. So midlife crisis, or is it just plain old waking up? That's it. It's a midlife epiphany is what it is. And there's even movies. I remember there's movies. Thanks, Big Mo. Yeah, that was it. It was my mother's extra case. She's a fellow guitarist. I did not know that your mom owned a music store or anything like that. Thank you very much. I know. And wouldn't take a dime for it either. And it was a great case. Loved it. It will be very well used. Tell mom it'll be very well used. But getting back to the midlife crisis, there used to be, I forget which movie it was, but there was like some 80s movie. It might have been like The Big Chill or something like that. I can't remember. But it was like guys hitting 40 and they wanted to go and relive their glory days, and they wanted to be they're like their lives that could have been. Like, I wish I wouldn't have done that when I had the chance. I wish I would have relived my life differently. Or they go and was it American Beauty? That's a really good one. Like with Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey, a gay man, by the way. And the American Beauty written or directed, I can't remember, by another gay man. How they nailed that they nailed that particular time in a man's life in that movie. Bravo. Because I can remember watching that for the first time, and I was like, when he was finally getting after, he was going to get back with his wife. I forget the character, but it's like Kevin Spacey, and he's middle-aged and his wife's middle-aged, and they're in a more or less sexless marriage. She's actually fucking somebody else at the time, but like they're finally like he mans up. He's like, I'm no longer taking shit at work anymore. I'm going to go. I sold this car. I sold the Ford Fiesta, and now I bought a Mustang or something like that because I rule, because I rock. And she was getting turned on by it, and she was really into it. And she really, in fact, I even wrote an essay about this scene. And she was turned on by the fact that he had changed. Yeah, net betting. She had changed her perception of him because now he was like starting to have some second thoughts about like his life that could have been. And it looked like maybe he was making a turn to be more alpha, I guess. And they were about to have sex with his wife, married sex, right? On the couch. And he has a beer in his hand, and they're about to get after it. And all she can do is watch the beer. Like that. She's worried. She's like watching like they're really about to get after it. And she's worried that he's going to spill the beer on the couch. And that was like her primary focus. It was like, my husband is like really good. Now I want to fuck my husband. But her perception of like, oh, I make sure that everything's right in the whole room or whatever. And yes, and that was it. Yeah, and that was a famous line. It's just a couch, right? Like, who cares about the couch? And if you ever seen that scene in American Beauty, where it's just a couch scene. That's a perfect example, shining example, another red pill example of how genuine desire needs to be. If you want to, if the woman is more concerned about a beer spilling on the couch than she is about fucking you, then that's mitigated desire. That's making you wait for sex, is what that is. That's the midlife crisis, yes. But if that woman is watching the beer and hoping it doesn't spill on the couch while she's about to get after it with you, that's mitigated desire. I made it's funny. I think it was the first show we did, like me and Mike Sartain on Access Vegas. I was trying to explain to the ladies at the table. I was trying to say, here's the difference between like mitigated desire and obligated desire. And one of my more famous, iron rules of Tomasi, number 3 is anytime a woman makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. That scene, perfect example of that. Absolutely perfect example of that. When that woman's desire is mitigated by a beer that may or may not spill on the couch, rather than being 100% focused on the guy that she wants to have sex with, that's what I'm talking about. And I have spelled it out this way before, but I was presenting it to the girls at the table. I said, look, I want such desire from that woman that she will change her religion to be with me, that she wants to have my babies, that she is not focused on the beer. She's focused on fucking me. That's the level that you want to talk about, the difference between transactional sex and the validational sex. That's it. It's that scene right there. It's just a couch, right? That scene. That's what I'm talking about. That's the difference between like genuine, innate, own her soul fresh, desire and mitigated desire. The mitigation is the beer spilling on the couch. Perfect example of that. Now, a million people are going to say that's a false allegory, blah, blah, blah. Don't give me this bullshit. What I'm saying is that's the illustration of it. But Kevin Spacey's character is going through this midlife crisis. And the reason why he's getting to that point and he wants to make a change in his life is because now he realizes his peak potential. And that's where Derrick Jaxn is right now. And that's really where Tiger Woods was when he decided to go ape shit and go bang all these chicks at Blue Martini in Orlando and other places, right? He what was it? The joke was what Chris Rock says, Derrick Jaxn may as well be him, but Tiger Woods just figured out he was Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger fucking Woods. I can go do whatever the fuck I want to. I've got this money. I have this attraction. I have this potential. And you know what? No one cares now. As Mike Sartain would tell you, no one cares. No one cares that. If anything, people are like, well, yeah, I guess I understand. You probably shouldn't have done that, but I understand the desire to do that. Because what happens is when you get to this point right here we go. When you get to this part, when you get to your peak potential as a guy, which I would argue that Derrick Jaxn most definitely is at right now, you might want to divorce your wife. You might say, you know what, it's not working out. He's cheating on her. And of course, if you're going to build your brand on some nonsense about black men don't cheat or real men don't do this or real men don't do that, he's selling the brand of the real man. And I think a lot of guys are kind of trying to jump on board where they're trying to like sort of bastardize Tate's message on like what a real man does and what he doesn't. That's kind of what Derrick Jaxn has been doing for quite some time, actually. But you see these tradcon guys who say, man up and take more responsibility as a man and blah, blah, blah. They never really acknowledge the problem between authority and responsibility. But what sells is this sort of, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And it's like this motivational speakers kind of tour thing. And if you're going to live that lifestyle and then you hit your peak potential and you're like, you know what, maybe it's best I divorce my wife. You know what? I've been cheating on my wife and now I can't, now it's unavoidable. And O'Shea was saying that like, this is career ending for Derrick. I don't think so. I don't think so whatsoever. People will not care. They will still buy into his bullshit. Now he's going to definitely have to make a pivot, but people will not care. I'll explain to you why. However, when guys get to be about 38, 39, that's stereotypically, that's when guys hit the quote unquote midlife crisis. I completely reject the notion of the midlife crisis. It is the midlife epiphany. It is the midlife recognition. Oh my God, It took me longer to get to my peak potential. And I wish I would have made those decisions, different decisions than I did in my past that are now affecting where I'm at right now. That's what Tiger Woods, he figured out he's Tiger Woods. Derrick Jaxn just figured out he's Derrick Jaxn, who he was going to be anyways. Some people will say, it's like you could be in your 50s and that's like your peak potential. I mean, and maybe you can make that argument, but again, I have to sort of look at things realistically here. I was in much better. I could have been in much better shape back when I was in my mid 30s. I chose a different life path, a different lifestyle. However, I understand why it is that women want to emphasize the midlife crisis. And you're right. Yes, Hex Enrique. It is most definitely a shaming tactic. Where'd you put that? Well, I'll put you up there for that one. That was pretty good. It's a shaming tactic, but it's also a delaying tactic. It's also a buffer. It's the don't think you're all that, mister, because I know the real you. And it is an insurance policy. It's the midlife crisis is a social convention that serves as a fail-safe. It serves as an insurance policy. So when women say, well, I can't believe, like I've had women tell me this before. I can't believe you would think that 36, 37, 38 years old is men's peak sexual market value years. And I have to explain it to them. You have to go down the list of the explanations as to why it is. But you have to go through this rigmarole. Oh, did I get to you? Oh, I got to you already. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to come back to super chats here in just a second. We're almost at the top of the second hour. So when I see like the midlife crisis, I've written at least 3 different articles or essays about the midlife crisis. And this is what I have to say is that it's guys who realize their life that could have been had they made different decisions. So one of the reasons, by the way, that I wrote the second book that by the way, that this is in, where'd it go? That the timeline is in, which you've seen me use several times. This is from the second book, Preventive Medicine. The reason why I say preventive medicine, preventive, was because I had so many guys saying, Rollo, I wish I would have had your book when I was, 25 years old. I wish I would have made different decisions. I wouldn't have married her. I would have stayed in college. I wouldn't have, transferred to a different state. I wouldn't have done these things to facilitate these relationship things that I thought were what I was supposed to do. I was doing the right thing. And then they realized that the right thing was based on expectations as opposed to what was best for them. And so when we get into like issues of like commitment, do men have a duty to be committed to their marriages? Do they have a duty to be committed to like do or die? Like, do they have a duty to their families? Do they have a duty to their workplace? Do they have a duty, or do they have a duty, a commitment to themselves? What's more important? The commitment. Like, people say this all the time. Well, commitment's very important. You got to be committed, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If you read 48 Laws of Power, you'll say, don't never commit to anybody except for yourself, for your own interests. And most people do that. But there's this idea that you have to be dedicated and dutiful. And if you're going to make that promise, if you're going to get married and whatever, you got to stick with it no matter how bad it gets. And as I was saying before, women are, divorcing men 70 to 80% of the time. Here is an example of a man. I think somebody can clarify this for me. I would love to know, did he file or did she file? Because it serves as an example of a guy who's like, you know what? My life would be better without this chick. Is she crazy? Because that was on the list, by the way. The reasons why men initiate divorce. Drug abuse. The other one was criminality. And then number 3 was like, she's clinically insane. Like she's seriously fucked up in the head. And my life would be better not sticking to this and getting out of this. Now, if you read his, I read earlier, like what his explanation of his, wanting to get out, well, now we're going to be co-parents. He talks about himself in the third person, which is exactly what I talk about myself in the third person sometimes when I'm saying, hey, Rollo Tomasi can't go into this place and not say this, right? I will do that, but I'm doing that from a brand perspective. I'm not doing that from a personal perspective. So it's not like I'm trying to dissociate myself from, my wife or my family or anything. I do that because it's like the brand of Rollo Tomassi. In fact, I do that because I want there to be a separation between the brand of Rollo Tomassi and the rational male and who I am as a person when I turn off the phone and turn off the mic and turn off the camera. Because I think that's important to maintain your persona and not to be that guy all the time. But here we have this guy who's resorting to his brand because he's trying to rationalize and explain why he's divorcing after his brand has been based on the commitment, on the black men don't cheat, on, you guys, basically the Matt Hussey brand, right? And now women are disillusioned by this. He's a good looking dude. He's like 6'5". He's like the black Justin Waller. and I understand he probably wants to get with it. And I know that we're going to get to the part where the other chicks that he's been sort of cheating with. We'll get to that. But it goes back. You want to talk about how men reach that peak potential and then they realize, fucking, hey, I'm Derrick Jaxn. I can have way better than this. I'm Gary V. Why would I stick it out with this chick right here who gives me nothing but grief all the time? It's no longer cheaper to keep her. It would be better. My life would be better if I went through this divorce process, paid her off, and then I'm out and I'm free and clear of this instead of like sneaking around and trying to fuck. Same thing with Robert Kiyosaki, man. When Kim Kiyosaki tells Robert Kiyosaki, I don't need you anymore, after God knows how long in marriage, all of that illusion, all that disillusion, I should say, hits us. It's like a smack in the face. And so you got, Robert Kiyosaki, who's like, hey, I never cheated on Kim my entire marriage, but he's like, I should have. That's the midlife crisis. I should have done this. That's why I said I wrote preventive medicine. So guys will know what to expect from women at different phases of life, because they don't look at things strategic, like from a grand strategy perspective. They look at it from event to event to event instead of looking at the whole. I think women would benefit from that as well. Most people don't really think about grand strategy. They think about battle, like one, instead of one continuous like time stream, like how long do you have before you're dead? Like if on average, and what do you need to accomplish? What do you want to accomplish before you hit, hopefully, I hope you live a good long life, like 90 years old. What do you want to, and what can you expect from people? And what can you expect from women and yourself from 15 till you're 95? That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm getting at. And so when guys get to that 40-year-old mark and women want to say, oh, you're just trying to relive your high school year, your glory days. You're just trying to relive, when you were the quarterback of the high school football team at homecoming, right? And you won the game, right? That's like they want to belittle you. God damn it. I hate it. Guys, ladies, there is nothing that is more pandering. There is nothing that is more annoying than when a woman goes, oh, you and your little insert whatever, you and your little career, you and your little this, little that, you and your little manosphere guys, you and your little red pill, anything. Whenever you hear that word little, that's, first of all, that's passive aggressive. But whenever, especially if it's something that's important, you and your little guitars, you're like Eddie Van Halen, you and your little guitars, right? Don't use that. Stop using that, lady. You want to tell you what language not to stop using, ladies? Stop using that word. You and your little friends. But when the guys get to that point, when they get to their peak potential years, you have to remember that the things that put you at that peak potential are also going to be very threatening to women, because they know that you've turned yourself into, it takes longer, by the way, to turn yourself into the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. Derrick Jaxn is most definitely that guy. Other men want to be him. Hell, he's built a brand on other men wanting to be him. And other women want, definitely other women want to fuck Derrick Jaxn. that has been settled. But we'll still hear these guys pontificate, and they'll get like really self-righteous and virtue signal and everything else. And he's up to this point, that's what he's been doing. It's going to be really interesting to see where his brand goes after this. But he's at that midlife crisis point. And it's not a crisis, it's midlife epiphany. Women know you're going to get to that point. If a woman got with you at, like, say, 29, 30 years old, she understands that I think on some level of consciousness, most women understand that it takes longer for a man to mature into his peak potential than it ever will for women. And at that time, the things that made her the most her peak attractiveness are on the downswing and his is on the up. It serves women to de-ego men, to make sure that they don't get too big ahead, to make sure that they don't think they're all that, to say God's going to punish you if you cheat on me, to say, well, you're less than a man. You're not a real man if you cheat on your husband or on your wife. You're not a real man if you do these things. And again, like I said, he's built a very successful brand on that. Let me grab all the rest of these as I go. That was John Dredd, who I know your real name. Not get anybody else. I forgive me if I miss I don't think I'm missing anybody. So I got 17 here starred. So let's go back to the beginning here. Sorry, guys. Okay. It's okay, Rollo. You're the godfather. Don't let it hurt your feelings. I know you're in your feelings, brother. I'm not my feelings. Thank you very much. They bomb. The bomb, baby. That's okay. Use my stuff. Please do. Just use it accurately. Just so I don't have to go and clean up your mess. That's a problem. We'll be smooth. Rollo, do you still consider Just Peraly Things a hack? Yes, I did. And I said as much. Go watch the show that I did with Adam Sosnick, and you will get why I explained it that way. I believe she said that Kevin Samuels had advised her before she rose to fame. Well, so did everybody else. Who didn't? Who didn't advise? Fresh and Fit were the template that she bases her show on. I explained that pretty much in great detail on Adam Sosnick's show last Thursday. So yes, all I'm looking for is accuracy, please. And okay, so let me explain to you what convinced me that Pearl is a hack. The interview between her and Hafiz. At that point, I was like, yeah, it's not about there's no substance here. She knows how to mouth the words. And by the way, she's not the only one. Leah Heilpern, I would throw into that category as well. I'm trying to think who else. Like Ricky Red Pill. I don't even know where that guy came from. What planet did that guy fly in from? But they mouth the words well enough to get to the point where they think they can get through an hour show and present themselves as being some spokesman or representative of the Red Pill. And all you're doing is just trying to remember rote memorization of something I said or Myron said or Kevin Samuels said or whatever else. And you're trying to present it in a new way without really learning it, without really having it as something that is it's not substantial. There's no substance to it. It's all sizzle and no steak, if you get my meaning. And when I saw her go up against Hafiz, not CGA, when I saw her go up against Hafiz, and Hafiz is just basically running the show for her, and she's just trying to come up with buzz clip or buzz term after buzz term. Oh, now I say this. If it's if then logic, if this happens, then say this, right? And when I see that to me seems more of she's trying to stick to a template. And when I see that happening, it's not somebody who's contributing anything of substance to the manosphere. It's about how can I enrich myself with this material? How can I follow this template? And a lot of other people are trying to do that right now too, not just Pearl. They think that if they get a bunch of girls together around a table and they have one host that's going to start, running through, let's go run. Oh, what do you look for in a guy? What do you think? There's a standard, list of questions. They think that the template itself is successful. It's not the template. It's not getting people around the round table and talking. I've tried to emphasize this when we're doing Access Vegas. Okay. It's about the substance of the show. I told Myron and Fresh this as well. I think it was at the beginning of this year, as a matter of fact. You got a guy. What was it? I don't even know if he's still around, but the guy who was doing We in Miami podcast. I think he goes by the name Stunt or some shit like that. I'm not really sure, but he's trying to do pretty much the same thing. Got a neon sign says live girls, whatever. Trying to ape the same look and the same template as Fresh and Fit. And a lot of people just try to do that same thing. They try to have that format where they get the girls in there, all going to sit around the round table. Some of them do it better than others. I happen to like Whatever podcast with Brian Atlas. He does that out of UC Santa Barbara. So it's very interesting because it's almost like the white boy version of Fresh and Fit. And I've given him some pointers. I think one of the reasons why his show doesn't take off any more than it does is because it's just him. He needs a good cop, bad cop vibe like Myron and Fresh have. But if all you're doing is asking questions that you think are the standard template questions, here's the script that we're going to follow, it gets boring. And the reason it's boring is because you don't have any background in the red pill that Myron does. That's, you like, who does the most schooling of the girls on Fresh and Fit? Myron does, because Myron has a background and he's learned the material. When I see, like, when you see Pearl on her show and she's asking those questions that she's throwing this out there, she's not running the show. It's the people who are at the table that are running the show. It's the people who are like giving her the responses that actually direct the course of the show. Myron directs the course of the show. I direct the course of this show. Myself and Mike direct the course of Access Vegas because we have a background in the material. That's the difference. It's not the template. It's the education. And until guys understand that, you're gonna see more and more of these, sort of Me Too, like Can I Play Too kind of podcasts, up until the point where they realize that it's not the actual template and it's actually the material. Rollo, how do you break up mentally with a girl? That's actually from my third book, from the Reconstruction. What I meant by that is that I had guys, I'll explain this to you because it kind of gets back to what Derrick Jaxn was doing. Guys will be in like sexless marriages and they'll be like, how, like they don't want to leave their wife. They're really genuinely in love with their wives or their girlfriends or whatever. They just want to get back to fucking. They just want to get back to having a good sex life again because they're in sexless marriages or whatever. And they don't want to leave the girl. They don't want to leave the wife. They just want to turn the sex spigot back on. And so I wrote this series of essays called The Reconstruction, and it was specifically for guys who were in marriages or long-term relationships who were like, Rollo, how do I get her to have sex with me again? And if she would just tell me what to do, I would do it. That mentality is exactly what's killing your relationship. It's like, what can I do? Think about yourself, break up with her in your head. That's the first step. And that's what I meant. You have to, I'm not saying serve her papers. I'm just saying you have to break up with her in your head. It's like, okay, I'm done. Now, if I were single again, if she died, or if we were divorced, how would I live? What would I do next? Get in the gym? You should. What would I do? How would I improve myself? Build yourself up while you're still actually objectively, you're still married. But in your head, you're kind of like, okay, we're just roommates. I'm not fucking her. I'm not doing anything. Well, clearly I'm not fucking her. What would you do? How would you prepare yourself for the sexual marketplace if you were single right now? That's what I mean by you have to have that mentality. The problem is that when guys get to that point and they go, well, I'm going to improve myself. And 6 months later, 7 months, 8 months later, they're looking better. They're in the gym. They develop new habits. They think they've given themselves permission to change their minds about themselves. And then the next step is, okay, well, if you were single now, would you get with the woman that you're with? Now is it worthwhile for you? Because the reason why guys don't change is because they're changing for her. They're not changing for themselves. They're not changing because they're put on the spot. If you were single today, you would develop a set of habits that are much different than if you're the lifestyle, the comfortable routine lifestyle that you're living in right now with your wife or your girlfriend or whatever who won't have sex with you. You're living a different way. That's why I say you have to mentally break up with that girl, divorce that wife that won't fuck you in your head at least, and say, okay, that's what our relationship's about right now. What would you do? Well, you probably would get in the gym. You probably improve yourself. If you want to go out there in the sexual marketplace, I don't want to say clubs because most guys aren't like, especially when they get older, like, I don't go to clubs. But what would you do differently? How would you live your life differently? That's where it's supposed to force you into that sort of way of thinking, so that when you get to the point where you've improved yourself, you have to ask yourself the question, now that I am higher value, now that I'm a 2 steps above my wife in sexual market value, and suddenly she has a sexual reinterest in me, is she even worth or would she have ever been worth my consideration? That's a good question, actually. I think that was actually why I wanted to recover this. If Derrick Jaxn was Derrick Jaxn, like who he is right now, like his sexual market value at his mid-30s, if he was that dude in the pictures, Now, would he marry, much less date, a chick that looks like the girl that he met when he was a teenager? I don't think so. That's where you have to go with that. Because most men don't realize, that's why I say stay single at least until you're 30. Don't even consider getting married until your mid-30s, if ever at all, right? But stay single, stay on, spin plates, my friend, until at least 30 years old. Maybe after that, maybe early 30s. Because that will put you in a different state of mind. Because now you're going to go, okay, because I have to impress upon young men, especially when they're 19, 20 years, 21 years old, that your life is going to be much different when you get to be 30, 31 years old. Because what happens, and that this has been my experience over the course of the 20 years I've been in the manosphere, is I'll get guys who are like 29, 30 years old, 31 years old. And they'll go, Rollo, man, all these girls from my high school are hitting me up on Facebook. And now they wouldn't give me the time of day, but now they've taken an interest in me. I don't know, man, maybe I just been living the right life. And I'm like, no, they're desperate. No, you're the guy that they wanted you to wait for them until they got to 29, 30, 31 years old. That's why they're interested. Hey, man, I can finally fuck that girl from homecoming. Hey, I can finally get with that girl who wouldn't give me the time of day back when I was in college. I must be doing something right. No, you're just in the right place at the right time. And they're still ignorant of the game. That's what it boils down to. You want to know why you have a midlife crisis? Is because you've been ignorant of the game until you got to the point where you made decisions. And then you hit your peak potential and you go, holy shit, I would have done it so much different. I'm 36 years old. I made partner in the law firm. I'm hitting my stride right now. I would have lived my life that could have been. I would not have gotten married at 28 years old. I would not have had a kid at 30. I would not have done these things had I known then what I know now. Had I been the Derrick Jaxn that I am now, back when I met that girl, I would never have got with her because there's so many hot bitches I would have been with. And he would have been singing a much different tune. His grift, his business, his motivational positivity hustle would be way different than it is. He might be a Justin Waller for all we know. He might have been in the manosphere had things changed differently for him. I would argue that Hafiz would probably be a much different person had he not had all of that sort of like, oh, I got to stay dumb and blue pill until I'm 30. And then I'll get married and then I'll be doing things the right way. How many guys have committed suicide because they did things the right way? I did. You do the right thing. Yeah, you do the right thing and do the right thing. And then you realize that nobody's playing by the same rule books that you are. That's a midlife crisis. That's a midlife epiphany. Shit, I have all of this sexual selectivity, but I can't exercise it. Holy shit, I got all these hot bitches that want to fuck me, but I got to stick with her because I got kids. That's the midlife crisis. I'm going to go buy a sports car. Women want it. The reason why women shame guys for the midlife crisis is because they're trying to keep them in the box. They're trying to keep them on the plantation. They're trying to keep their heads out of what could be. Hey, mister, your dedication's to me. It's better if the guy is actually in love with the woman and wants to stay with her and wants to have a relationship. It's way better if he's like the one who says, okay, I see value in this. It's different when that guy gets to the point where he's finally got to his peak potential and his wife has not kept up with her, doing her best to stay as close as she can to him. I think that's the main problem. One of the reasons why guys divorce their wives after a midlife crisis, or they get to be the Tiger Woods or the Derrick Jaxns, right? The reasons why those women are in a really tough spot is because they felt like they are entitled, regardless of how fat they get, how old they get, how many kids they have, whatever, that because he's got dedication he's committed to me and the Lord, that's what he's got to do. He better show up on time when I tell him the dinner's ready. Right? That if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. That is a convention to keep that guy from realizing his peak potential and what his selectivity is. And don't get any bright ideas, mister. Don't hang out with Justin over there because he can bang all these hot chicks because you need to be here at the house back by 8:00. Surveillance society, my friends. Thomas Vandenberg. It's a great band, by the way. And I would not have Van Halen. Vandenberg, go look it up. Adrian Vandenberg Has there been a recent rise in men filing for divorce for reasons other than crime or drugs? I don't think there's been a rise in it. Perhaps they realize the benefits aren't worth the costs in a gynocentric social order. Yeah, but you also have to take into consideration the cheaper to keeper dynamic as well. So yes and no, but I think probably the way this happens is, guys, it's reflected in the lowest marriage rate in recorded history, 5.1 per 1,000. They're just simply not doing it. And also, there ain't no marriage strike. It's just incentive. That's all it is. It's not like guys are getting, okay, guys, we're going to get together and we're not going to marry these women. They're just not doing it because there's no incentive for them to do it. It's not some big fiendish plot like, oh, hey, we're all going to get together. Hey, MGTOW, let's get together and not marry women, not do something. Okay. Never in the history of the world has there been an easier group to become a part of. Think like the 1%. Did I give you one of these? Can you give your opinion on passport bros and how men are using this movement to deal with the challenges of modern dating in the U.S.? I think what you mean is like leave the U.S. and go get with a foreign bride, right? Hey, hold that thought. Oh, yes, we're going to touch on that today. Do you think if this movement, and it's not a movement, again, it's just incentive, becomes big enough, legislation will be implemented to stop men from going overseas? Oh, my God, no, it won't. No, we'll come back to that, though. Hold that thought. That was really good because I've got a video for you, my friend. Dark Knight Dev says, do you think guys should live a degenerate lifestyle? Define degenerate. What makes you degenerate? That's what we can start right there. For a period of time, in order to have a healthy view of women, I think you should spin plates. I ask this because I see too many men pedestalizing women and having one-itis. Okay, well, that's the problem, is characterizing dating non-exclusively as being degenerate. That's the problem. Most men don't date at all. 80%ers who are unattractive, they're not getting left swiped or right swiped. And that's the number one way men and women meet today. So deal with it. Most men aren't even in the sexual marketplace. They're not in at least 30% of men are sexless, have not had sex in the last year, are not even in the running, aren't even in a race. And I'm not saying, it's because they're MGTOW and they opted out. No, they're opted out because they're out. They're just not getting anywhere. So what's degenerate? There's very few guys that can live a quote unquote degenerate lifestyle. Very few fuck boys on planet Earth, because it's the women that are selecting who the fuck boys are. Now, if a guy realizes that and he says, you know what, I can leverage this and I can have sex with a lot of women if I want to. Great. Especially the last two generations, they're having less sex than like the boomers and Gen X, man. Shit, I loved the degenerate lifestyle when I was in my rock star 20s. Loved every minute of it. You had meaningless sex. It was not meaningless. I meant to fuck every one of them. And I regret maybe one or two times. And that's about it. Because that's what I wanted to do. And it wasn't about validation. And it wasn't about feeling better about myself or showing off to the bros. It's just because I'm a dude with testosterone in my bloodstream and I just wanted to have a good time. I wanted to enjoy the experience of having sex with that woman. I still do that with my wife. That's how I look at sex right now, is I love the experience of having sex with my wife. I don't think about what comes after. That's a female way of thinking about sex, by the way. Oh, you're thinking with the little head instead of the big head. No, what you're thinking is that the experience of sex versus the post-nut clarity, right? The post-sex experience. Oh, you're only supposed to have sex to have kids. There's like trad cons that will say that any sex that does not end up or is not directly or intentionally for a procreation is a drug addiction. I've heard it put that way, which I think is like ludicrous. If anything, I'm very much a sensationalist. Like, I mean that not just from the sexual sense of things. Like, I'm about to go take my snowmobile out because we've had a big dump out here since I got back from Miami. And I want the experience of taking my sled out and doing something very, very stupid and dangerous. Setting myself on fire, Aaron Clary. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I won't run it that rich. But it's the experience. I don't take the sled out and go, boondocking or go like do backcountry, snowmobiling because I want to come back and go, hey guys, let me tell you all about it. Hey guys, let me, hey, aren't you impressed with me? I've got this really great snowmobile over here. Yeah, she's a 10. That seems ludicrous, right? So why would that be a thing for guys when it comes to chick? That's a very blue pill, very 80%er way of looking at sex because it's a post-sex goal as opposed to sex as the experience is the goal. That's the point. And most guys will never understand that. They have to use that as sort of a intrasexual competition. Well, you're only having sex with hot bitches because you need validation. Validation is the post-sex, not the actual sex of it itself. Like, no, I want to be in the moment. I want to be driving away, baby. Ride you to glory. That's the goal. But I think that the idea that everything has to be meaningful or it's all about the afterwards. Nope. Wait. Here, I got this good draft. Here you go. Wrong. But I'm going to, I will say this though, King Dev, I'm get back to your point here is that, do you think a guy's a degenerate? Well, what's degenerate? Spinning plates? Are women living a degenerate lifestyle? Because women are having, by and large, statistically speaking, women are having more sex than of the same age cohort are having more sex than the men of that same cohort. Are they having are they degenerates? If a woman has 6 sexual partners, is she a deviant? Is she a degenerate? If a woman has 10, does that make her degenerate? Like, I think it's very important to understand that words have meanings and they qualify things for you. So dating non-exclusively, if you look at my plate spinning, my plate theory chapters of the first book of The Rational Male, which I will put, where did it go? There we go. Now I have the little bug up at the top and I have it at the bottom. If you go to those chapters, I specifically mention in those, if you read the goddamn book, not you personally, but I point out that you don't have to be fucking every girl that's on your roster. They have to be potentials for sure. The girl has to actually be interested in, the future of having sex with you at the very most. But the spinning of plates is real. It's a euphemism for dating non-exclusively, which women do. Women have to analyze and play to their options, right? They have to, we call it prudence, right? Women have to be prudent about their getting with that guy or that young man or that suitor who's courting me. Don't use the word court. It's stupid. That guy who wants to get with me. And it's so they have to be, we call it being pro. A woman can always change her mind. It's the female prerogative. Well, men don't get to do that. We don't have the luxury of changing our mind because we have to mean what we say and we have to say what we mean. Well, what I say is this, is I don't consider getting married or excuse me, don't consider being monogamous until you're 30. And the reason for that is because you'll be less likely anyways to get into a position like Derrick Jaxn is in, where finally you are hitting your stride at 36 years old, and then you have to go through a divorce. And this is not just for him personally, but it's also for the wife, for his wife that he's been with for God knows how long. Do her the favor of not pretending or insulting her that's not the case. Do not insult her by saying, at whenever she's in her teens or whatever, do not see the forest for the trees, look at the timeline, have a capacity for thinking in terms of grand strategy. So when you get to be 36 years old and you've maximized your peak potential, assuming you do, you're still in great shape. I mean, look at the dude, right? You're 6'5". You're built like a brick shit house. You are on top of your game. You're making all this money. Not just pretend. Like most guys can't even fantasize about that. So when they're 21, 22, like, oh yes, can I have some more pussy, please? More, please. That's why you get this pedestalization and everything, because you're in the position of sexual deficit. Women are much more powerful at 23 than men are at 23. Much more. But most men can't fantasize about being 36 years old and looking like Derrick Jaxn and being on top of their game like that. They can't imagine being like that. And so therefore they make decisions based on values and rationalizations and self-righteousness. And then they get into a position where they have downstream effects. How are their kids going to be affected by dad's inability to have the foresight to see where he was going to be and maximizing his potential? How do mothers and grandparents and his and hers and all the people that follow them and look up to them and use them as sort of models, like lifestyle models? How are like this huge following, the people that come to see him speak at motivational things, how are their lives now a little bit lessened by all this, by his inability to have accepted his own male nature and female nature as well? How does that work out? That's why I'm saying, like, you owe it not only to yourself as a man, you also owe it to the woman or the women or whatever that you are with to say, hey, look, I know that I'm not that guy yet. When I get to be 36 years old, then I'd say, you know what? I think I might want a wife. I think I might want a long-term girlfriend, or I think I might want a mother for my child because I want to have kids. I firmly believe that monogamy is at least in some way endemic to the male. Well, women for sure, they have maternal instincts, but like for men, we have something that says, I want to pass on my genes. I want to be parentally invested in my son, my daughter, whatever else. And that requires parental investment, which requires at least some form of monogamy. I've got to invest in this one woman, and I got to find somebody who's worth investing in. And guys don't realize, like, when you're 25 years old, you don't have the same mentality or the same outlook on life that you do when you're 35 years old and you're hitting your stride. Don't insult that woman. Don't insult your mom or your dad, because they're going to also be feeling the downstream effects of it. Grandma and grandpa are now going to be affected by this on both sides. Little kids, your children, they're going to be affected by this. And I don't care how many little niceties that you want to throw out there about like co-parenting and talking about yourself in the third person. Fuck that. The decision you're making right now is going to affect them, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be a net positive, put it that way. And the reason why it's not is because you failed to have the foresight to think in terms of grand strategy. You throw rocks and shit all over these red pill guys who want to tell you, who want to say, look at this timeline here. Oh, that's bullshit. That's just those red pill guys. And here we are. And here we fucking are. And you know who's suffering the consequences of it? You and your wife, and certainly your kids and everyone else. And you can sugarcoat it with Jesus and God and going to church and pray for us. You can do that all day long. But you know what? Had you had the foresight to look at something like this, or even give any kind of like legitimate consideration to what the manosphere or the red pill has been saying for 2 fucking decades right now, had you been able to do that, you wouldn't be where you're at right now. You would have made much different decisions. So let me get back to... Where are my super chats? They're there. But thanks for that, Dark Knight. That was a really good one. Let's see. Mike Metro. I like O'Shea, Rollo, Udaman. You know, I know, like, I think O'Shea has a different opinion of me, courtesy of Anthony Johnson, but I don't hate him. I know he's done hit pieces on me, but whatever. In this instance, I think he did something right. So I got to call him. I got to give him props. 2-bit user. By the way, 2-bit, thank you for all of the YouTube videos you send me as suggestions. Keep doing that. I like it. Do you think Jada is destroying Will Smith in order to keep him locked down? No, she's doing it because she enjoys it now. She doesn't need to, put it this way, Jada does not need to do that. She wants to do that now. Will definitely outclasses Jada in career and fame. Yes. And the only way she can make herself feel good in a sort of a vicarious way is to shit on him. Is hating from outside the Will Smith club for Jada at this point. Fan I am. My friends like how Jordan Peterson is helping men be better for themselves, etc. I tried to extol the virtues of Rollo Tomasi's work, which addresses issues that Jordan Peterson doesn't. So in a nutshell, what's the difference between my work and his work? Okay, well, my work, first of all, is firmly grounded in evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology, Whereas, honestly, I think if you want, are you just trying to get me to badmouth JP? Because I will if you want. I'm happy to do that, but not like, I mean, I'm going to do it from a psychological or from a rational perspective. Honestly, I think Jordan Peterson is a brand that it's having its dying gasps right now. You know, I know that he's on Daily Wire, but I think at this point we're kind of milking a dead cow with Jordan. Especially when he does the Exodus series with Dennis Prager and God knows whatever else. You know, they're talking about Israel and Jews and all that stuff, especially in light of Kanye West's recent shenanigans. The difference I would say is, like, I think my work is far more grounded and applicable, whereas like Jordan's stuff is really kind of I'll say pseudo profound, but like is much more in the pie. It's kind of like Socrates and Aristotle. You know, it's like looking up and then staying down on the ground. Like if JP's looking up, I'm the one who's saying, stay right here, stay on the ground. Like this, let's deal with what is. I think that also here's a primary difference. My perspective is fundamentally, I would say, neutral, I guess, for lack of a better term, because some people say, well, it's very positive. You saved my life. Great. I'm glad. But when I listen to the philosophies of Jordan Peterson, it's usually everything is suffering. Everything is like, it's almost like Buddhist in a sense. Like Buddhists, I mean, like, or is there an orthodox Buddhism? Like Buddhists think that life is dukkha, right? It's suffering. Life is suffering. And the way that you eliminate suffering is by eliminating desire, which I think is fundamentally flawed when it comes to human nature. You will never be content. And so therefore, the solution to that is to remove the desire to be content, right? And then find some sort of nirvana. Here's your cover shot. There you go. Mark that. Is to find some way of eliminating. Like the whole point of life is to just like eke your way through it. You know, try to minimize suffering as much as possible, and help people along the way. I fundamentally disagree with that. If I have a philosophy of life, it's this. It's that what defines human existence is discontent. You've heard me say this before. I'll give it to you again. It is creatively managing discontent instead of destructively managing discontent. You will never be content. And when you are content for a while, and I'm not to say you can't experience contentment and fulfillment. I love it. Well, what do guys have to do to be fulfilled and find meaning? Nothing. You know what you do? You keep doing. That's why you manage discontent. When you're happiest, you're managing discontent in a creative way that is intrinsically rewarding. That's how. Dopamine, endorphins, all that gets triggered when you're going from point A to point B. Point B isn't like the happiness point. It's getting to that point. So you will always be discontent in this life. And if you want to call that suffering, fine, go right ahead. But the trick is not in like suffering through it and finding some way to just sort of, finding some meaning in doing it. It was man's search. Was it Viktor Frankl's Men's Search for Meaning? Carl Jung. It's time to throw away those guys. It's time to move. Can we? We're in the 21st century. It's managing discontent creatively, constructively. That's how we got here as a Western society. That's what made us great. And the problem is we're all like sitting around with our dicks in our hand, not doing anything, and wondering why we're on antidepressants and why we're stuck on, smoking weed and prescription opioids. Alcoholics, women, by the way, have surpassed men in alcoholism. Just saying. But if there's a fundamental difference in my, perspective as opposed to Jordan's, is like I fundamentally disagree with the fact that everything is like, how can we just like tolerate this suffering through life as best we can? Fuck that. Fuck average. Fuck that. How are you going to creatively manage your discontent? And then once you've got to that achievement, once you've climbed that mountain and you want to get to the next mountain, how are you going to be happy and you're going to find, reward? How is that going to be intrinsically rewarding from you to get to from the mountain you're on right now up to that other mountain? That's the difference. Arx hominimum. A man with an attractive wife is perceived to be more moral, according to research. Oh, good. Just gonna leave that here. Steelheart or Slaughter? Please, Slaughter. Mark Slaughter, come on. Yes. You ask me about 80s metal bands. You can throw those out. I'll answer those. Basic Q. What does licking the ice cream mean? Go look at the dedicated show I did called Licking the Ice Cream. It's there in the archives. There you go. Bobby Sour Juice. Bobby Sour Juice. You deserve something for that. Hold on a second. Here we go.
Would you like to know more?
There you go, Bobby Sour Juice. So it's the male version of an epiphany phase. Yeah, kind of, but it's like kind of retroactive. It's like post facto, I guess. Like you've already made the decision, so it can't really be a true epiphany phase, but it's realizing that your potential could have been more than it actually is. Personally, I'd rather make a new future than try to harken back to being young, dumb, and not accomplished. Again, the difference between myself and Peterson is creatively, constructively managing discontent. And that's exactly what you're talking about right here. I would rather make a new future than harken back to my young. Yes, because you know why? Because guys that want to relive their glory days, they're trying to manage discontent of their present situation by going back and reliving vicariously or otherwise the life that they could have had. That's why chicks do that, by the way. Bobby Sour Juice, thank you. That was really good. Ran Jan 55. Have rideshare apps increased suburban and rural women's perceived dating pool by creating easy and cheap access to clubs, bars, and trendy neighborhoods? I will tell you this: Uber, Lyft, whatever, have most definitely increased the number of cars that are on the street today. I was just talking about that. I was just thinking about that because I'm looking to buy a car so that a transportation. I might get a Camaro, a bitchin' Camaro, for Las Vegas because I'm down there quite a bit now. I will be down in Vegas on the 14th, and I'm going to be doing an interview with Mike Tang. Not Mike Sartain. Mike Tang is going to be in studio with us in Sticky Paws. If you know who Mike Tang is the guy who did the photographs of me back. Like you'll see, they're my press shots right now. Mike Tang's a fantastic photographer. He is a guy who I'm part of his family. I'm part of his family. And I went down there actually with Kevin Savo in May, and I did a photo shoot with him. He is most well known for shooting women, though, because he does like social media shots, and he's very, very good. He was at Paradise Challenge in Jamaica not too long ago. Mostly very sexy women shots is what he does, so that they have those for like Instagram and stuff. But he's a very interesting character. He's going to be in Vegas on the 13th and the 14th. And so Mike and we didn't even know this, but Mike Sartain was already friends with Mike Tang, and so was I. And so we figured, we have a common friend here. So we're going to do an interview with him on the 14th, which is this Wednesday. That will be, by the way, your midweek show. And then on the 15th will be Access Vegas, which is going to be there'll be an 8:00 show Pacific time. So it will be at 11:00 Eastern time. So we're trying to make it a little bit more convenient for people to watch. We're not going to be opposite of Fresh and Fit. And we'll have 4 girls in with us. And I'm going to see if maybe Mike Tang wants to stick around. I don't know how long he's in Vegas. So we'll see how that works out. But he's doing photo shoots in Vegas. Every now and then Mike Tang will go to like different locations. One of those happens to be Vegas. So that's what we're doing. But when I go around in Vegas, and one of the reasons I'm trying to find a car right now is because I always have to take Uber or Lyft places, and I don't want to do that anymore, or borrow my daughter's car. So I'm looking for a car, and then I realized, one of the reasons why there's so much traffic on the streets here and in Miami and other places is because of Uber and Lyft. There's more cars on the road right now. So is that, I would say, is it contributing? Yeah, maybe. In to some degree, I would agree with that. DC, have you read Alison Armstrong? Should I have? In The Amazing Development of Men, she says, midlife crisis is a man realizing he'll not hit his entire potential. Yeah. What do they say? Like the real definition of hell is like getting to the end of your life and then having all of the things that could have been, like all your peak potential, like shown to you. I think that's unique to guys. Women will probably argue with me, but I think that because men have a burden of performance and we have like, what could I have done had I made different decisions? We talk about discontent being what defines the human experience. For guys, when we have a peak potential and when we are respected according to our merits and according to our achievements and according to the things that we have done and we can do, I think it's a whole lot more pronounced. And yes, I would definitely agree with that. Rollo will always be underrated. Well, I hope so. How to man. I watch all your episodes, but this one I clicked on faster than a feminist jumping on Derrick Jaxn's empowered lectures. Thanks for doing this episode. You are welcome. Now, I'm not trying to burn Derrick Jaxn, but it's getting kind of easy. I know how it sounds, but. And my good friend, John Dredd, who has the airborne, who I know who this is, who is in the great state of Florida, probably right now watching, just finished PH and excellent read starting Positive Masculinity. You mean preventive medicine. I think he meant PM. It's close. It's close to that. Here's a little something to keep Ned off the dancer pole. Thank you very much. You know what? You can have, where'd it go? Oh, wait. No. Here, this one's for you for sure.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
And you know why I've put that on there. Ned thanks you for keeping him off OnlyFans, one super chat at a time, baby. All right. I have missed a whole shit ton of these things, so I'm going to go back in time a little bit here just so I can catch up. Wild hogs. What the hell are you guys talking about? It's funny. Like I get into these things and then everybody starts. Oh, is this it? Does traveling overseas give you the highest likelihood of a traditional woman to consider for marriage? Is there any better alternative for a successful relationship than a man going to a country where women are still financially dependent on a man? Well, we will see in just one moment here. I wonder how long guys have been going overseas to find. Let's see. Do you think Jada is destroying Will Smith? Yeah. Okay. Well, I already got to that. Okay. We got to get to the overseas thing here in just a second. What? Yes. You know what, dude? This is too good. Yes. Derrick Jaxn is the liver king of the blue pill. Mm-hmm. Guys, sorry, but I've actually been taking steroids all this time. Or ladies, I've been taking steroids this whole time. Sorry, not sorry. So I'm scrolling through. I'm a one-man show. I do not have a Natalia. I would like to have a Natalia, but I do not have a Natalia. Oh gosh. What is this? Fan I am. Did I get to you? Yeah, I did. Okay. Jordan Peterson won. Big Mo. That was Big Mo. I already got to Big Mo. Licking the ice cream. Really, go look at the ice cream. I did a whole episode on that. John Dredd, How to Man. Keep going. I gotta whip back through all of these. I don't know who Elizabeth or Allison Armstrong. What do you think about monogamy? Please. Giuseppe De Fraia. I haven't seen you in a long time, my friend, from Italiano. Don't worry, we won't take away women's right to vote. I still remember you. What do I think about monogamy? What do you think I think about monogamy? Are men and women, are they naturally promiscuous? Yes. Are men and women naturally, innately monogamous? Yes. They're not. You can say yes to both of those. It doesn't have to be one or the other. That will give you that right now. I think monogamy is actually something that is endemic to. It has to be, because we have a high investment in our. If we didn't have an investment in monogamy, if we didn't have some sort of mental firmware that predisposed us to investing in our offspring, we would not be the apex species on planet Earth if that was the case. Wait. Hold on a minute. My midlife crisis, mid-30s. Decided to marry. 30 years later, divorced. Jeez. I got red pill at 67. Well, thank you for being here with us, my friend. Thank you very much. You young guys need to hear, yes.
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say, bitch, be cool. Be cool.
Thank you for that super chat. I will keep going here as I whip through all of these. She followed King Riches first. She did. King Riches. Where do you guys get these names, man? People, why does he call himself Rollo Tomasi? King Riches? I wonder if King Riches is actually his real name or if he's trying to be pretend that he's a king. Thanks, Craig, for that very much. Infamous Rifle. A lot of people. Okay, yeah, thank you. I see you in there. AJ Rollo, how can I book one-on-one consultation with you? That's very easy. You can email me at rtrationalmail@gmail.com. You can find all of my connections in the description below. Click on read more in the descriptions. You'll find out how to contact me. The best way to do it, though, is if you send me an email inquiry about a one-on-one, make sure that you put counseling in the subject line, because then you'll get the policy back to it. So do that, and then I'll know it's you. Okay. Yes, I still do consultations, although I call them analysis. In fact, Sarah Davis is actually one of my female clients. I believe that Peraly and Ricky Red Pill are becoming red pill pandering hacks like Derrick Jaxn, where they all the talking points, or they say all the talking points, but don't believe a word they say. Of course they do, because it's all a template. Follow this. Here, you know what I had to do? I had to put, like, if I was really evil and I wanted to use my superpowers for evil instead of good, I could just simply go and, instead of good, I could make a Kajabi course or some sort of like a masterclass on how to scam the red pill. How easy would that be for me? Right? What if I wanted to be evil instead of good? Hey, Peraly, I'll be happy to teach you how to do all this stuff. Hey, Ricky, I'll be happy to tell you what words to mouth. I make a shit ton. Man, I make so much money, but I choose to use my superpowers for good, and I would never do such a thing because I owe it to everyone. But you're right. And I was also going to say here, I'm glad you brought that up, because what happens usually, and maybe Derrick Jaxn is a good example of this, eventually everyone takes the red pill. Eventually they become an exemplar of everything that the manosphere has talked about forever, in one way or another. People say, oh, well, that means it's unfalsifiable. No, that's not what it means. They say you turn into a Derrick Jaxn. I'm already seeing a lot of red pill women like sort of pivoting, or at least kind of like playing with the idea of pivoting into like marriage school, like Pearl, right? Yeah, you're leaning into the tradcon side of things. And eventually, like, guys who were never serious about being like, they have no substance, they end up converting to Islam, converting to Orthodox Christianity, converting to Catholicism. And now I get to convert to Odinism. Yeah, because that's the last thing left on the grift pole. Big dog. Woof. Men peak at mid-30s, so it's best for guys to settle at that time. Don't use the term settle. However, we got to remember that in 2022, only the top 4.5% of those mid-30 guys will settle down with a hot chick they actually want. No, they won't, because the guys who settle aren't the 4.5%. Because they will do. By the way, I'm glad you brought that up. Very good observation. Because what those guys will do is exactly what Derrick Jaxn is doing. Now, what is the difference between Derrick Jaxn and Justin Waller? What is the difference between Derrick Jaxn and, I'm trying to think who else lives this lifestyle? I don't want to point fingers at Mike's entertainment. Mike spins a lot of plates. Don't get me wrong. Mike has a lot of girlfriends. Justin Waller, a lot of girlfriends. You will hear guys say this all the time, and this is kind of where I wanted to go a little bit today. Is he'll say, well, I want a main girl and I want side pieces. Is that not what Derrick Jaxn was doing? Is that what? Well, he's like, you know what? I can't maintain this anymore. I got to let go of my main so I can nail these other chicks, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong. If you want to correct me in the chat, please do, because again, I'm not like some expert on Derrick Jaxn. I just know what his message is. I don't know him personally, and I'm not in that side of things, so I have to kind of like rely on other people's experience of knowing him. However, the impetus, the MO is still the same. He just happened to be married. His main happened to be his wife. What's the difference between Derrick Jaxn and Destiny? What's the difference? They're living the, maybe there's the moralistic aspect. You could probably make a case there. But technically, Destiny is married and he fucks other chicks and some guys, right? Because that's how he is. And his wife goes out and bang. Here's the difference. Maybe his wife is, Destiny's wife is going out and nailing other guys. Maybe Derrick Jaxn's wife wasn't like running around on him. Who knows? But he has a main and he wanted side pieces. Tiger Woods, he had a main, definitely had a main, and he had lots of side pieces. And people go, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's not the family man we thought he was going to be. I can't believe Derrick Jaxn is actually a playa. Of course he is. He realized he's Derrick Jaxn. Of course he is. That's exactly what he's going to do. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not saying he should have done it. Perhaps he should have divorced her and then became, plate spinning Derrick Jaxn. Maybe. I think that probably would have been, I think the logistically and like ethically, just if I'm going to give you ethics at all, I think that would have been the better way to do it. Guys will always say this, well, you shouldn't cheat on your wife. You should divorce her first if there's a problem, and then you go and help and have, sow your wild oats, right? That they'll say that like there's some sort of ethical way to do that. Yeah, I agree, because it's really a breach of commitment and it's a breach of trust, and it's ethically speaking, that seems pretty fucked up, especially when that wife is investing in you for as long as she does. Got it. At the very least, say, you know what, baby, this ain't working out. I'm on top of my game. I'm hitting my stride, and you're not fucking me, and we've been having problems. And so here's the papers. Ethically speaking, maybe that's the right way to go about it. But functionally, he's doing the same thing. He's got side pieces, and probably will have lots of side pieces once he becomes the single version of Derrick Jaxn. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens with him when what his message is going to be. I reached out to him, by the way. Just a full disclosure here. I don't think I should have started with this. Damn it. I reached out to him. Like when I saw this, I was on the plane flying and I was using the plane internet. I'm like, Derrick, yeah, I know you don't know me from Adam, but here's my book. I'll give you a signed copy. I'll send it to you, whatever. Have a read of The Rational Male. I'm probably the antithesis of his like sort of moralistic tradcon, black fathers don't cheat or whatever. I'm probably the antithesis of that because I'm giving information that sort of like, conflicts with that. But when I see stuff like that, I always want to reach out. I want to say, hey, look, I'm not trying to look for another ally. I'm just saying, like, if you want to read the book, maybe now you're open to reading it, right? So I did try to reach out. I haven't heard anything back from Derrick. Hopefully, maybe it will. I don't know. I'm still waiting for Elon Musk to call me too. Let's see. Dogs and cars. Did you? I'm sorry. Caps Lock Hustler. Well, there's always one in the chat. Hey, Rollo, can a guy who's not Justin Waller, JW, we're going to call him JW. I understand what JW is now. That's how often. Looks wise, but say average spike the same validational sex by maximizing his potential. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I know. I'm wondering what Hafiz is going to say to all this. I don't know. Does anybody know if Hafiz was like a big fan of Derrick Jaxn? Maybe so. Oh, Jesus, man. There's so many of you guys. And here's Rainbow Heart. Join Bible study and I'll read the book to you. Yes. TBC Zach is the leader of the home fellowship that happens on Fresh and Fit's Discord channel. I will do my damnedest to get there on Tuesday, guys. I'll see if I can get in there for Q&A. Thanks for doing that, guys. Icy, and who's my new sister wife, and Big Mo. who bought a whole bunch of Trial of Ascension gear, which I was very happy to see. Let's see. Martin. I also want to mention that Real Femme Sapien comes across as a modern woman with traditional values when in reality she is a pandering hack. Is why her subs are going down. It's after a while, I don't think that most women, and I'm hoping Tori's going to be an exception to the rule, but I don't know. But I think most women who get into the red pill, it's hot for a while and then they run out of gas. David Jones.
Flawless victory.
I asked AT on RC channel earlier about the average men. AT on RC. What are those? Channel earlier about average men 30 plus getting an LTR with a woman who are 30, no marriage, but to have kids, working to improve, but don't want to wait until 40 and want to stay in America. What types of women and how to vet? Okay, good. Well, I don't know what AT or RC is, but I'll come back to you on that one. I'm probably like blocking on it. I probably know. Zach Stark had to apply the tools of the red pill towards my sister. Didn't feel good. Can you tell us why we're automatically blue pilled with family? Because, and you want the evolutionary reason? It's called kin altruism. You don't want to offend your family because we tend to be more dependent on our family's approval and support and love and emotional investment. That's why. I've used this illustration before. You can save your brother from a heroin addiction, right? You can say you could help him get off a smack, right? And you're a hero. And you can help your sister stop smoking, right? And maybe she doesn't get COPD as a result of that, or maybe she's in better health because you like stepped in and you said, hey, you know what, sis, you should probably stop smoking. But if you step in and you say, bro, my brother, I don't think you should be marrying that bitch. She's crazy as fuck. Then you're an asshole. See the difference there? Like I could possibly be saving your life or possibly be helping you sort of dodge a bullet in the future. And I can give you all the rational, reasonable reasons for why it's most likely that that's going to happen. But I sound like a busybody. I sound like I'm putting my nose into where it doesn't belong. There's a big difference in that. And primarily, I think that's because doing so infringes or it's an obstacle in women's selection process, a sexual selection process. Is it possible that Torsha will have a show similar than Peraly with a panel of men and women on the American side? Because at least Torsha will come correct. I would hope so. But Tori has a boyfriend now, and I don't think she's producing all that much. I hate to say that she's kind of like not really. She's kind of phoning it in right now. And I love Tori. I love you very much. But like I haven't seen much from her recently. So I know. We'll see. Hopefully she'll come back with something strong. She's actually, I mean, her material is very strong. I think she deserves a much broader audience than she does. Her developing a show on her own, I would love for her to do that, but I don't think it's going to happen. How can women stop comparing partner with the previous one? Have fewer partners? They don't. They can't. That's actually part of women's evolutionary firmware is to use that. We make comparisons. We look up to people and we look down on people. That's simply the human animal. I was reading I will come back to this. I was reading a very interesting article by Rob Henderson I think it came in my email, like in my Substack or something. And he was talking about how advice works and how influence works. That's one of the reasons I really hate the word influencer. Like, who are you influencing? Who are you to be influencing anyone? And I tried to point this out on Myron and Fresh's show, especially after the bullshit call from Alec, from the autistic Alex from Playing with Fire, is we're the teachers right now. And so young men, well, hell, even old men are looking for advice. They're looking for influence. They're looking I still think it's a surreal kind of experience for me to have maybe he called now, to have Robert Kiyosaki text me and say, dude, you saved my life. Maybe something happened. He just wanted to be appreciative of it. And he wanted to talk to me. Like he called me while I was in Miami Hell, he called me when I was on the show, when I was on Fresh and Fit. I'm like, dude, I'll get back to you. I'm sorry. I have to put you on hold because I got to finish the show. Like, to me, that's weird because he's older than me. He's way more paid than I am. I've learned a lot from him myself, but to have that guy Robert Kiyosaki be sort of part of my inner circle is like crazy to me. But I was reading this article and it's like, what happens is most kids, like if you look at children right now, I was on that talk show, right? We're talking about, what kind of influence is Andrew Tate on the boys of America? Okay, well, is he teaching them toxic masculinity? Right, that's the gist of it, right? And I'm not even on that show, but like all over the place. Well, what is he teaching them? Well, the reason why he's influential is because he's a guy that's living a life that like people are like, especially young men are looking up to because they're like, wow, I would love to have something like that. I want to live that sort of lifestyle, even if it's like completely unrealistic to them. Something that approximates that or approaches that is at least to get some ambition and some drive and this fire under their ass. Yeah, they might not ever be the guy who's like, driving the Bugatti somewhere, but at least if anything, if it motivates them to be better than where they are, then great. But the idea that influences us, the people who influence us, it's usually like people who are older than you and they've done more than you. So because you have to remember that like influence or like advice, somebody whose advice you take or you look up to or you're looking for as like kind of a mentor or a teacher or a father or whatever. When you're looking for advice, it's usually somebody who's more accomplished than you, clearly. Because if they're not, then why would you be taking their advice, right? But like you can have like children who will have like the same skill sets, and within that childlike way of like one child dealing with another, the one who's more skilled is the one where the other one's going to look. But if there's an adult that has that same skill, they will look up to the adult. They will look up to. We make like even for instance, they've done these. This is a really great. I didn't realize this study existed. And Mike Sartain, if you're watching, you really need to look this up. Chimpanzees can learn a process. They can do like things to get an effect. And what they've done is they've done these experiments where they give these superfluous things that happen along the way, and then they give one part of the process that actually gets from point A to point B. And the chimpanzees will ignore all the superfluous stuff and just go straight to whatever gets the effect. Human beings will not do that. That's fascinating to me, because what we'll do is we'll go through the process, even if everything to get to the most effective part of that process means you have to go through these rituals and this superfluous nonsense that gets you to that point. They'll still repeat that because they think that the template is what is the whole program. Follow the whole program, and then you'll get this effect, rather than sussing out the one part of that program that is actually effectual in the whole thing. Human beings will follow superfluous directions, whereas chimpanzees will not. They're more rational in that sense than human beings are, because they're only looking for cause and effect at that time. Human beings tend to just follow whatever, like, okay, go step 1, step 2, for 12 rules for life. Step 1, step 2, step 3, whatever works, right? But it's following like trust the process is really, I guess, where it's at. Chimpanzees won't do that. They'll say, fuck all this superfluous stuff. I'm going to go and do what works. I don't think human beings will do that, like by and large. It's hard to break out of that. I thought that was absolutely fascinating part of that article that he wrote. But it's the influence. If you tell people to do these rituals, you want to start a cult or a religion, it's really, it's based on emotion primarily, but it's also based on ritual. What's effective? Maybe one part of it, but you've got to go through all this, sing this song, say this litany, do these things, and then you'll get to point A to point B. And I think that when we're looking at influence, like human beings, one of the advantages, I think, of our species is that we'll take advice, or to some degree anyways. And I've complained about this in the past. I said, you know what? I don't want to be an influencer. I'm not trying to influence anyone. I don't think of myself as sort of some TikToker that goes on there and says, guys, here's what you ought to do. That's what I leave that to the Derrick Jaxns of the world to give you the prescriptions. I give you the descriptions. But even me being on here talking to you right now, people are going to go, well, you're giving advice. Rollo's philosophy is this. Rollo's ideology is this. Rollo's belief set is this. if I have a belief set, it's that I have an obligation to objective truth. There you go. That's my belief set. Got it. But the very fact that I'm on this show right now, and I do this every Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, makes me a form of an influencer because human beings can't not see someone on even if they're just entertained. Even if you're watching your favorite TV show or you're listening to your favorite musician, you're still being influenced. And I didn't really think about that until I read this article. I would love to like read it back to you guys. It's fascinating, but I don't want to like step on his toes or anything. It's a really good article. And I thought about that and I go, there's really no avoiding the fact that you're going to be sort of seen as a teacher. So you better be the best goddamn teacher that you possibly can be. And yes, don't be a charlatan, right? Don't be don't be just about the process. Here's the difference. The substance and the process. Is your point in doing what you're doing about being an influencer? Or is it about the substance of what you're delivering as influence, as advice, as like making people, like raising awareness? Maybe that's better. I don't think of myself as an influencer, but I do think of myself as raising awareness for damn sure. So it's unavoidable. So when DJ Academics comes at me or Sneeko or whoever, Sneeko doesn't really come at me, but like when people start talking about me sort of in the negative or they're just like confidently ignorant of what I have to say, it's usually because they think I'm giving advice. And I don't think of myself as giving advice, but I am. In a way, people are going to take it that way anyways. So I have to be very careful about like being accurate. And that's why I stress accuracy in relating what's in the manosphere. Trader SZ, oh my Lord, what should I give you? How about, thank you, Trader SZ, a good friend of mine from the crypto community, very good friend of mine. I'm glad he watches this show too, because I know what he does on a daily basis, and he is taking time out of his very busy day. Zach, thank you, Zach. Zach, my ex-wife is your new sister wife. Oh, is that who it is? Is Icy your ex-wife? I didn't know that. Yes, she's my new sister wife. Sure. I love Icy. Icy loves me too, but like in a sister kind of way. AT Tate, Top G, RC. Oh, okay. Oh, Andrew Tate, Rich Cooper. Yeah, they just had Rich just had Andrew on. I watched about half of that, but I was like, it was mostly about like cars and stuff. I don't know. And I had to do this show today too. Let's see. Here you go. Rollo, here you go, Steve. Rollo, could you debate someone who possesses an intellectual debate like Destiny? I'm still waiting for the intellectual part to sort of shine, but okay. You seem to allow your biases prevent you from challenging yourself with new studies. It's looking like cognitive dissonance. Well, what would you like to discuss? See, that's the problem. God, do you really want me to say this again? What topic do you want to debate? Because if you want to come on and say, Rollo's a hypocrite, here's why. That's not a debate. That's an opinion, dude. That's like your opinion, brah. Tell me where I'm wrong. Try to drag that out of Alex on Fresh and Fit on Friday's show. By the way, the way that whole thing went down, it was funny because Myron and Fresh wanted to cut the feed. They were like, oh, you want to get, because they don't like Alex that much either, right? Because he's done hit pieces on them as well. I know it's coming from disingenuousness whenever he shows up, and I knew it was him the moment he came on the show. Or I can tell his voice. It's like that autistic. I can understand. I can get it. I understand it was him from the word go. And they wanted to cut the feed. I'm like, no. Let him. Here. You wanted attention. Here we go. That's how I'm dealing with with trolls these days. I'm not gonna answer every fucking troll that comes into the chat. I'm just simply not gonna. I don't have the time to do that. I can barely keep up with SuperChats. I mean, look where we're at. We're almost at 3 hours, and probably because I've been reading for SuperChats for the last hour here. But I said, okay, let him on. Just let him go. Destiny, fine. You want to do something? You want to talk about something? Great. Give me a fucking concrete topic, for Christ's sake. No one wants to do that. If you think I'm wrong about hypergamy, great. That's a topic. That's a debate. Let's rock and roll. I will do that. I will prep for that, and I will own your ass on that. And you better bet I'll be there and I will show if I will fucking come correct. But no one wants to do that. And again, I gave Alex the opportunity to give me a topic. And it's like, hey, you said that we're going to make guys kill themselves. What? Like, oh, that's, first of all, that's not a debate. I actually explained that on the show, and I did earlier today. But where am I wrong? Where am I wrong? Would you like me to give you the mathematical analogy once again? It's like doing calculus. It's like doing trigonometry. And I can give you the right answer at the end of the trigonometry equation, but the teacher doesn't. I mean, if you get the right answer, great. Oh, great. Awesome. How did you get that, though? Show me the work. Show me where you think I'm wrong. In my calculations here, coming to this conclusion, coming to this whatever it is, and it's always the 9 iron rules. It's never anything else. Where am I wrong? There's nothing there. So yeah, I would love to do an intellectual debate if there was somebody intellectual enough to actually tell me what the fuck we're gonna debate. So if you want to get into topical stuff, that's great. If you want to have a discussion, if you want to say, hey, Rollo, I want to have an interview with you and I want to talk to you and give you a bit of piece of my mind, that's not a debate. And I might still say, okay, let's rock and roll. I did that with Ruslan. It was supposed to be a quote unquote debate, but I didn't have any topics. I went in, I rolled in there because it's like, I'm okay. Adam wanted me to go do it. And then I did. Oh, you were unprepared for what? There was no preparation because there was no prior topic set. That's why. So when we're talking about even like CGA and Hafiz, that was a debate. That wasn't a debate. That was just like, you're a bad person. No, you're a bad person. And let me tell you why. Here's the reasons why. Here's what I think you're saying. It's one straw man versus another straw man. That's not a debate. That's just fucking schoolyard bullshit is what that is. It's just straw manning stuff. And as I said, most of these guys approach the manosphere and approach my work and approach other shit. They'll look at like the worst of the black pill doomers. They'll look at like the 30-second buzz clips from like Andrew Tate and they'll go, that's the summation of the red pill. And then that's your philosophy, Rollo. No, it's not. And I will explain to you why it's not, but you won't sit there and listen to me tell you because you don't want the explanation because it'll fucking make you look bad. That's why. Debate Wings of Redemption on why appearing offline does not stop. Debate Wing? Who? I have no idea who that is. Wings of Redemption? Who is Wings of Redemption? Another come up? Is that his name? That's not his real name. His real name isn't Wings. He's trying to be German. How come you guys, here's the thing is, when people ask me this, thank you for the super sticker. When people ask me this, they'd be like, Rollo, you should debate Destiny. You should debate Alex. You should debate this guy. You should debate that guy, blah, 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 right? Okay, I'm willing to listen to that if you want to give me a topic. How come you guys don't say, hey, Jordan Peterson, how come you don't ride his fucking ass and say, Jordan, you should debate Rollo Tomasi? Where's that? How come you guys don't go to other people? How come you don't go to Chris fucking Williamson and say, Chris, we really think you ought to debate Rollo Tomasi? Where is that? Where is that fucking, holding those guys' feet to the fire? It is absolutely fucking nowhere. And if there is, I haven't seen it because I ain't seeing anybody going, you ought to debate this guy. You ought to debate that guy. Nobody's coming to those dudes and riding them with the same kind of fucking, vitriol and enthusiasm that I get from these other dudes. Rollo's a pussy because he won't debate so-and-so. Is Chris Williamson a pussy because he won't have me on his show? I've talked about him all the time. What's his name? Michaela Peterson, but you could, what's the other dude? Who's the statistician guy from India? I can't remember. Nobody goes after them. There's nobody's hanging out on their live streams, assuming they even had one. Nobody's going over there and trolling their chats with, you need to debate Rollo. I don't see that anywhere. So why are you riding my ass? Because I'm I'm the loudest voice here? Is that why? Because until I see that happening on the other side, it's like, you're just being disingenuous about the whole thing. Like, where is that enthusiasm for other people? Jordan Peterson, you really need to debate Rollo. Ben Shapiro, you should really debate Rollo. Tim Pool, you should debate Rollo. Nobody's saying that. Give me this grief. Thank you, Big Mo. I love you like a brother. You are my brother. I think we were separated at birth, me and Big Mo later on, but we were separated at birth. I don't know how. The Beta Boy Coalition also pines for cheap clout, for fake illusions of relevancy. See, that's the influence. You just made me see that right here. This is accolades. This is flowers from Big Mo, because he knows, he gets it. Thank you. It's better than any, I'm going to cite Rollo stuff. Speaking of destiny, Jesus. I asked you a question about a month ago about men's ability to separate emotion from logic. He is what I was talking about. Intelligent, but doesn't seem to know what emotions are tainting his rationales. Well, it's because destiny, as most liberal leftists do, they're in their feelings. It's feels before reals. So it's, shouldn't we be able to be better? That's never an argument, but it's founded in this idea of prioritizing the way the reason why he's that way is because he's been acculturated in a gynocentric social order. He's been acculturated with the idea that social constructionism is what everything is fucking built on. If it ever comes down to it, that'll be the first thing out of my mouth. So like Destiny, if you're watching, we're going to talk about social constructionism and empiricism. That we will get to that. What's the better way to do about it? What's the better way to live life? Well, then he's going to get into, evolutionary psychology is just so reasoning. Oh, bring that one. Please do. I see. I love you, Rolly. Rolly. Oh, hey, y'all. There you go. You get that now. You're the effing best. Thank you. Bible study is 8:30 Tuesday. Okay. Eastern time. Thank you very much. Icy. Alex is pickup guy. They don't teach you how to improve, but how to trick and convince girls to go along back to your basement. Yeah. He's like, I think he's kind of struggling for relevancy right now because I see like him trying to change up things with like speed dating and whatever else. And God forbid, Tori, please don't go on that again. Blind controller. Destiny doesn't use as many facts as people think. Yeah, but he does up to a point. I have seen this because I saw him with is it Matt Dillahunty, like the atheist guy, by the way, who was back in the day actually debated Jordan Peterson. And I saw that I kind of chimed in for about half of that interview. And you're right. He gets to a point where he knows a few statistics, and then from there, when he doesn't know what he's talking about, he tends to rely on emotion and social constructionism. Just articulates how he feels in a rational way. He doesn't pay attention. Yeah, I'm afraid it will probably turn into. By the way, I did also see his interview with Lex Friedman. I want to go on Lex after seeing that. I want to go on Lex Friedman. I don't care about Tim Pool or Rogan or anything. Lex, I will do it. I'll fly my happy ass out to see you too, Lex. I thought that was fantastic. I would love to go on your show. Talalak Juarez. Newly married, not totally retarded in the clinical sense. Hit her up with a prenup or hit her with a prenup. Competition anxiety kept her behaving while dating. How do I keep the good behavior I'm used to in the marriage? Okay, well, I'm glad. Here's the things the best part is you recognize this. So when I talk about dread, people like women hate that word. Oh, it's dread. You're manipulating, or you're a manipulative game player. Dread is really just pre-selection in women's imagination. That's what dread really boils down to. So if you want to call it pre-selection, anxiety, maybe that's probably a better way of putting it. Then we can talk. But let me see here. I would say stoke third-party dread. Most guys who get into like long-term relationships, the number one thing that they let go is, well, their physique, of course, but they let go, and in doing so, they let go what makes them the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. So, for instance, Derrick Jaxn went the other way. Instead of getting lazy, instead of letting himself go, instead of getting big and fat and comfy, he went the other way. He got jacked. He got a job. He's very successful. I don't know what he's worth. Somebody find out what Derrick Jaxn's net worth is? I'd love to know. But clearly has made something of himself and has maximized his potential. He went the other way. Most guys give up. That's why they go through a midlife crisis. They find, God forbid you find the red pill when you're like 50 years old, you're going through a divorce and you're like, shit, I wish I would have known this. That's a rough pill to swallow. But most guys don't maximize their potential. That's why they go through that. However, if you want to keep your woman on her toes and you want her to keep having sex, you have to be the guy who's, I told my wife this from the word go. Like, I didn't have jack shit when we got married. I had a pickup truck. I had a half stack and I had my guitars. That was my net worth, my liquid assets. That was it. And my wife most definitely married me for love, for lust, for whatever, because it sure shit wasn't, or maybe potential, clearly potential. But it sure shit wasn't for money, because she was, she could have been dating the guy. Well, she was dating the guys in, the hospital. Like, she could have been with a radiologist. She could have been with an ER doc. She could have been that, but she chose me. I was the one she wanted to marry. And, she'll tell me to this day that was because, you have potential, and clearly she made a good bet, right? I was on my way up, whether I knew it or not. I couldn't see it. Maybe she could. But the thing I told my wife, and I told Jedediah this too, I told my wife from the get-go, I said, look, I can't guarantee you that I will be a millionaire or whatever and make your life this great thing. But I will tell you this, your life will never be boring. And I've kept that promise for 26 years. And even today, never been boring. For better or for worse, it's never been boring. The worst thing you can do for a woman is bore her. And it helps if you're the kind of guy who's exciting and fun anyways. So be the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. Be Derrick Jaxn. Just don't get married. My unhappily married, sex-deprived friends never like it when I lay out red pill tools. They don't even let me read them last rites. Yeah, sometimes they just ghost you, right? It hurts watching them down in the misery. Should I even keep trying? Again, adventuresome brada. Waking up guys to the matrix, unplugging guys from the matrix is always going to be dirty work. It's going to be thankless, dirty work. You have to accept that. It took me a while, by the way, to accept that myself, because I used to be the red pill evangelist back in the day. I used to be just like these guys. Like, if you just read my book and you go, oh my God, this is life changing, yada yada. I'm having a better experience with life and with women and with all. If that's you and you go, I want to evangelize this. I want to make sure everybody reads the Rational Male, and I want to make sure that all these guys know what's coming for them. Don't do that, because most guys aren't ready for that, and they sure shit don't learn that, and they don't get that from people if it's beat over their heads. They have to feel like they came to it on their own. And as I said before, it's like triage, adventuresome brada. Save the ones you can and read Last Rites to the Dying. And if sometimes read Last Rites to the Dying means that they ghost you, then you move on to the next one. They're just making it easier for you. However, do what I do. Reach out to Derrick Jaxn when the shit hits the fan. Reach out to the guys, even your enemies. I'm not saying he's an enemy, but I would do the same thing. Like, I gave... I would say a eulogy in video form for Alan Roger Curry last week. Now, Alan Roger Curry I've known him, like I said, I put that up. I played the Blog Talk Radio interview that I did with him in 2015. And I've known him for a long time. The only time anything really went sour was when Anthony Johnson got involved with all the bullshit that happened in 2019. Which I really hate Anthony for, because I had a really good relationship with Alan, even though we disagreed. That's fine. And I'll tell you this is I appreciate Alan Roger Curry for what he contributed. And I think he deserves a eulogy, and he deserves a memorial. And I think he deserves to go into the Hall of Fame of the Manosphere. Absolutely. And I'll be the first one to put him in there. I'll write his name into that book if there was a book. Right. But Alan has butted heads with me. He definitely probably would not. He probably would not be happy. I mean, if in the day, he might not have been happy about me actually saying what I just said right now. but I still think it's worthwhile to do that. And it's the same thing with acknowledging people, even people who are your enemies, right? It's, pray for good enemies, pray for good adversaries who keep you better. Pray for, like, that's the thing. It's like, I wish I had better enemies than Alex. I wish I had better enemies than Anthony, right? I could pray for better enemies, because the ones that bog you down and are just the same, broken record OCD bullshit all the time is like, it's tiresome. I'd rather have somebody challenge me because they're like, hey man, I fundamentally disagree with you. Okay. Doesn't mean we have to be enemies, but like, still, it's like, you're going to be an adversary. You're going to be like you're an opponent. You're going to push back on me. That's great. Pray for good enemies because they keep you strong. They keep you like growing. That's a problem, man. It's like, I need better enemies. Pray for better enemies. A guy has to be careful about who he brings his girl around. If your group of friends can't get girls, they will try to steal yours or wait for a breakup. Yep. That's actually a part of Sneaky Fucker game too, I should say. Now I've finally caught up. All right. You guys ready for this? Here we go. Never a dull moment. You are right, sassy caterpillar. I see you in the chat. I have a video for you to watch. Which one shall we go to? Let's go and look at this one. This is from whatever podcast. It is a dissertation, let's just say, on body count. Body count. Every time I hear body count, I think of the band Body Count. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's Ice-T's metal band. Did you know Ice-T has a metal band? I happen to know the guitar player in Body Count. One of them. He is his name is Juan Garcia, and he is actually one of the guitarists in Evil Dead, which is one of my all-time favorite thrash bands. So, whenever I hear Body Count, this is what I think. But let's go.
What do you think would be the best way to do that, to change the culture? As you guys are men, right?
Yeah, I got something for this.
Please.
Do you guys know who Andrew Tate is?
Oh my God. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Mr. The great top G, Andrew Tate. His recommendation, his suggestion. Perfect. I don't know if it's the right move. He said, the way to fix all the world's problems, his words, not mine, is put a woman's body count on her forehead, and that'll fix everything.
Thank you so much. That was so helpful. That was so helpful.
It actually would.
So, I'm going to open it up to you guys. Do you think that would fix a lot of problems?
I would like to comment on this with guys too, because there's a lot of guys that will have their hoe phase too. I think just because someone had a hoe phase in college doesn't mean that they aren't worth loving when they're in that period later in life. And I think Andrew Tate is referring to people in college and younger people when looking for people to hook up with or people to get in a relationship with. But if you take his claim towards just all women in general, everyone has those periods in their life,
Not everyone. Not everyone.
You're correct. Like, I should not generalize, but a lot of people have those times in their life, and I don't think men or women should be judged for that. So I don't know. It depends on the person too. Like, if you're not okay with it, then you're not meant to like talk to that person, and then you find someone that, matches your ideals a little bit more.
Yeah. And even before I have you guys come in, I just want to go around the panel on that. So, do you think that would solve all the world's problems if we put the body count on the not my word, that's Andrew Tate's suggestion. You guys know he got banned, so maybe he's wrong. He could be wrong. He got canceled. So thoughts on that? Go ahead.
I think that's completely superficial and not important when you're talking to people. I think that body count's a social construct in general. I don't think it's productive.
Body count's a social construct.
Yeah, I think that people put a lot of social importance on it, and when it's to me, and I think to a lot of other people, it's not important. Like, it doesn't matter.
I agree with her. We had a conversation like this when we were driving to a concert, and I agree. I think that like body count, it's interesting how it refers to like how many people you've had sex with, not like how many times you've had sex.
Why is that?
Because like
I gotta stop it right here because this is funny. I haven't really heard this before, but I think it was on one of Jedediah's shows. She was talking. I think it was maybe the guy who was like her producer was talking about like the recycle effect, right? Like how women will say, well, I've had sex like 1,000 times with this one guy, but I've only had 4 partners, right? And I think this is kind of what this girl's getting at right here. Is it the recycling effect? I hope I'm saying that right.
I don't know.
One body is one body, right?
Yeah, I mean, like someone could have sex like 7 times, and with like 7 different people, and their body count would be 7. Whereas like someone could have sex like 100 times with like one person, and like in societal eyes, it still deems them like less respectable.
Let me ask you.
Okay, so I want to point this out because it seems like this. I hope I'm saying this right. That's the recycling effect. Well, I've had sex hundreds of times, but my body count's only 3. Well, it kind of aims back at what I've said in the past about how it's not a numbers game, that it's an alpha impact game. I would almost say that, I've had sex 100 times with one guy, but my body count's only 4. So therefore I'm actually below average. Please pick me. Right. Well, that to me says you're probably going to be, if you had sex with this guy 1,000 times, then you're probably an alpha widow. But I think a lot of girls are sort of clinging to that as some way of saying, yes, but it's yes, but logic. So I've had 20 guys, but I had sex with one of those guys 1,000 times. So what do you have to say about that? See, that's not the win you're looking for.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say you have 2 people, right? Both of them have had sex 1,000 times. One of those people has had sex 1,000 times with one person.
This is great.
The other person has had sex 1,000 times with 300 total different people. Do you think there's going to be differences in the way those 2 people develop as people because of how many people they've had sex with? Like, do you think the person who's had sex with one person 1,000 times versus 300 different people, that might change the way that they grow and develop and look at the world? Or is it the same?
I think it depends on like a lot of different things. Like, I don't know, like it depends a lot on like your like relationship status, like what's your relationship like, and like also like what the person wants to do and like the context with it. But
okay, so this is just wishy-washy bullshit. Okay, what actually both the guy and this chick aren't really acknowledging is that there are fundamental differences in the way that men and women approach sex. That's why our mating strategies are adversarial, yes, but men can have sex devoid of emotion and be just fine with it. Okay. It doesn't have to be some big it's meaningless sex. That's a female way of thinking about sex, by the way, as I was saying before. It's not about the afterglow of sex. It's about the actual sex itself. For guys, if you don't believe me that it's unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, that's men's, we are selected when it comes to our sexual strategies. Don't believe me? Go look at how popular, OnlyFans, but look how popular online pornography is. That's why men can have sex without emotions. Women, on the other hand, can also have sex without emotions, but they have to be brought to that. It has to be something that's conditioned into them to do so. So what she's trying to do here is she doesn't, I would say this, she doesn't understand why she is saying what she's saying. There must be some logical explanation for this, but that logical explanation has to fit into this idea that men and women are just the same. So if you have one partner that has had sex with one person 1,000 times, and you've had another partner that's had sex 1,000 times, but with 300 people, how does that make a difference? Well, it makes a big difference depending on the sex and the gender and sex of because sex is fucking gender. It depends on who we're talking about. If it's a woman who has had sex 1,000 times with 300 partners, if she's Mia Khalifa, right? That's going to be a different situation than a guy who can separate emotion from the sex act itself. So it's comparing apples and oranges, but she is going to give it's this kind of like new age, feel good, fluffy bullshit, egalitarian answer, because she believes that men and women are exactly the same. And so therefore it depends on the person, and it depends on their personality and what, blah, blah, blah. There's so many variables. No, it depends on whether we're talking about a man and a woman, depending on who has the higher partner count.
Yeah, I don't think that like it's something that people should be like judged for. Like,
there it is.
We're not talking about judgment here.
There it is.
So the reason why I asked you that question is because I think if somebody's had sex with 300 different people.
Okay, so before he gets going, I like this guy too, by the way. But before we get going here, actually, let me put him back in before I continue. Did you hear what she said? I don't think people should be judged for that. Of course you don't. Because that would put you as a woman at a tactical disadvantage. Because in the back of her head, she probably already knows, oh, that's so unfair. This double standard. A woman is a slut if she has many partners, and a guy is a superhero. That's where that comes from. Yes, she's a socialist. No, she's not a socialist. She is actually female. She's not a socialist. She's actually just female. It's simple as that. It's that communitarian. It's that egalitarian. It's collectivism, really, is what it is. I wouldn't even call it socialism. It's collectivism. It's communitarianism. I don't want to be judged for having had sex with a bunch of guys that effectively, pragmatically, purposefully, I was having all that sex because I was hoping against hope that one of those guys was going to be somebody who was worthy of my attentions, who was a worthy partner going forward in the long term. And none of them turned out to be that way. That's why I have 300 of them. And here I go on 301. So I don't want to be judged for that. Please don't look at my OnlyFans. Please don't look at my, when I'm a grandmother, please don't look at my OnlyFans or my Instagram feed or all those pictures that exist online of me, when I have daughters and sons. Please take all that stuff down. Please erase all of that. Please erase my past. Yeah, because you're in a different place right now, but you don't want to be judged for it, because by doing so, by judging that woman, it reveals the game. What did I say about how I told, Jedediah this? I said, women don't want to have the game explained to them. They want to just simply play the game. That's why women figure out, like, do you just get it? It's like that chapter in my book, Just Get It. They want to know that you just get it. They want to know that you can vibe with them. They want to know that you get it, that you get the game, but you also know how to play the game. And part of that, and if a woman feels judged at any part of that game, or whether it's in society or whatever, like men have to constantly be reminded, don't judge me. Well, why is that so important? It's important because it gives away the game. It's important because it reveals the fact that men are at a disadvantage and women are at an advantage. That's why. They don't want to be judged. They don't want to be judged for the fact that they have sexual selection. And here's the same thing. Should we judge Derrick Jaxn for doing what he did, for cheating on his wife? Should we judge him for that? Imagine if Derrick Jaxn says, you know what? I banged these other chicks. They were hot. I was drunk. They were hot. One thing led to another. Found these girls in the foam cannon party. It was a young lady in the foam cannon party. There's a switch for you. Don't judge me. Imagine if he said, don't judge me. What would the reaction be in that case? Well, I've had a lot of, my wife and I, we met when we were teenagers, and we have a family and kids together and everything. But you know what? And I fucked this girl, but hey, I'm a powerful man. Powerful men deserve to cheat. Powerful men should cheat, according to Tate and God knows who else, right? I'm a powerful dude. I'm a tribal chieftain. I'm a dynastic emperor of China, and I deserve to have my harem in the Forbidden City. So don't judge me when I go and I nail this chick, and I happen to also put it up on Instagram, or it happens to find its way onto the internet. Don't judge me. Imagine him saying that. Imagine what the double, is that not a double standard? Because it sure sounds a lot like a fucking double standard to me. Again, not defending him. This is a thought experiment, and I know that's dangerous on the internet. But imagine him doing that, because effectively we're just doing it retroactively with women. They're not married, but don't judge me for all my OnlyFans. I'm married now. Don't judge me. Imagine we had those same standards for guys. Because I'll tell you right now, all the women who were, on board with Derrick Jaxn's message about like, oh, men need to man up. Men need to live up to their expectations. Men need to take on more responsibility. Black men don't cheat. And he cheats. And then imagine he says, yeah, I did, but don't judge me. Like, people aren't going to care. People think that Derrick Jaxn's like done. He's not done. Trust me, he's not done. What was this? In my experience, when you present a girl with a 2-option hypothetical scenario, they always give one of 2 responses. Well, it depends. Or why can't I have both? Yeah. Or don't judge me for saying, why can't we have both?
The way that they approach relationships, the way that they approach trusting other people, their ability to bond with other people, I think is going to be like severely affected. Versus if you've only ever had sex with one person, like if you've only ever had sex with one person and they've been faithful to you their whole life, like you're probably going to have a very solid relationship with them. But if you've been with 300 different people, you're probably going to have a lot of baggage, probably a lot of emotional trauma, potentially. You might not look at sex as like a very intimate thing, like I don't know, it just like loses its like sacredness to me.
Okay, so okay, so we're playing the God card here, the sacredness of it. Trust me, when a guy's rubbing one out to Mia Khalifa, there's no sacredness to that. When guys can get a blowjob and then go back to work, that's go for a quickie, even if it's your wife. So that's the thing, is I think guys, especially guys who are younger, want to apply, men with this sort of blue pill 80%er mentality, sexual scarcity, want to apply the same kind of mentality that women do when they say, well, he just wants a good looking hot girlfriend because he wants validation. It's the same principle as meaningful versus meaningless sex. What isn't it better when it's meaningful? Trust me, all sex is meaningless and all sex is meaningful. It just, how did it go down? Right. It's not about, and that's the thing is meaningful sex is by meaningfulness, fulfillment, meaning. That's a container word. Thank you very much, Ryan Stone. You can put whatever you want to in that container, and it's always going to be useful. So the sacredness of it, dude, let me explain something to you. When you are like on the hottest piece of ass, like a gorgeous piece of ass, and you are just like driving it. Face down, ass up, man. You are just, and she is just like in the moment and like out of body experience having sex with you. Trust me, you're not thinking it's like, oh, this is some sacred experience. No, you're in the moment. You're enjoying it right then and there. That's the deal. But if we can sell it as sacredness, then we have a better
I think it would really
product.
change a person a lot.
I want to open it back up to the question I was previously asking.
I love the ethics.
Yeah. So.
Or do you want to respond to Chase
no, that's
first?
okay. That's okay. I think it's a good point. Yeah, I have nothing to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, if we're talking about body count
On the forehead.
On the forehead.
Is that the solution the world needs?
Maybe to Andrew Tate, yes. But to the rest of society, I feel like it's definitely a no. I don't think that everybody should know how many people that you've slept with. I feel like that's kind of your personal information and for you and you only, right? I mean, unless you'd like to share it, then obviously that's great, right?
I got a news for you. It doesn't matter. Here you are. I'm going to answer the Andrew Tate thing right now. No, it wouldn't be better for society. It doesn't make any difference. It wouldn't. You know what? No one would care because you actually can see that right now, or you can make a good estimate of it. It's not like maybe not your exact partner count on your forehead, like some digital display of like, oh, he just flipped one over, It's not that. Women be worried about it. Essentially what Andrew was saying. Again, it's a thought experiment, but it's like this accountability thing. It's reminding women, right? Here's the deal. You already have that number on your foreheads, lady. It's just not on your forehead. It just happens to be in your cell phone. It happens to be in your Instagram. It's on your OnlyFans. It's on whatever you're putting out there to advertise your sexual availability. Your partner count is already there. It might not be in your forehead, but it's most definitely out there in your digital consciousness. It may as well be on your forehead. And the only thing that when Andrew Tate was talking about, like, oh, we need to put women's body count on their forehead, right? That's accountability. That's forcing women into a cognitive, like to acknowledge the fact that body count matters. That's what it's about. And here's the thing is women can't escape that digital footprint, whether it's on their forehead or it's on Instagram or it's on their OnlyFans or it's on whatever comes next, by the way. And I think that there'll probably be something else, technologically speaking, that will be out there. Or it's your amateur porn that you're doing hot wifing or whatever, and you put it up on God knows whatever, hell, go on Twitter. It could probably find its way on Twitter. Twitter has porn all day long. You're not getting away from that. That's your number on your forehead. Yeah. And here, I think what's interesting. Like, I think this makes for good content on a show like this, because these girls are clearly not in their 40s when they'll be regretting, oh man, I shouldn't have done that when they're not going to be Mia Khalifa going, oh, I hate the porn industry, even though I benefited from it for most of my life and I still use my porn name. Like that it's forcing women into strategic grand strategy. It's forcing them into seeing the forest for the trees. That's why this works.
If a guy asked you your body count, like a potential romantic partner, would you refuse to answer that question?
I think it depends on the relationship that you have with that person. I mean, if it's just like someone that you're going to hook up with and they...
Well, what do we really... It's like the Jordan Peterson answer. What do you mean by body count? And it depends on the person.
Ask you, well, what's your body count? To me, that's a little bit disrespectful, because it's like, well, I mean, if it's like established that we're just hooking up like once kind of thing, it's like, why are you asking? But if it's someone that you're kind of looking to start a really serious relationship with, I think it's a valid question. Okay. Who else is going to be asking that? Like, if you're on Tinder and you meet, oh, this guy's hot. I'm like, oh, it's Justin Waller. Swipe, and then you meet him for dinner and drinks and stuff, and you're going back, and it's going to be a hookup, or maybe hell, doesn't even happen. You just go over to the house and let's go, brother. And that guy says, "What's your body count?" Because I got to figure out what dude goes. You know what? I have this policy that every time I have a Tinder hookup, I need to know what the girl's body count is before I put my dick in it. Who the fuck says that? Where, in what world does that happen when a woman is all ready to go and the guy's ready to go and he goes, well, you know what? Here's the deciding factor. You look like you probably have a very high body count. No, I think I'll decline the hookup. No, it's only important in a long-term relationship. That's what it is, for fuck's sake. That's why when you get into so Brian Atlas, that's what you should have called this out on. That's what you should have where you should have gone with this. In what other scenario is it important? What other way is this ever going to even come up as a topic? Yes, of course it's going to be in a long-term relationship. That's what you don't want to be judged by. Because if you were judged by it, you wouldn't get into the long-term relationship. That's the one follows the other. Grand strategy. Fuck's sake. Have some insight, man. Have some like look where we're going with it. Where's the map? Who is the map? Somebody has the map. Where are we going to go with this? Yes, of course it is. It's only important. It's only relevant in a long-term relationship. Which you don't get to if the guy goes, she looks like she's run through. Or maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I would say that a lot of guys, primarily most guys, don't really care about body count. Am I accurate in that? Do you think that the vast majority of guys don't care if she's done amateur porn? I think that because most guys live in a state of sexual scarcity. So they're willing to overlook the fact that she has 300 partners. They're willing to, because if he's number 301, don't worry, I think it's going to stick this time. Like most guys, they'll find some way around that. As Mike Sartain was saying, we live in an age where, O.J. Simpson still has girls like beautiful blonde girls coming up to him at Jing. They know his history. They don't care. They do not care. Or Donald Trump with, what's Stormy Daniels, right? Nobody cares. Nobody. It's like that. What's that meme from Jurassic Park? See, nobody cares. Nobody cares. And that's what I think is the kind of lost on this discussion about body count. Yes, it's important. Yes, men have a natural innate revulsion. I think women would probably respect a guy more if he actually did care, if he actually did have that revulsion, or a hesitation at the very least.
I think one of the reasons why this is sort of controversial is because it's like reminding guys, hey, this ought to be something you're concerned with, but most guys aren't. That's why, because nobody cares.
I think that's like a piece of information that maybe they should know. So to answer your question, no, I don't think it's a good solution. I would definitely agree with that. I don't think it's the best solution. I think what it ended up doing is it lead people to kind of like be judged before you actually get to know them. Like I definitely came to UCSB with like, for example, a perception of, let's say, frat guys. Like all they want to go and do is like hook up with people. They don't really want a genuine relationship. They're not like genuine or down to earth. And it actually wasn't until like recently that I found out like, oh, that's actually not true. And because I came in with like that initial perception, it definitely affected of how I treated other people or how I, perceived different people and how I acted with them. So I think that really if you go and get to know a person without kind of just like initially judging them, especially based off of the body count, it can maybe help you form like maybe a relationship that's a little bit deeper. Obviously, like eventually like it would be good to know, but it does depend on like what you are looking for in a person. If you are looking for a relationship, then I think it's a very like, a question that obviously can go and come up. But like for the initially just knowing like right there on your forehead, I think it would just end up causing like a lot of prejudice. Yeah,
you wouldn't get to that. You wouldn't get to the long-term relationship. You would not get to the long-term relationship if that were the case. But here's the thing, you already doing it. Women are willfully putting it on their foreheads, just putting it on Instagram. Now, like most guys, like here's the thing is like there's a little bit of wiggle room. It's still kind of ambiguous. So if you see the chick and she's like, all you see is bikini shots, or she's on vacation, or she's in fucking Tulum, or she's in Miami, or wherever the fuck she is, and it's nothing but thong shots and everything else. It's like I gotta ask the question, like, who's doing the photography? Who paid for the trip to Tulum? If that's what you're seeing sexual advertising. Really, you're advertising your marketability, your availability, I should say, in the sexual marketplace by having nothing but like sexy shots on Instagram, or you have OnlyFans, or you're doing amateur porn or whatever else. You're already wearing your body count on your head, and even if it's not exactly what your body count is, men will err on the side of more than on the side of less. Like men tend to overestimate sexual interest, and women tend to underestimate sexual interest. We got that. We already know that that's true. Men also tend to overestimate a woman's body count, and women will underestimate or under deliver their body count as well. And there's a reason for that, because we understand, I think on some level of consciousness, women and men understand that they are less marketable, less available, less desirable, and there's some hesitancy about getting with a woman who's not a good bet for their own paternity, for men's paternity. So if it's a guy that they're just hooking up with, as she was just saying a minute ago, if it's a guy they're hooking up with, then they're like, well, who cares? But if it's a guy that's boyfriend material, as I've said in the past, women break rules for alphas and they make rules for betas. One of those rules for betas, don't ask me about my body count. In fact, by making a big deal out of it, you are declaring and telegraphing your position as a guy who is judgmental, and only guys who are judgmental and analytical about this, who would give a shit about a woman's body count and would then rate her and judge her and decide whether or not he was going to invest in her or not. Those guys are betas. Those guys are, I don't want to have you. You're not secure in your masculinity. We'll find some other like social convention to sort of wipe it off on. But that's really where we go with that.
Solution, I don't think it would solve all the world's problems. I personally think I think communication is the solution. But if someone asked me, I disagree with what she said over there. If someone asked me what my body count is, I would tell them. I mean, if they react poorly to it, then I'm not going to hook up with them. I feel like that's a huge red flag, but I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of. I mean, I've done what I've done, and there's no point in like trying to hide that or pretend that it is something bad.
I think it'd be beneficial. I think that if people were to say, if they're just looking for somebody to hook up with, and they're like, oh, like you and me, we're the same, or if people were looking for somebody that's a little bit more stable and something more serious, they could like immediately tell that, and it would save a lot of time.
But like, I have a question. Can I follow up on that?
Of course.
So you went and said if you're looking to hook up. So like, I think maybe like, the body count versus someone who's looking to hook up is different. Because for example, you were saying, Chase, that you were a different person freshman year. So maybe your body count's like really high, but now you're a different person. So if you just went and had like that number on your forehead, they're going to perceive you or judge you based off of your past actions and not based off your actions today. So maybe that's like, obviously it would be really simple. It's kind of like if every girl and guy like got introduced and a guy knew, oh, she's into me because she said, oh, I'm into you. Why don't we like start that instead of maybe playing them? Obviously that would be really helpful for everyone. So is that kind of what you mean? Maybe the body count, or kind of like going and talking to him and saying, hey, are you just in it to hook up? Or do you actually maybe want to start something a little bit more serious?
I mean,
okay, women make a big deal out. Like, I understand what she's saying. I'm a different person now. I'm not the same that I'm 54. I'm not the same guy that I was when I was 24. So therefore, you should, forgive all that and forget all that, and don't think that I'm like that anymore. Don't think that I want to go bang hot chicks in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. Don't think that. Again, it's different for guys than it is for women, because women have to like. I hate it. I hate this argument where guys have to say, well, women are selling purity. Not so much purity. They're selling potential. Like when we talk about men's potential, how women have to make a bet on men's potential, men have to make a bet on women's potential as well. The potential is I won't get cucked or I will get cucked. And that's the existential fear. When I talk about the existential fear for women is to like invest in a guy who she thinks is alpha, and later he turns out to be very beta. You're not the guy I thought you were, right? That sells TV shows. That's how basically what The Bachelor is based on is trying to figure out if this guy's really who he says he is. That's an existential fear of women, because the existential fear is that woman was not able to put her own like will into the sexual selection process. That's why prearranged marriages are so offensive to women, because it removes hypergamous control for the woman. That right there, and of course, in the most brutal sense, forced sexual copulation. I'll let you figure out what the real thing is. That's the reason why EPAR is a thing, and it's a violation. It's a defilement. It's the cardinal sin of all sins, right? Because it removes sexual selection in the hypergamous process for women. For men, the same thing happens when they get cucked, except for it's a lifetime sentence for the guy. And it might be a lifetime sentence for the girl if she gets pregnant, but it is a lifetime sentence for the guy if that woman is not faithful to him, if that woman is not a good bet for his paternity. He wants to know that the kid is his. He is losing his access to fucking other girls and possibly spreading his seed far and wide by parentally investing in that one girl. The only caveat to that compromise is the kid's gotta be my kid. So therefore, if you had your body count tattooed on your forehead or a digital LED, whatever, on your forehead, then that would be a way that a guy could determine whether or not you're a good bet for getting cuckolded or not getting cuckolded. And as I said, it's all like he made the case for like, having 1,000 partners, having sex 1,000 times with one guy and having sex 1,000 times with 300 guys. That's a different situation. Because for a woman, it means that of those 300 guys, one of those guys, or probably several of those guys, are the dudes that rocked her world. And those are the benchmark. That's the metric by which she's going to judge you, she's going to judge you. Women judge men all the time. No one has any problem whatsoever judging men, because we expect it. Men understand that to be a man is to be judged. To be a man is to have your performance evaluated. It's a performance evaluation time. Oh, you're not living up. You're fat. You're a loser. You have no social skills. You're broke. We judge guys all the fucking time, and nobody gives two shits about it. Imagine if I said, you shouldn't judge me just because I'm broke. You shouldn't judge me because I'm a fat fuck. You shouldn't judge me because I'm like, I can't, Quasimodo. I can't talk to girls. Don't judge me. You should love me anyways. You should not. I'm not that person anymore. Imagine that. But it's just done in a different we're looking at it in a different context now. So men's existential fear is cuckoldry, really, because men don't want to invest in another man's child, because it's fundamental to our evolutionary firmware, or fundamentally conflicts with our evolutionary firmware. We want to be able to pass on our own DNA, and that anything else is a resource drag at that point. Now, I'm not saying that guys don't, become stepfathers. And I'm not saying that guys don't become adoptive fathers. I'm sure they do. But the reason why that's notable is because it goes against that. If that was the norm, then people are like, oh yeah, well, sure, everybody does it, right? But the reason why it's exceptional is because it goes against a biological imperative, an evolutionary imperative. And so when we don't want to judge women for their sexual escapades, because we look at them as potentially being the mother of our children, even if we're just getting together for a casual hookup. That is the proximate effect versus the ultimate effect. The proximate effect is, I want to fuck this chick because I met her on Tinder and she's got a hot ass and I really want to get with it. The ultimate effect is maybe we have a relationship afterwards. It doesn't happen, rarely. The churn marketing thing, we can get into that, but the reason what these girls don't fundamentally understand is that their existential fear, they think that their existential fear should overpower, should be more important than men's existential fear. But you're never going to hear this out of the mouth of babes here. So,
and part of it is like atonement, for like what you've done, but then also it could just be someone they see it, and then for somebody that's just like,
okay, atonement. Stop it, dude. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You don't need that to win this argument, by the way, but
hard no. And that's just that. For somebody, they might be like, hey, you might have had some kind of phase, might have done something, but I can get over that. I can talk to you. I can like you as a person, get over that. But I mean, for some people, they're going to be able to.
Is the chick that gets like, okay, so we talked about divorce on Fresh and Fit, when I was on there, is the woman who gets married at 29, gets divorced at 36, and she goes and starts getting with she's in a sexless marriage, whatever. She's fucks her personal trainer. She's done. They're divorced, and that girl goes back into sort of like the hoe phase, like a mini hoe phase. Is that a phase? Is that a phase?
To do that. For some people are not going to be able to, and for them, then that's cut and dry right there. Like if somebody wants to make that assumption and be like, absolutely not, like right there, no, then that's on them. If somebody wants to be like, hey, this could still be a good person, whatnot, then that's on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So before I answer that question, Brian, can I ask you to flesh out why Andrew Tate thinks that putting body counts on people's foreheads would solve all the world's problems?
You know what? I don't recall precisely his reasoning. I just remember.
This is why you failed, Brian. This is exactly what I was done. Now, this is the point I want. I queued it up to this point. It was a good conversation up to this point. I'll let him hang himself. Hang on. I like Brian too, by the way. I'm not fucking with you, Brian, but this is where you failed.
I just remember the quip that he made. So I know, and I don't want to misspeak for him. So,
well, I vaguely recall hearing a clip where he was talking about this. And
okay, so when you guys asked me about why Pearl is a hack, I'm not saying that Brian is necessarily a hack, but this is what I'm getting at. Know your shit before you come out there. Come correct or don't come at all. When you get put on the spot, and this, by the way, these are guests. Okay, so this is not like they're not plants or anything. He's asking, hey, well, what do you think he meant by that? It leads me to believe, as the godfather of the manosphere, being in this for as long as I have, it leads me to believe that you're reliant on the template and hoping to get through 2 hours, 3 hours of a show without having to actually do anything other than read from a list of questions that you got from wherever. That's exactly what Pearl does. You'll see she's got a notebook there. Oh, okay. Now I asked this because that's what Myron said last week. In fact, the topics that Pearl picks up, or the topics, and I'm not just picking on Pearl. It's like, here's another example. And there's other examples too of other guys who are trying to, follow this format right now. Come correct. Know your shit. Ricky Red Pill got owned by fucking Natalia on that show because of exactly the same thing that just happened right here. Well, I don't know exactly why he said that, but it sounded like a cool thing to ask on my show. Know it, man. What the fuck, man? You should know this shit before you get into it. I'll tell you, I just explained to you in great detail why he said that. Because men want to, it would have been as simple as this, Brian. Men want to ascertain if the kid is going to, if she's a good bet for paternity. Easy, man. That's an easy question, man. That's a rookie question you should have got, but you don't know. Come on, do better. Please do better. And you know what? I was asked about this on Adam Sosnick's show about like when Ricky Red Pill was on there. He's like, what advice would you give to Ricky Red Pill? Well, it's not about the delivery. Like he wants to be all full of himself and be like, the cock of the, crow of the cock, whatever it is. He wants to be a professional wrestler. He wants to roll in there and say, hey, I'm the new shit, man. The Red Pills need some shaping up and here I come. Right. If you're going to do that, if you're going to deliver it that way, you better know what the fuck you're talking about. You better not be Natalia who's owning you. And I'll tell you this, if you're going to throw out that, Brian, if you're going to throw out that question and you're going to say, oh, Andrew Tate says we should do this. Do you agree? You might as well stick to doing on the street interviews like that are quick 50-second buzz clips on, YouTube Shorts, Reels, TikTok. You would be better off doing that because you won't get called on it. Here you got called on it and you're like, I don't know. What do you think? Because you're just reading from a list at that point. Know your material. What do you say? Recently divorced women put out the most. Indeed, they do. I'll let him finish here.
Basically, it came down to the more people that you have sex with in your lifetime, like we talked about in the last episode that we did.
By the way, can I just ask you, do you think we should, because we've talked about body count so much, do you think we should try to cover tonight? Do you think we should try to cover some other topics or?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Not stay on it too long.
I think we fixated on it for a while last time, and I think there's a lot of other topics that we can cover.
So we'll touch it on it.
Land the plane, Brian.
Yeah. So from what I understand, Andrew Tate's perspective for like why he said that. I personally.
This dude like rolls the show right here. He knows, and Brian doesn't. Can we move on?
Personally, when I'm thinking about like the kind of woman that I want to marry, like how many men she's slept with matters to me because they've done studies, and the more people that a person has sex with in their lifetime, it significantly increases their chances of getting divorced.
Oxytocin.
What'd you say?
Oxytocin, like I was saying before, the amount of oxytocin they release.
Yeah, I think it desensitizes you to, like, if you've slept with like 100 people, when you're releasing that bonding hormone, if you've released it with 100 people, I think it's going to like significantly desensitize.
All right, here's where we fumble the ball. No, man, it's the alpha impact is what it is. It's not oxytocin. It's none of that bullshit. Is she a good bet for paternity? Pair bonding. Yeah, thank you very much. It's pair bonding. I got another one. I'm going to pull this right now because I got it. Actually, let him land the plane. Here we go.
Your ability to connect with like another person in that deep, intimate way. And I think that's important. Like, I personally believe that God created our bodies to release that hormone so that we can deeply connect with another person and like really have like a close connection. And I think when people sleep with a lot of people long term, you kind of lose some of that. And, divorce rates have increased in the past few decades. Here in California, it's like 50%. I really care about like people having healthy marriages. Like, I really want to have one. My parents did not have one. It sucked. And I think that, like,
look at Ryan. Wait, Ryan, come
on. The fact that, people they have broken families. And
she's not a Christian!
When it comes to putting body counts on people's foreheads, like, let me ask you guys this. Like, as women, would you feel judged if your body counts were on your foreheads?
They already are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it might entice you to sleep with less men if that was the situation?
Yes.
I don't think that's a fair question at all.
Why? Why not?
I said yes.
Well, I just think that it, like, when you're talking about body count, especially because most of us know that is not the way. The two men at the table seemed to agree with that statement. I think that body counts disproportionately have a negative effect on women than they do men.
For
And they
sure,
also
for
have
sure.
a negative
Yeah.
effect on
Finally,
men in the
we
sense
get
that
to it.
men feel pressured to have higher body counts, women feel pressured to have lower body.
Guys don't feel pressured to have higher body counts. We just want to have higher body. We just want to get off. We just want to have sex, ladies. It's not pressure. Trust me. Your tribal ancestors on the sub-Saharan African plains, 100,000 in the Pleistocene era, Michael, didn't feel pressure to like up their body counts. They just wanted to get off, and that tribal woman looked pretty good. That's the proximate effects. It's not social. Oh, this peer pressure to get laid and get rid of my V card. No. If it was about that, then guys wouldn't be addicted to pornography, my female friend. But I love where this goes here.
Counts. And I just think that that's like, I don't know. It's just, it's not.
You're right. It is an unfair question because there's a double standard. It's absolutely unfair. But the question was, if we did live in a world where your body count was broadcasted, do you think it would motivate you to sleep with less men?
I think it depends on the person. I mean, to go back to what she said, there is a double standard. And so.
Okay, so we get to the double standard part, but did you hear what he just said though? Would it motivate you to sleep with less men? In that question is the existential fear of women. Removing sexual selection. If I can't sleep with who I want to, or if I'm judged for having a higher body count, then I might not be able to get with the best guy I can possibly get, by not having sex, by letting all these bitches at this table outperform me in the sexual marketplace. That's what it comes down to. The answer to the question is inherent in the question itself. So when she's like, well, I don't want to be judged for it. Of course you don't, because by judging you, it removes sexual selection. And he's saying, would it promote, like the presumption is this, is that he approaches this from like the sort of pseudoscientific kind of thing where it's like, well, women with higher body counts don't have, and he's correct in this, so I shouldn't say it's pseudoscience because it's not really pseudoscience, but he approaches it from the God card side of things. But it's like the pair bonding, it's the oxytocin thing. I think God put oxytocin. Well, either whether that's that's your belief or whatever, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I wrote about that in religion. Whether that's true or that's not, the reason they're bristling is because what he's saying is, would it motivate you to have less sex or to be more discerning? Perhaps be more discerning about sex, have fewer sexual partners if you had the number printed on the top of your head every time you're going out, right? So men, would there be no uncertainty as to whether you're the town bicycle or not? And each one of them bristles at this, and because the secrecy of body count works in women's favor. So whenever she says, well, there's a double standard. Yeah, there is. But a double standard also applies to women, because if it's kept secret, if body count for women is kept secret, and it is as far as they think it is. I mean, it's really, men have ways of figuring this out, but especially in the digital age. But like I said, the answer to the question is inherent in the question, because what he's asking is, would it motivate you not to have sex? Would it motivate you to keep your partner count low? The real answer is no. No, it wouldn't. Not at all. That's why they don't want it. That's why we've got to like turn it around and say, well, men, it's the slut paradox. It's the men are superheroes for having a high body count. Well, yeah, because it's hard to get laid, right? But for women, they're sluts, right? Well, but if we see in no uncertain terms that this is how many guys you've slept with, we can make a better determination for our own sexual strategies, our own mating strategies. So if that's the thing, what happens? So here's what happens. My mating strategy as a man becomes more important than your mating strategy as a woman by me finding out that you've had sex with X amount of partners. Now, here's the irony of all this is women will lovingly, graciously, willingly, broadcast how many guys that they've been with or their sexual availability. Whether it's like bikini shots in the beaches in Tulum or wherever the hell they're at, or it's OnlyFans, or it's, amateur porn, or it's, this is my boyfriend here we are at Yacht Week in Greece, right? So they're doing it, maybe not exact counts, but guys can get a more accurate estimate, I think, when women are more than willing to broadcast their sexual availability, even when those women are actually supposedly off the market. I have a boyfriend. How come he's not on your Instagram? Well, you never know. We had that conversation with the girls on the After Hours show on Fresh and Fit. We asked them this, and this I would love. And Brian, here you go, Brian. I'll throw you a bone here because it seemed like you needed a lifeline. Here's a lifeline. Here's something to ask the girls next time. The next time you have this question go around the block here, here's what you do. You say, ladies, if you could have your ideal man, if you could have the guy that's he's the best of both, he's hot, he's paid, he's high value, he's the ideal husband that you have been looking for. Would you delete your Instagram or would you keep the guy? Like if you had to pick one or the other, your ideal man or Instagram. That was passed, or we passed that around at the After Hours show, and Myron and Fresh have done this before. I would say if there's 10 women at the table, 8 or 9 of them will say Instagram. They'll keep Instagram and they'll pass up on the ideal guy. Because they want that as the fit. There's always a better deal. There's always something. There's always a possibility. It's a fail-safe. It's almost like abortion. As I've said before, abortion is a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. Instagram is funnel marketing for women, and they can't let it go. Primarily because it's a source of attention. That's one. But it's also a fail-safe. If it doesn't work out with this guy, then I'm going to stick it out with this dude. All right, or I'll at least have my Instagram ready to go. What did you say? To having fun with recently divorced women. Be fun, friendly, and fit. The FFF. Thank you very much. Dung is fun. I've got one more thing for you before I go. However, so instead of landing the plane, Brian, ask them that. You want a set question? That's a really good one. Most of them will say no. I wouldn't take the ideal man. I would rather keep my Instagram. And you know what that means? I would rather keep the possibilities open. I would rather keep the advertising open. I would rather present this appearance or this perception of my sexual availability than get with the most perfect dude in the world. That's the prioritization. And I would say that's probably, now, when those women get a little bit older, they might have a different take on that. But hell, I mean, like I was saying before, you can see like soccer players and their girlfriends, and the soccer players have pictures of them and their girlfriend on the same beach that their girlfriend's Instagram shows them just like, lounging around in the surf somewhere. And there's no soccer player like Ronaldo's nowhere to be found. And that's the effect of it. So I got that. But since we're on this topic, I had to put that. The reason why I wanted to get into that also, by the way, is remember the judgmental part. Remember the Derrick Jaxn thing. Are we going to judge Derrick Jaxn for his actions? Are we going to judge Derrick Jaxn for
I do not want to believe that.
Are we going to judge Derrick Jaxn's infidelity because he's a high power and he deserves to cheat? Does he not deserve to cheat? Should he not prioritize his sexual availability? Like, what if Derrick Jaxn was like putting out all these, shots of him, shirtless, 6-pack abs? Like, would we judge him differently for being married? You never see my wife. My wife is nowhere to be found on my Instagram and will not be. She doesn't have any social media presence whatsoever. You can please go try to waste your time. Go try to find her. You will not find Mrs. T anywhere because she doesn't want to be on there. It's not because I got my thumb on her. You should not have that. Nope. She just simply has no interest. We have genuine desire for one another, really, primarily. That's why it works that way. I have my Instagram, and you'll also see, I'll post pictures of me with maybe Tori or Icy or something like that. But it's just, we're having a good time. If I'm on Access Vegas with some, chicks with circus tits, that's part of that's the business, right? But you're not going to see me I'm not going to be coming up somewhere on some chick's feed, right? Oh, Rollo Tomasi cheated on his wife with me. That ain't gonna happen. I can guarantee you that. So I want to point that out. What else did I have for you? Oh, I got this. I got another. Where'd it go? Where did I put that over here? Oh, I know where I put it. Hold on. There we go. No, we're not done yet. Don't worry. I got one more thing for you, because since we're on the topic of staying correct and staying in the pocket here and not getting caught with your pants down, Pearl has been caught with her pants down. Alex has been caught with his pants. Brian, caught with your pants down. Don't try to move on. Don't try to change the topic like when you get caught ass out, because that's a learning experience for you. And you need to sort of like get kicked in the teeth a couple times to say, you know what? I should have known my shit. I should have. And I want to see you do good. I'm not trying to flame anybody, or especially not Brian, because I like Brian. I like the show. I think it has potential. But if that dude comes on, if the God pill comes on there and he knows Tate better than you know Tate, it's time to go back to the freaking drawing board. You need to go back to the woodshed and learn your shit. But I want to point this out because you'll get into situations like this. Not her. Where'd he go? No, not that one. I've got video for you, but I have to go. Here we go. Okay. You'll get into situations just like this.
If you sleep with more than 5 guys, your chance of a happy marriage after 10 years goes from 80% to 25%.
That video has over 5 million views. She goes on to explain the scientific reason.
Because the more men you sleep with, you lose your ability to bond with each one.
Pair bonding.
Yeah, it's pair bonding.
That sounds like a science term. She must know what she's talking about.
So if you sleep with 1 guy, you're going to compare the next guy to him. If you sleep with 10 guys, you compare all 10. If you sleep with 20, you compare all 20.
Sounds reasonable? Sensational, controversial, perfect for going viral. But is it true? Welcome back to What the Science, Sex Edition, where I do deep dives into the science behind viral videos, or lack thereof. To start, let's separate out the 4 components of her claim. But I didn't notice 4.
You have much to learn, my disciple.
Let's go from the specific to the general. Right off the bat, she opens herself up for trouble. If you sleep with more than 5 guys, your chance of a happy marriage after 10 years goes from 80% to 25%. That's very specific. This makes it more likely for the audience to believe her, because such specific numbers obviously must come from a very clear source. But it's also easier to fact check, theoretically.
Man, that's easier said than done.
Second, she narrows it down to just women.
If you sleep with more than 5 guys...
5 guys. You could say she may have meant the other side as well, but her whole conversation was focused around that specific dynamic. Third, there's the broad claim that...
Yeah, all right. So I didn't. I'm not going to pick this up because I don't want to. This dude is like supposed to be famous for like debunking all this stuff. You can go check his stuff out on his channel. But this was the buzz clip that I picked up from those guys. Now, the point of this is you get caught with your pants down, right? You better know the fucking numbers. You better know the stats, because I know the stats. And I can go and people will go, Rollo, hey, this guy said that promiscuity is actually good for girls, right? Or well, this guy, the science guy, whatever the fuck this guy is all about, right? This guy says he's debunking your claim about 6 women is the threshold for like a successful marriage. What do you have to say about that? Well, that's funny because where she's picking up that information from, like where she's quoting those numbers from, is from a very comprehensive video that me and Myron and Fresh did back in, when was it? March? When Drew Afualo came at us, or came at me directly saying, wait, where's Drew? Here's Drew. When Drew Afualo came at me talking about pair bonding and everything else, right? We've already done that. We've already done that thing for actually probably more than that. Let me stop lying, probably 3 hours. We've already done that episode. We covered all the data. We covered everything. We hit all the stats. What is it? The stats on depression, the stats on happiness within marriage, the stats on divorce, the stats on STDs. We've established pretty much the evolutionary psychology behind the fact that when women have higher body counts, men tend to be hesitant of that. It tends to have a stifling effect on the women that they want to get with. We have done this. Don't make me do it again. That's what I'm talking about. Brian, know your shit. Pearl, know your shit. Red Pill Ricky, whatever Ricky Ricardo, whatever. Know your shit. or you're going to get owned by doofuses like this. And you know who's going to get the more market? You know who's going to have more eyes on the screen? Douche nozzles like that. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Some British chick, God knows which one, with the fifth one now. I think there's 4 or 5 of them now. Yeah, I've done those shows. Thank you. Done those shows. You know where they're going to go? They're not going to go to her and say, hey, where'd you get these numbers from? She's not going to respond to that. They're going to come from me. They're going to come at Myron. They're going to come at the people where they got those freaking numbers from. And we're going to have to explain it all over again because all you wanted was a template. I can't tell you where I heard, I don't know exactly why Andrew Tate would want women to wear their number on their head, their body count on their head. Yeah, because you don't put in the fucking homework to go and understand that shit in the first place. Please, when I ask for accuracy, this is what I'm asking for. It's not red pill tricky. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's where we're at. So it's not about getting recognition. Oh, you're professionally jealous because she has more subs than you. No, I don't want to deal with some bull science. That's what I don't want to deal with. Let her go deal with that. And she won't because she doesn't know the numbers. She's just regurgitating and parroting back all the same bullshit. She's just, I've heard that it's 6. The 6 is the cutoff point. Where did you hear that? From Rollo and Myron on that show that we did when Drew Afawala was coming at us. Well, I've heard that Andrew Tate said that you should wear the number on your body count number on your forehead. Well, why did he say that? I don't know. You don't know, but the guy who's, the youth pastor sitting next to you, he knows. You don't. Come on, man. Come on. Throw me a fucking bone. These guys I hate, I want to see, Pearl's a hack, okay, but I want to see somebody like Brian actually do something good. And you're not going to get anywhere if all you're doing is just reading from a list. Okay, now I go to, here's the part of the show where I ask the girls about body count. If you can't have that back and forth, then what are you going to do? Right? Here we go.
Kowalski analysis.
Right. Be accurate. That's the analysis that I'm looking for. Okay. Let's see. What else do I got here for you? Oh boy, this was really fun. Avatar director James Cameron says testosterone is a toxin men must terminate from their systems. Thanks, director of the Terminator. Avatar director says testosterone must terminate their systems. Right. I saw this getting passed around. It's toxic masculinity. You guys must be toxic because testosterone is a toxin, right? Technically, it is. Kind of I think isn't it testosterone lowers your immunities? I think that's why the more testosterone you have, it's almost like the peacock's tail, right? Well, you have a lot of testosterone, so therefore it's it's not really like that. But I have heard this before from an individual. He's a radio show host by the name of Tom Hartman. I think it was back in the NPR days, right? Back when George W. Bush was a son of a bitch and we had to have, take up arms and have the resistance against him. Tom Hartman said that. He says, I hope I'm going to paraphrase here, but he said that testosterone was the single most damaging chemical component on planet Earth. And I wanted to throw that one out there because I also failed to show you this one last week. Mars mission may be all female to avoid astronauts having sex during the 1.5-year journey. Is it 1.5 there and 1.5 back? I would think. Look at all this, man. All this, nothing but the girls. It's nothing but girls. Girls go, yay, we can do it. You don't think the girls would start scissoring or something? They'll still have sex, but why don't you just say that? Why can't we just what's the subtext in all of this? What's the subtext in this? The subtext in all of that is that men are dangerous. Testosterone, dangerous. Masculinity, dangerous. Don't be judgmental, dangerous. We need we're going to put all female crew on the trip to Mars, whenever that happens, right? because the little ladies won't come back pregnant. I don't know. But I think that's probably the worry, really, is like, well, the male and the female crew members might actually bang each other and then have a kid, and then we won't know what to do, and you'll be the first Martian baby. Like, wow. But what that's saying is here's the undertones of that is that men are not to be trusted. Men are dangerous. Testosterone is dangerous. Men are toxic. Men will just fuck those girls on the trip out to Mars because they can't keep it in their pants. What does that reinforce? Like, what messaging does that reinforce? You want to see that? Yeah, I do too. What is this? Mission failed before it left launch pad. Yeah. So what does that reinforce? What is the messaging of those two stories reinforce? The idea that men are bad. Like, to be more human is to be more female. Eliminate testosterone, feminize yourself, be a sissy cuck, right? That's what that is reinforcing. It is reinforcing the idea that the more masculinity we have and the more testosterone on planet Earth that we have, then the less civil a society that we will have. And men can't be trusted to fly to fucking Mars because they can't keep it in their pants. That's what it's reinforcing. Men are uncontrollable, and women would do it better. Now, is it possible that there's first of all, this is just team woman, feminist triumphalism is what this is. Hey, we're like, do you honestly think these are the chicks that are going to go to Mars? Didn't they like? I've seen a few Netflix series. I think what was Away? That was another one. It's like the female captain of the crew. And it's always, they never know what to do with those stories. They like flying them. Like, if they put women in science fiction, it's always shit, because those stories tend to focus on like the backstories of the people who are involved. There's no real plot, right? We're going to go to Mars. Okay. Well, that's pretty simple. It's almost like a disaster narrative, like Titanic, the ship sinks. Okay. So we have to like make the plot about the people and the background of the people. It has to be more like character development is actually the plot. And so that's like, oh, we need to learn about them. We're going to go back in time and see what their childhood was like. And do they have kids? And like that, like focusing on the person rather than the actual things that are going on. That's a feminine female way of writing a story, by the way, is character development. That's all female. That's women are more interested in people and men are more interested in things. When I see shows like that, I'm like, can we like get to the part where they fight? Can we get to the part where there's a challenge? Can we get to the part where like they land the lander on Mars? No, we're gonna have a half an hour about how the unnecessarily lesbian girl misses her lesbian lover back on Earth. That's what it is. I think it's important to like point those things out too. Very, very difficult thing. Is that what it is? Okay. That was. I don't want to get to that one right now. This is what it was. I got a nice testimonial here. It says, "Hi Rollo, I read your book." I hope he doesn't mind me putting this picture. "Hi Rollo, I read your book roughly 1 year ago. It was such an eye opener. I truly do think red pill saves lives, and I want to thank you for writing The Rational Male. Your book also helped me get in the gym. I wanted to share my progress with you. I turned from a fat fuck. I'm sorry, I keep using that term. Stop being a fat fuck. Into someone that I actually respect. Good on you." I won't give you his name because I don't know if he wants me to do that. But anyways, I think it's important to see like people doing the work. Remember what I told you about like the best form of, if you want to compliment, you want to cite me, you want to like put some respect on my name, show me what you did. That's what I want to see. I want to see results. I want to see people doing things. Let me see what else I got here. I think that I had one more. No. Okay. That's good. I got one more video, but I think I'll hold that for the next time. But I want to point this out though, is if you're going to get into this space, if you're going to make your brand about a certain thing, there's people who are about their brand or they're about the substance that is their brand. There are ideas guys and there are very few ideas guys, because most people, like most human beings, are just our followers. And I know we've heard this before. You probably heard me say this before. Let's see if I can read this one last part here. Where'd it go? Here we go. Humans have an ability to over-imitate is a key reason. I'm reading Rob Henderson's thing here. Over-imitate is a key reason why humans have survived and outcompeted other species. Okay. Remember what I was telling you about? Oh, I'll just read this to you real quick. It's easier to just read this. Where's the chimp studies? These are real. I mentioned this earlier on in the show. Here we go. High fidelity imitation is unique to humans. If a chimpanzee views a person perform a series of superfluous, that's going to be important very soon, actions along with one single necessary action in order to obtain a piece of food, the chimpanzee will skip all of the superfluous actions and perform the only one that is necessary to get that food. Okay, those are the tests. So in contrast, children will also copy every single action, including the unnecessary ones, to get a similar effect. In these studies, chimps are behaving more rationally than human beings. There is no wasted motion to obtain the reward. But the human ability to over-imitate is a key reason why humans have survived and outcompeted other species. Humans have been successful because we have not been successful because we're innovators. Rather, we are successful because we don't think for ourselves and save time and energy by copying others, especially those our community deems prestigious. In ancestral environments, people obtained prestige through wisdom, skill, and experience. Thus, we tend to believe that prestigious people are more competent. Prominence is a heuristic for skill. You understand what I'm saying? If you seem like you're competent, it seems like you have those skills to get those things. Okay? So I want to point that out here in that we're successful because we imitate. There are ideas. I think I've mentioned this on a few occasions. If I was starting a business, there are three components to starting a successful business. What'd you say? Are you going to discuss a passport topic, bro? Okay, we'll get to. Oh, you want me to get to that? I'll get to that. Don't worry. We'll get into that. Let's see something here. Did I miss anybody else? Oh, Glenn Lawrence, you had something to say too. Hang on. Let me move back a little bit in time here. Yeah, I will get to that. I'll get to that too. But I think it's important to remember that. Here we go. Rollo, I will deal with. Thank you. Please don't. It's like at this point, it's kind of pointless. Yeah. He did. You did. So it's kind of pointless to debate him. Okay. But the reason why we are successful as a species is because we imitate one another. And that's really where we go. The problem is now in this century, you can get caught ass out for not being competent, but for being an imitator now. So when I see, Pearl or I see Leah Heilpern right now, she's just mouthing the words. She's imitating Andrew Tate. Look at who the imitators are. I'm not saying they're posers. I'm not saying that they're even necessarily like not sincerely into what they're saying. I'm just saying, look at the imitation that is involved in doing those and putting that out. I made the case with Adam Sosnick. I said, you know what? I've been doing what I've been doing for 20 some odd years. I've never pivoted once in that 20 years. I've never done anything except for what you get right here. If you look at my work, if you look at my books, I have not gone and done anything that is in any way deviates from what I have been talking about since I started this shit on So Suave back in 2002. I would challenge you to find at any time where I've deviated from that. I've never pivoted to politics or anything else. I've never pivoted to anything whatsoever. There's a competency that comes in 20 plus years of doing what I've been doing. So when I see an imitator, understand when I tell you that seems like an imitator because they don't know how to answer those questions because they clearly don't have any like background in what the hell they're talking about. To me, that's not an ideas guy. That's they're not innovators. They are fast followers. And they'll jump on that and they'll jump on the next thing that they can possibly get. Like whatever the new hotness is. And then suddenly that becomes what is substantial to them. I think, I listened to Yes, I'm well aware what went down with Kanye and Alex Jones. And Tim Pool as well. Again, I think a lot of that is really the influence of Milo Yiannopoulos, but that's for another show. But one thing that was interesting to me that Kanye said is that, and maybe this was like the one bright shining moment of lucidity that he had, was that when you get to, he said, he had success early on. He had success at like when he was 24 as a rapper. And I think I'm going to paraphrase here. He said that once you get famous, you stop growing. I think that's really important for guys who are quote unquote influencers. So once you get famous, you stop growing. And why is that? Because everybody starts imitating you and everybody starts telling you you're the greatest, and because everybody wants some money from you. And Kanye was saying one of the reasons he's having financial problems is because he was not, financially savvy. There's a lot of people who just wanted to tell him yes, yes, yes all the time. You just surround yourself with yes men and you never really grow. Once you get famous, you stop growing. There. As far as the, I think it was this. Was this it? Can you tell me your opinion on passport bros? That's the one. How men are using this movement to deal with the challenges of modern day. Now, before I exit here, what time is it? I got a little time. I'll see if I can grab this. You guys are just trying to get me to do a 5-hour show, and I promised myself I wouldn't do that. But this is from a video. This video is from a long time ago. I want to say it's back in 2014, and I want to say I think it was Bachelor Nation was the name of it. But it's why black men don't marry black women in America and they move to Brazil. Remember, this predates Passport Bros. It predates Kevin Samuels. It predates the mainstream MGTOW black pill movement. Okay, all of this predates all of that. So. So this is from back in, I want to say 2015.
Considering the fact that I only have a bachelor's degree, I don't really think that it's asking that much of a person for them to have a bachelor's degree or a master's degree, because I intend to get a master's degree. And I feel like when you're trying to build a relationship with someone, if you get to the stage where you want to have children, that is something that you need to stress to them as being important. So if you yourself don't have a degree, you might not realize the importance of it. Granted, there are situations where, maybe you didn't have money to go to school, or, there are other extenuating circumstances preventing you from going to school, but you do still realize that education is important.
I believe education is definitely one of the things that is one of the hindrances, because women are being educated at a far greater rate than men. Most black men also feel an inferiority complex towards a woman because they feel that they can't compete with them on the same education and economical level.
When you look at the economy of our society, we've actually moved from a manufacturing-based society to a knowledge-based society. And when you look at who's getting degrees, it's mostly African-American women. If you look at the information from the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education, 2/3 of African-Americans who are earning bachelor's, master's, and PhDs are women. And, and so there's an imbalance.
I have a number of girlfriends and friends that, have great careers, JDs, MDs, have all kinds of degrees, MBAs. And like I said, for the vast majority of them, they're single. And the reality is, once you leave college, like that pool of available black men, at least for black women, that pool of available black men shrinks, drastically once you leave college. Going to the real world, either most people have gotten married or they're doing something else at that point. But normally, if you don't find that mate, either before college, when you're in college, the chances of you finding that once you leave school is little to none for black women.
A lot of this has to do sometimes with the women that we are involved with. Especially now with the workforce, with the majority of the women making much more money than the man. That then causes a problem with the woman, because now what happens is the woman wants to be the boss at the home and at the workplace. And us as men have problems with that because we want to also be able to lead in our household and take care of our families.
And oftentimes women find it whenever they're going out to look for a mate, it's difficult to find someone who is, I guess, earning enough money to be their partner. And that can cause frustration, I think, in relationships. And I think that's also one of the issues that we see today with the relationships of African American men and African American women.
Should we be to blame because black men can't, catch up with us or on the same playing field? I think sometimes it comes off as being angry or we don't get along, but I think, should we settle for less or should we apologize for our success?
Some of the difficulties that some of my friends are having are economics, and those difficulties are coming from with the woman making more money than the man, and with the man feeling inferior in his own household. And with that, there is definitely a problem because the man now feels as if he's now almost like a second child in the house, and women tend to almost treat their mate like one of the children. And that definitely causes a problem. And I find that, especially even with a lot of my friends, they choose to not even want to deal in those situations. And then they look to do other things and go other places and deal with women of other nationalities other than black women.
There you go. Here's your passport, bros.
I have to take a back seat and I have to, make sure that you're taken care of all day. I have to come in and be like, oh, honey, here's dinner on the table that I made just for you. I don't think that necessarily exists. But I think it might not necessarily be because, I don't think that it's necessarily because black women don't want to do it, but sometimes we don't have time.
In today's society, I think what happens is the woman is working. When she comes home, she don't want to be bothered. She's had a hard day. She doesn't want to really hear about your day. She wants to tell you about her day. And I think that with both parties working and with women making the majority of the money, they feel as though they don't have to give of themselves like that because I'm making the money. I'm the breadwinner.
Money plays a major role in relationships in America, a major role, and that's a part of, and that perhaps is a part of the problem. Perhaps a lot of our priorities are in the wrong place, and family should be the center.
They want to feel that security. It's no different than, your relationship with your father. You still want that security. You want that comfort from a man. That's the number one. So like I said, if you want a woman to, cook for you, to clean for you, to do whatever else for you, it goes both ways. You want to be taken care of in that way. A woman wants to be taken care of financially. What they say, women marry for money all the time. That is damn true because women want to feel secure. They want that, security blanket. I don't have to worry about my bills being paid. I know that he is there for me. Whatever happens, we're going to be okay.
I'm not saying I depend on you, but you should be able to. Like, I don't want to know that if I lose my job, you can't help out.
This kind of gets the reason why I looked this up later was because of the superfluous question that came up in that talk show that I did. The need a man versus the want a man. I think that it needs to be both. You need to need and want that guy at the same time. It's sort of like the alpha fucks beta bucks, right? There's the need side of it is the beta buck side. The want is the genuine desire to actually be and fuck that guy. Should I keep going with this? I'll keep going.
If I go to work and I'm making 6 figures, I feel like you need to at least make 75.
And I also find that a lot of times in relationships, especially with black men, and they find out that they're having trouble with these women, they decide to go elsewhere and go to other places. I'll have several friends who just went up and moved to Brazil.
You know what? I'm going to hold it right here because I think I'm going to do a full dedicated show for this. I think you're right. I will do a full dedicated show to the passport bros. Okay. Geomaxing. Before there was geomaxing, there was Bachelor Nation. Before all that bullshit, oh, hey, man, this is a new thing. No, it's not. This was produced, I want to say in 2014 or 2015 is when I became aware of this. I actually wrote an essay about it on the Rational Mail. And it was why black men were leaving America to go to Brazil, because they were finding more feminine wives who were really into them, that they were clearly making more money then, I guess. But they were treated nicer. They were appreciated more. The culture was different down there. The women were more feminine. They were cook. Why cooking is such an issue. I don't know. I think it's probably because cooking is actually a form of affection, if you think about it. But it's this appreciation. It's the you're the man, I'm the woman kind of situation. Whereas with the other women who are like in the United States, and you'll hear John from Modern Life Dating talk about this all the time. Yeah, boss chicks, boss babes, right? And even when they're not boss babes, even when they're not quote unquote alpha females, the attitude and the perception is there. Even the girls that were on whatever podcast talking about body count, they were very concerned that they would get judged for those body counts because it might in some way impact them from having long-term security with a guy who is their equal, quote unquote, their equal, some guy who is a better than option for their long-term security. So if you wore the number on your head, right, your body count on your head, how is that going to affect your chances of having long-term security with the guy who's the guy of your dreams, right? The guy who was going to, be there for you and you want to cook and clean for, and you want to play, be domestic for. See, that's the thing is even passport bros. And I'm going to do a dedicated show. I think you're right. I don't have enough time to actually do a full dedicated show or to flesh this out the way that I think it deserves. But I'll come back to this. We'll do a part 2. And really what happens here, like the next part of this whole video is black men going to Brazil to look, and they're not looking for wives per se. They just go down there because the women treat them differently in Brazil and in other foreign countries than they do in the United States. They're not bitchy. They're not like they respect the men. They have it could be a cultural thing, whatever. But they respect the men, and they want to, they want to be the women, and they recognize traditional gender roles as opposed to egalitarian equalism. And that's, by the way, one of the most flattering things that Jedediah Bila has ever said to me was, "You're right." Right? I've changed my mind about a few things. My relationship with Jeremy now is a little bit different as a result of having talked to you, blah, blah, blah. But they're going to Brazil. Okay, you're right. So these guys in 2015 are going to Brazil to look for what they're not finding in the United States. Now, of course, what happens is when women hear about this, they say, "Oh, they're infantile." Rather than manning up, they're going to a different market. So this movie is called Frustrated, directed by Al Grease, must see about geomaxing. Okay. I saw this. I think the title of it was Bachelor Nation, but maybe you're correct about that. I will come back to that. I'll keep this on hold and I will save that and do a dedicated show for it. David Jones, you asked me about something. What did you ask me about? My first question was about average 30s man getting with a 30-year-old woman. No marriage, but for LTR for kids, but stay in us. Stay in us. My goal is to continue to improve, but I don't want to wait until I'm 40. More, what type of women and what to vet for, and what reason can she give for why she didn't get married yet? Okay, so English is your second language. The best thing I can tell you is don't get married, number one. Number two is if you want to have children and you want to have a long-term relationship, I would also suggest that you put yourself into a position where you're in your prime and you can make a good judgment call about who you want to be the mother of your child. Okay. So that's number one. Number two is she a complement to your life, or is she the focus of your life? If you can say that she's the focus of your life, don't do it. Don't get into that. Okay. I'm not going to give you permission. Like a lot of guys will call in or they'll hit me up and they'll go, Rollo, here's my situation. And they already know what the solution is. They already know what they're going to do. They just want me to tell them. You already know what to do, man. I mean, is this what you're asking? Is this advice? I'm not giving you advice. I'll give you analysis. I don't know enough about your situation to really go about it. So, average 30s man getting with a 30-year-old woman, no marriage, but for LTR and kids. That's essentially that's what's going on right now. Do you want a main and a side? Let's see, my goal is to continue to improve. Okay, well, clearly you've got a direction, but I don't want to wait until I'm 40. Okay, well, don't. You're okay. So here's what you do. Stop looking for a girl who's like your average 30s girl. Look for a woman who's like Tori's age. Look for a girl who's like 25 to 27. Honestly, I think that's the sweet spot. If you're looking for a virgin bride, then like, please leave the country and go to whatever planet you find virgin brides at. Okay. However, you know what he said? Okay. Stay in the U.S. What type of women and what type? What do you want me to tell you? Like the church girl? Clearly not. Let's see. What to vet for? Does she trust? Okay. So whenever you're vetting a long-term relationship, does she trust you with her life? Number one. Would she put on the parachute and go skydiving with you that you packed? Would you? That's what it comes down to. All right. I think that's going to be it for today, gentlemen and ladies. I see Elena is still in today. Just to sum up my situation, I'm sure there will be some new details that I'm completely oblivious to when it comes to Derrick Jaxn. However, I think he is a very good example of are you all brand or are you about it? Are you about intersexual dynamics? Are you about educating yourself? One of the reasons I work with Mike Sartain is because he's about it. He's about learning. He's like, I listen to books on 1.7 speed or some shit like that. Like he's about it. He's about the understanding it. I'd never have to worry whether or not he's going to get caught ass out like Brian did. And again, I don't want to flame you, Brian. I really do like you. I promise. But you got to be about it. And because if you're not about it, it's going to come out that you're not. And that's exactly what happened with Jaxn. Jaxn. I love that name. Derrick Jaxn. Derrick, please call me. I would love to have you on this show. I would love to welcome you into the manosphere. I would love to welcome you into the red pill because that's a shining example. Powerful men can have many women. And that's exactly where he got to. He got to the point where he was powerful enough that he could have many women, and he did. Same thing with Tiger Woods. Now, next time we talk, I want to get into why Rollo Tomasi doesn't have many women and has a main wife and decides to live in this polyamorous, polygamous, whatever, poly lifestyle. Or it must be because you're blue pill, Rollo. Or else it's a lifestyle choice. Or else it's that I really just enjoy being monogamous and I love my wife and I respect my wife and I have a history with her. But I don't have to add Bible study to that. I can give you practical reasons as to why that is, but I can give you emotional reasons as to why that is too. However, that's not what. Yeah, I tell you what's funny. Here's the take home lesson of Derrick Jaxn. Oh man, it's delicious. People give me grief about being married, and then say, "Rollo, why do you come down on marriage so much? You must hate marriage, but you have a 26-year marriage, and you say it's ideal and it's great and everything like that. How can you be red pill? You're married." And then the black pill doomers will come into me and say, don't listen to Rollo. He's married. He can't be red pilled. All right. All you guys, you come back and tell me or put it in the comments. What is your take then on Derrick Jaxn? He was married, but now he's decided he's going to cheat and now he's going to divorce and now he's probably going to pivot into a different kind of brand. Hafiz, if you're watching this, and I know you watch this. I just don't want to say my name. By the way, let me throw this out. I have a possibility that I might do a lot. You want to see a debate? You go, oh, how come he doesn't debate anybody? I have the offer on the table by Valuetainment to debate Hafiz. I don't know if it's going to happen. Don't get your panties in a wad just yet. A live in-studio debate with myself, debate. And Adam, if you want it to be a debate, give me the fucking topics. A discussion between myself and Hafiz on that big stage that you saw me and Mike Sartain on in the Valuetainment Studios, and before a live studio audience too, like getting some people in there. One of the questions I will say is, well, what do you think of your boy Jaxn? Derrick Jaxn. Is he doing the right thing? Is he not doing the right thing? I'll do it. I already told him I would. It just depends on hey, the offer's on the table. I'll do it. I'll be happy to do it. I know what I'm getting. I definitely know what I'm getting into. You know, I'll tell you what's funny is Adam threw that one at me. He asked me, he said, hey, would you do a show with Hafiz here? I go, yeah, of course. I said, can you actually get it? Like, he won't go into vapor lock if he says my name. He won't go into like, Rollo. But, you know, if you
say my name,
he's not going to lose his mind if that's the case. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully that will happen. I wouldn't mind if it did. So, yeah, Hassan is not going to happen. Trust me on that one. That probably, he don't even care he don't give me that time of day. I'll do one with Hafiz. Sure. I'll do one with Destiny on the same stage. I'll do one with anybody right there at this stage right now. I'll probably be able to just, you know who I won't do it with disingenuous fucks like Alex. I'll leave him out, but I'd be happy to do like, I wish I could. Honestly, I wish, is he going to do, he's just going to talk about Jordan Peterson. He probably would. What on earth? What do I tell my boys who shame men who choose to fly out to get a wife and unfairly generalize all foreign women, saying that they all treat women or men right just to get a green card? That's because they do. We'll get to that on the next episode. I promise you I'll do Passport Bros. In fact, I will even title the show Passport Bros because I'm sure that will kick me up in the algorithm in some way. I'll definitely do that. But I think that the situation with Derrick Jaxn, when people hit me up and say, well, Rollo, you're married. How can you be red pill? Well, how can Derrick Jaxn be Derrick Jaxn with what he's been doing? I'll tell you that ain't nobody got time. Nobody cares, right? No one actually. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody cares. Derrick Jaxn will pivot and you'll love him just as much, if not fucking more. He will. He could stay with the same grift and everyone won't change their mind whatsoever. He'll just be the single Derrick Jaxn. In fact, I think he probably will be even more popular because girls think they can get with him. Guaranteed. Nobody cares. And ain't nobody got time for that. So there you go. Let's see. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm not doing anything. Actually, I'm shoveling snow tomorrow is what I'm doing. I came back to about 8 inches of snow when I got off the plane. The good news is I'll be able to take my sled out, and I have been wanting to do this for a long time. Now that I live where I do, I'm very close to one of the reasons I bought this lovely new studio in this new place was because I could keep my sleds here and I could take them up to a place called Gold Lakes. And I've been wanting to go and do like a live stream or do some video from up there because you guys always know that I'm always out there with my sleds and I'm getting validation from my sled, right? So I probably will end up doing something like that at some point. However, something to look forward to, as I said before, on the 14th, I will be in Las Vegas. I'll be at Sticky Paws Studios once again on December 14th, which is this Wednesday. And I'll be there with Mike Tang. If you don't know who Mike Tang is, go look him up. He's Orangutan Photography Studios. He's the guy who you've seen probably some like reels of me. I've got, if you've seen my pictures, actually this one right here, that shot, Mike Tang shot that, just so you know. And my most recent presser shots have been shot by Mike Tang. He and his wife Christina will be out in Vegas doing photo shoots, I think, on location. So we figured we'd get him in the studio and have a talk with him because both Mike Sartain and Mike Tang and myself are mutual friends we didn't even know we had. So we're going to have him out, talk to him. And then on the 15th, Access Vegas, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern time. We'll have four beautiful jet screaming hootie queens, and they'll all have big boobies, fake boobies, and they'll all have collagen implants or collagen lips. And yeah, you're going to love it. So we're going to be doing that again. As always, we're getting back at it. We were trying to get a New Year's Eve show. I'm going to see if I can work it out. I will kind of want to get a New Year's Eve show going. If we can't, the next show we will do will be like the first week of January. And that's going to be right at the same time that Las Vegas has the AVN Awards. Go look up AVN Awards, but make sure that your wife's not looking over your shoulders when you do. So we're not going on location, but we will do it at that same time, just so you know. So I got that happening, and I'm trying to think what else I got going on. Oh my goodness. Did somebody give me something else at the last minute? A last minute one. Here we go. In your Passport Bro show, can you hit on if men optimize their life and plan to live red pill, but want to live get women who was raised more traditional and have a red pill minded relationship here? In where? Here. Here. In Thailand? Where are you, my friend? Certainly. I will try to cover all my fucking bases for the Passport Bro show. Yes. You think so? Passport Bros. Okay. I will dig into that. I promise you a Passport Bro show. Okay. That'll be the next topic. Do me the solid though. Check us out on Access Vegas. That will be on Thursday. And then again, Rule Zero will be still going on right now, by the way. Thor is now Red Pill Thor is now part of the group. Paul from is it Paul? Yeah, from not Paul from Apex Mindset, but Paul from Come On My Podcast guy. He is now part of the group as well. So I think it's time for me to host. I think I get hosting duties this weekend, so I'll do it on Saturday. Yes, because you have the golden ticket, David. That's why we're going to talk about the golden ticket. I'll tell you how I know about the golden ticket, because I had white friends that would go over to the Philippines and women would love on it. They would think they were in love. Oh, she's the one, bro. I went over to Quezon City and I found my wife to be. She's my soulmate. Sure you did. You should have seen us on the beaches of Pagudpud. I know, because I've been there. All right, gentlemen, that's it. Gotta get out before the 5-hour mark, because people will give me grief if I don't. So that said, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. And here's I've got some new outros for you, but this is one of them. So I will see you guys. Let's see, where did I put that? One more. Aha.
Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, to hear the lamentation of your women.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. 2022. Registered trademark.
Say my name.